Stop playing around, Noah ordered and interrupted the bickering of his companions. We have learnt a lot about heaven and earth during the last mission. Let's make a list to make sure that we all have a clear idea about those idiots. The few experts from the other side of the immortal lands who had remained around Noah during his hibernation remained speechless. Noah was openly insulting the very rulers of the world. Their gazes instinctively shot upward to search eventual black clouds, but nothing appeared among the sky. The others must come too, Noah announced while moving his eyes toward the locations occupied by the experts who had left during his hibernation. Those cultivators were too far away to hear Noah, but the latter gave voice to a deafening roar that forced them to hurry toward his position. The survivors of the large army soon gathered in the destroyed area, and they created a circle as they sat on the azure ground. "Let's start with the facts," Noah shouted once everyone sat. "Heaven and earth have secret armies inside cities in the sky. I don't know how to reach them, but I guess that the dimensional tunnel has led us near them. The fairness is stronger than we initially thought," King Elbaz added. "We have always known that the tribulations had to give a chance to survive, but we have confirmed that heaven and earth's entire existence depends on that rule." Noah showed his thumbs to King Elbaz, but the latter ignored that gesture. He didn't answer to get his acknowledgement. "We know that they have designated enemies," Wilfred continued. "Heaven and earth aren't omnipotent beings. The weaker world has managed to make a mess with its will, so we can do the same." Everyone nodded. It didn't matter if heaven and earth adapted to a specific counter. Noah and the others could always deploy different abilities to gain an advantage over the ruler's laws. "Are the facts over already?" Noah asked. "They eat laws that don't belong to their system," the foolery announced. "Their existence must have deep flaws, but the laws absorbed forcefully end up having even more cracks. I bet that the process has hurt them." "How do you even know so much about laws and heaven and earth?" Wilfred asked. "You have stopped being a magical beast only a few years ago." "I'm a fast learner," the foolery replied while wearing a proud expression and raising its head toward the sky. "Nothing else?" Noah asked. "They are weak," Robert explained. "Heaven and earth are incredibly frail. Their consciousness must be a mass of different thoughts that handle various parts of their power. Even their duality as heaven and earth might be part of a traumatic event." "Are we in the hypotheses part already?" King Elbaz asked. "There doesn't seem to be any other fact," Robert commented before turning toward Noah, who simply shrugged his shoulders. "Hypotheses part is open then," Robert confirmed. "I do agree with part of your theory," Noah announced. "I don't believe in the traumatic event, but I think that heaven and earth belong to the same existence. Their current form is only a consequence of the countless years spent on the footsteps of the 10th rank." "How can you be sure about this?" Wilfred asked. "Earth has spoken about beings feeding on their body," Noah explained. "The tight connection with heaven is evident, but I've also begun to think about something else. Let's say that they were once a powerful expert. Earth would play the mind and heaven the dantian. What about the body then? Do you think the immortal lands are heaven and earth's body?" King Elbaz asked. "They have technically revealed that," Noah added. "I don't know how much I can trust them, but that's what they said." Everyone fell silent at that point. That revelation was no small thing. The experts were basically living and improving on heaven and earth's body if Noah's hypotheses turned out to be right. "What about their absorption?" King Elbaz asked while moving his eyes among the three hybrids. "What can you tell us about that?" Noah, the foolery, and Wilfred exchanged a glance before leaving the speech in Noah's hands. He had the sharpest senses among the hybrids, and his cultivation level had also been far higher than theirs during the event. "I felt disgusted," Noah revealed while placing a hand under his chin. "It was a strange feeling that didn't come from my conscious mind. My instincts didn't like that practice for some reason." "I felt the same," Wilfred explained. "I didn't like what I saw." "Same here," the foolery announced. "I think the reason behind these feelings is heaven and earth's lack of style." The group immediately started ignoring the pig to focus on the other two hybrids. Wilfred seemed still lost, but Noah was getting somewhere. Maybe the issue isn't with the practice itself, Noah explained. Heaven and earth are only killing experts with laws that they need in the end. The problem might be with the nature of the action compared to the actual ability. Heaven and earth might have been existences very similar to humans. Cultivators didn't naturally know how to devour other laws. They required special techniques that often lost power once their level advanced. Noah believed that heaven and earth didn't initially have similar skills. Those existences could have resorted to techniques that didn't suit their law due to their inability to reach the 10th rank. Anything else? Noah continued to ask, but no important news reached his ears. That's not much, but we have a basic understanding at least, Noah continued. We have to decide our next move now. Do you have anything in mind before I make another crazy plan? King Elbaz, Wilfred, Luke, and Fergie's eyes instantly lit up as their minds started to work faster than ever. They would do everything in their power to avoid another crazy journey, and plans eventually came out of their mouths. We can regroup with the Legion, Wilfred proposed. We have amassed a lot of experience during the last mission. Seclusion is necessary. I do agree, King Elbaz continued. Moving now is pointless, especially since we have barely survived the last struggle. We need to improve before jumping in another adventure. I can deal with the organizations here and see if they still have a connection with heaven and earth, Luke announced. Our nameless organization should be quite strong on this side of the immortal lands. Coercing some experts to give us answers might fill the black spots in our knowledge. I suggest you enhance the training method in the blue regions, Fergie added. Going in seclusion is fine, but the best way for us to gain power is to benefit from your influence. Improving that aspect might give us a lot. I'm not planning on bringing you anywhere until you develop effective counters to heaven and earth, Noah revealed. Only the pig and Robert can deal with the rulers properly for now. Your influence is still our best chance to gain access to that power, Fergie repeated. Noah glanced toward Robert, and the latter shrugged his shoulders. It clearly wasn't the time to start another mess since they had barely survived the previous. They needed to improve a lot before gaining some confidence in handling heaven and earth. I have it, Noah eventually announced. We'll regroup with the forces here and understand how the political environment has evolved. Then, we'll hunt the members of the secret organization to find connections with heaven and earth. Let's move. It was evident that all the experts needed to spend a few centuries in seclusion to work on their power. Even those who had started training while Noah was hibernating still had a long way to go. The sheer number of experiences gathered in a single mission could turn their existence upside down. The sole influence of the devils could force them to change their laws completely. Heaven and earth had become an imminent danger for those experts now. They could sense the world's heavy gaze on them. It was only a matter of time before an even stronger punishment fell on them and took their life. King Elbaz and the others had understood their current position while Noah was hibernating. They could point the way back to the outer lands as soon as the group decided to move. The group had fallen in a random spot near the edges of the old human domain, but no cultivator had tried to approach them during those centuries. The magical beasts were even scarce in that area, and Noah struggled to endure his hunger during the flight. It felt strange to see such desolation in the higher plane. That landmass was the very apex of heaven and earth's system, but it seemed completely empty for some unknown reason. The other human organizations didn't settle back here, Noah concluded after the group flew across multiple regions. The magical beasts have also opted to avoid these lands. Why is that? What can scare them so much? The ground carried traces of past battles, but it still contained a lot of energy. It wouldn't take much before new magical plants appeared in those areas, but no magical beast seemed interested in that feature. Only a stronger threat could force the magical beasts to abandon such promising lands, but Noah couldn't identify it. He couldn't even guess what kind of power could generate so much fear. We should theoretically find outposts and mansions on this path, Noah thought. I don't see why the magical beasts would avoid these places otherwise. His confusion increased until it eventually vanished. Noah suddenly noticed an outpost hidden among a mountain chain, and he saw that the banner of the Legion occupied the sides of the structure. Noah and the others turned to reach the outpost, but a series of hybrids came out of it. They were nothing more than rank 7 experts in the liquid stage, but they tightened their grasp on their weapons to steady their determination. "Calm down," Wilfred stepped forward. "We are part of the Legion. I'm actually one of your leaders." The hybrids didn't believe in Wilfred's words. They continued to point their weapons toward the group, and Noah eventually exhausted his patience. A deafening roar came out of his mouth as his pride spread through the area. The weak hybrids couldn't oppose his aura, and they soon bowed to show their respect. "No bowing," Noah shouted while massaging the corner of his eyes. "How many times do I have to repeat it? No one lowers their head in my organization." The hybrids quickly stood up as fear filled their figures. They had kneeled due to the pressure released by Noah's pride, but the latter was blaming them for that behavior. "Just to make it clear," Wilfred resumed his questioning, "how is the Legion? Is Alexander still in charge?" "He is," one of the hybrids replied in a timid voice, "but he never leaves the outer lands. He wants to defend the main headquarters of the Legion." "Main headquarters?" Noah asked. "What happened to the Legion while we were away?" The hybrids seemed confused by that question. They didn't know when Noah's group had left, so they had no idea what to tell them about the Legion. "Are you asking about the battle against the Money family?" one of the hybrids said. "I think they want to know about the invasion of the rats," another hybrid guessed. "It's definitely about the snakes running wild in our domain," a third hybrid suggested. Noah and the others remained astonished to hear the number of significant events that had occurred while they were away. Still, an outpost of the Legion was deep into the previous human domain, so the organization couldn't be in a bad situation. "We want to know what happened after Radiant Eyes Crisis," Noah explained. "We left for a mission with the other human organizations. We have just come back." The hybrids' eyes widened when they heard that. They finally seemed to understand the expert's identity. "Are you Defying Demon?" one of the hybrids asked while moving his eyes between Robert and Sword Saint. The two experts' aura stood out among the group, so it made sense for them to be the famous Defying Demon in the hybrid's mind. "I guess you were talking about me?" Noah revealed while scratching his head. "You have talked about many battles. How did the Legion do there?" "We won all of them," the hybrid explained. "The Legion governs what had once been the human domain now. Most of the human organizations had to move into the outer lands." The news surprised Noah and the others, but they remained calm to learn as much as possible from those weak experts. "Technically, it doesn't only belong to the Legion," another hybrid spoke. "The members of your nameless organizations have fought most battles, so the actual ownership is unclear. It's really hard to divide the two organizations," a third hybrid commented. "Even their members can't tell the difference." "Maybe giving it a name would have helped," Robert mocked Noah. "I'm thinking about it," Noah shouted. "My force will absorb the Legion anyway. I'll get a name soon." "Divine Demon Sect should be open," Divine Demon whispered. "You all don't get a say on the matter," Noah snorted. "You have to admit that you aren't reliable in that field," King Elbaz commented. "Just make us decide." "I refuse," Noah shouted. "You would only pick something that suits you. Isn't that what you are doing?" Wilfred asked. "Of course," Noah replied. "But it's fine when I do it." "Can I quit?" King Elbaz asked. He finally accepted to be inside, the foolery commented, and King Elbaz widened his eyes when he realized his mistake. The hybrids didn't know how to react to that scene. Noah and the others were legendary figures among the Legion. The higher-ups often told the stories about the many battles that had given the organization its foundation. The current expansion wouldn't have been possible without them. "Let's cut it short," Noah eventually shouted. "Where are the other headquarters? And how are they different?" The hybrids lowered their heads and tried to hold back that knowledge, but Noah growled and forced them to surrender again. "They mostly divide the various leaders inside the organizations," one of the hybrids explained. "Our domain is too large now, so we need many platoons to handle different areas." "Where's the closest?" Noah asked. "It's in that direction." The hybrid pointed toward the distance. Blue regions will appear after you fly for a few months. These are almost the edges of our domain, so you'll find the lightning demon there. She is quite bored lately due to the lack of battles. I suggest caution. The experts who had known Noah for a long time turned toward him. They could immediately guess lightning demon's identity. June was the only notable battle maniac with a lightning aptitude. "Let's go," Noah ordered before any of them could crack jokes. The experts followed Noah, but whispers and mental messages flew among them. Everyone learnt about his relationship with June in less than a day, and surprise inevitably filled the cultivators from the other world. It was rare for experts at that level to have relationships. Noah and June were an exception that had survived through many long separations and struggles. "She will definitely attack me," Noah sighed in his mind while flying across the empty regions. The immortal lands continued to remain empty. It seemed that the Legion was scaring away every magical beast. Only a few scarce magical plants had started to reappear after the battles, but they didn't make the scenery any more alive. Immense fields made of blue bushes eventually unfolded in the group's vision. The foolery could immediately smell the familiar scent of its species in the area, and excited squeals started to come out of its mouth. "I wonder if they'll recognize me," the foolery wondered when it noticed that smell. "I've changed so much." King Elbaz and Wilfred turned toward the pig before putting the matter aside. They didn't want to spend the last period of travel bickering. Powerful traces of life began to appear once the group flew for months above blue regions. Noah and the others found a pack of foolery resting among their bushes, and happy squeals resounded from those specimens when they recognized their companions. The evolved foolery couldn't contain itself and shot toward its peers. The creature raised its head toward the sky as soon as its descent toward the ground began. It was unable to contain its pride in front of its old species. "What's your task?" Noah asked after descending toward the pack that had gathered around their leader. "We take care of filling the regions with our bushes," one of the rank 8 foolery among the pack replied through squeals. "We plan to cover the entire domain of the Legion with our ability." "How do you even plan on fending off the magical beasts?" Noah continued with his questions. "The golden guy used strange techniques to seal the borders," the pig replied. "The defenses should keep most predators away. Second Prince is making himself useful," Noah concluded in his mind before leaving the area. The foolery decided to remain behind, and King Elbaz handed it a special type of inscribed notebook that the creature could use even without having great control over its mind. The pig was a core part of Noah's team now, so they had to be able to contact it in case of need. Noah recognized some of his old underlings from the journey through the magical beasts domain. Many of those specimens had reached the 8th rank during those years. Living among the blue bushes was extremely beneficial and could push everyone to improve. "I'll take care of this," Fergie announced before stepping downward and meeting all the excited specimens that had flown in the sky to meet Noah. Noah let Fergie go while continuing to fly forward. A series of buildings eventually appeared among that blue landscape and announced the presence of humans. Familiar auras expanded from those buildings and touched the group's consciousnesses before joy flowed in their fabric. Pearl and other familiar faces came out of the buildings. Some hybrids were among them, but most of the weaker members of the Balro family weren't there. "You are finally back," Pearl announced when she saw the group. "A lot has changed here while you were on the other side of the immortal lands. The soldiers have already explained a lot," Noah said while turning toward the faint castle in the distance. "How is June?" Pearl's expression froze when she heard June's name. Her cultivation level was still in the gaseous stage of the 8th rank, but she trembled in fear at the sole thought of Noah's woman. That reaction was quite peculiar, and the other experts didn't miss it. King Elbaz even asked a question that made Pearl even more scared. "Is she the reason behind your current location?" "She likes to challenge us from time to time," Pearl revealed. "Don't get me wrong. She has been a good leader during the expansion, but she isn't the best during peaceful periods. Rumors have her trying to gather an army and invade the magical beasts domain. I need to reach her quickly," Noah announced before shooting toward the castle. The other members of his group decided to remain behind. The cultivators from the other side of the immortal lands wanted to follow Noah, but Divine Demon promptly stopped them. Divine Demon was wearing one of his rare serious expressions, so the experts decided to trust him right away. The group let Noah have his private reunion with his lover. Noah was almost on top of the castle when a massive dark lightning bolt fell from the sky and enveloped his figure. The power contained in the attack was decent, but it couldn't even come close to affecting his body. Did she reach the peak of the gaseous stage? Noah wondered as he inspected the lightning bolt before coming out of its sparks. That wasn't bad, Noah mocked from outside the castle. But an even bigger lightning bolt fell from the sky at that point. The second lightning bolt carried far more power than the first. It began to border the edges of the liquid stage, but Noah could continue to endure the attack with his BRE skin. Not yet. Noah continued to mock June while walking toward the castle. A third lightning bolt descended, but its power suddenly condensed back in its previous spot at the sound of a heartbeat. Noah felt a heavy pressure falling on his body, but his flesh fended off every negative effect. The heartbeat returned, and the lightning bolt resumed its descent. However, it carried far more power now. It was the attack of a proper liquid stage existence. Of course, that alone meant nothing for Noah. He limited himself to walk through the attack that tried to pierce his incredible body. The powerful sparks couldn't do anything against his skin, and his figure eventually left the range of the ability. We don't have to do this every time, Noah laughed. But a third heartbeat resounded in the area and forced the environment to stop. The blue bushes stopped fluttering in the wind. The lines that ran on the outsides of the castle didn't move anymore, and the air grew stale under that influence. Only Noah continued to walk among that stillness. Then, a fourth heartbeat resounded, and a lightning bolt suddenly appeared around him. The attack was already falling by the time he noticed the event. Noah could endure the lightning bolt with his skin, but he wanted to show off a bit and stop that annoying tradition. Noah raised his hand, and his influence forced the lightning bolt to mutate. The sparks condensed to evolve into something entirely different. June's law transformed during the exposure to his power, and the attack soon turned into a dense sphere of energy that didn't belong to June anymore. The giant lightning bolt transformed into a mass of dense raging energy that took the shape of a large sphere. The attack lost its momentum and began to float among the sky. Flares shot out of it from time to time, and the air suffered from its destructive power. A wave of darkness came out of Noah's figure and enveloped the crackling mass of power. He absorbed that energy in an instant, and the area went silent as he waited for something to happen. What was that? A familiar voice came out of the castle, and Noah couldn't help but smile when he heard it. Maybe stop attacking me so I can tell you what happened on the other side of the immortal lands, Noah shouted. A silent second went by before the window at the top of the castle opened. Noah didn't hesitate to teleport there, and a large training area unfolded in his vision. The size of the training area didn't reflect the top of the castle. The room in Noah's vision was far larger than the overall structure, and his expertise allowed him to understand that the inscriptions on the dark walls messed with the laws of space. Second Prince has definitely improved in these years, Noah thought before his gaze focused on a familiar figure on the other side of the training area. June had her back on the wall as she sat cross-legged on the ground. Black sparks that released an orange glow surrounded her figure and revealed her cultivation level. She was at the peak of the gaseous stage, but the energy around her was condensing and improving. "You have been away for a really long time," June snorted. "I guess a millennium or two are nothing for us at this point. I had to deal with heaven and earth in the end," Noah replied while wearing a smile. "They sent us near the sky. I think I've touched it for an instant." The revelation left June speechless. Her curiosity took over her annoyance and forced her to question Noah about that matter. Noah gladly told her everything. He went from the space hounds inside the dimensional tunnel to the battle among the whiteness. June still lacked some key features about that knowledge, but he made sure to fill all the blank spots. "Did you really talk with Earth while in the sky?" June asked while lying on Noah's lap. The duo had already moved past the previous scuffle. They knew how to handle the separations far too well to let the recent events affect their relationship. I had to learn as much as possible, Noah explained. It's impossible to get a meeting with the rulers unless I do something crazy. I had to seize that chance. You always do something crazy, June snorted. There's crazy and crazy, Noah announced. Talking while I'm dealing with light and crackling creatures is normal. June couldn't help but laugh at those words. Noah had survived another incredible struggle, and she felt truly happy for him. Her only regret was that she didn't have the chance to fight next to him. You seem happy, June eventually whispered when she inspected Noah's facial features. Did you think about something to prolong the devil's power? It's rare for you to misunderstand what goes through my mind. Noah laughed while caressing June's hair. I'm just glad that you were catching up. I was afraid you would have remained behind. June's eyes widened at those words, and their conversation ended. The two silently decided to make up for the years spent on different sides of the immortal lands. The news about the return of Noah's group spread quickly. Even June had been aware of his arrival before he actually reached the blue regions. Mental messages containing different images that confirmed the return of the experts spread through the Legion's domain and informed every relevant character inside the organization. The demons, Second Prince, Daniel, Faith, Jordan, Ian, and even Alexander decided to organize an event that would bring the entire Legion together. No one cared about the differences between Noah's organization and the actual Legion. The experts only wanted an excuse to celebrate, catch up, and plan their next move. The news about the celebration arrived while June and Noah were still inside the castle. They didn't even notice those mental messages, but their companions took care of that matter. Regrouping was a significant aspect of their return. The celebration would allow every expert to gain knowledge of two sides of the immortal lands. Even the members of enemy organizations would join that conversation if they had the chance. Noah and June came out of the castle after sharing some other information about their last years. Noah learnt that June had managed to gain that sharp increase of power due to the countless battles engaged by the Legion. She had chosen to lead many platoons in different areas and destroy the other organization's hopes of recreating the human domain. June didn't stop there. She had also fought every pack of magical beasts in the area. She had tried to approach those creatures on her own most of the time. Still, the Legion's army had always been behind her. The many years spent fighting nonstop had forced her existence to improve. June had finally experienced a glimpse of an endless battlefield, and her law had benefited greatly from the event. Her cultivation level had even gained a lot when Second Prince was busy placing the defenses around the new domain of the Legion. June had to keep magical beasts and cultivators away while the expert built the formations, which involved another wave of long battles. I told you that everything comes to life whenever you are around, June commented when Luke informed them that the Legion had planned a meeting. I have been in this castle for centuries without seeing the slightest trace of an enemy. The Legion didn't even try to make events to appease my boredom. Yet, everything starts to move as soon as you come back. It's not like we'll separate again, Noah commented. Your cultivation level isn't a hindrance anymore. You can follow me in every mission. I'll rely on your ability to cause chaos wherever you go, June smirked. The duo followed Luke outside the castle, where King Elbaz and the others were waiting for them. The group had even managed to summon the evolved foolery, and they didn't forget to call the experts who had come from the other side of the immortal lands. The meeting is in a few months, King Elbaz explained. We should depart right away. Shouldn't we leave someone to defend the borders? Noah asked. No, please let them come, June almost begged. I've tried to leave openings in our defenses on purpose, but no one wants to move. I don't know what those cowards are doing in the outer lands, but they have no intention to return. Noah found the whole matter strange, and his gaze promptly fell on Luke. The latter nodded when he understood the hidden meaning in that gesture. The human organizations would never accept to live in the outer lands unless they had a few benefits, which usually meant heaven and earth. I have already sent baits toward different cells of the secret organization, Luke explained. We'll know more once someone decides to talk. Do you think they will? Noah asked. Our organization counts more than 30 rank 8 cultivators, Luke explained. Moreover, we have some of the best experts who have ever stepped on the immortal lands. I bet that everyone is dying for a chance to switch sides. No one remained in the castle. A massive group made of cultivators, hybrids, and magical beasts moved toward the center of the new domain of the Legion. Similar scenes unfolded in all the other outposts inside the domain. Even the existences in the 7th rank left their positions to attend the massive gathering. An event like that had never happened after the Legion had started to expand. Some of the weaker troops had never seen their leaders. The organization had even recruited the experts who had ascended from the new landing zones under its control. Its current size had reached incredible proportions. Multiple groups eventually appeared in the distance as Noah's army continued to march forward. The various teams decided to fuse during the rest of the journey, and Noah had the chance to meet some of his oldest friends. I also have a thing or two to say to heaven and earth. Flying Demon snorted when he heard Noah's story. It's a pity to have missed the chance to inspect the sky. Dreaming Demon continued. I wonder if I can purify heaven and earth's light and remove the flaws obtained through the forced absorption. Daniel commented. If you don't die first, Faith laughed. I must say, you really have a talent for this. How did you even end up near the sky? It was a trap, Noah explained. I didn't mention a few complicated details, but you'll learn everything once the meeting starts. I also want to understand what has happened here since I have a few cultivators to hunt. The demons, Daniel, and Faith were in the gaseous stage, but their power fell behind June. The latter was close to the breakthrough, while the others would still require a few centuries of training to reach her state. The Crystal City didn't make any move, Flying Demon explained. The secret organization has basically vanished. The human forces here didn't want to overcommit, Dreaming Demon continued. Their priority was the battle on the other side of the immortal lands. Most organizations didn't know if heaven and earth would have asked for reinforcements, so they kept their best assets hidden. They lost the old human domain because of that. What can reinforcements even do when 3 rank 9 existences rule the battlefield? Noah thought before focusing on a tall pyre in the distance. An immense fire that featured multicolored flames burnt at the center of a large plain. Countless experts had occupied different spots of the region while they waited for all the members of the Legion to gather. Noah couldn't help but note in his mind how big the Legion had become. The organization had been nothing more than a small force living in the outer lands. Instead, its current might could make the entire higher plane tremble. Jordan, Ian, Alexander, and other familiar experts appeared in Noah's sight and didn't hesitate to set off to meet him. The 2 hybrids had started to approach the breakthrough to the liquid stage in those years, and Noah didn't miss that detail. I heard that you caused another mess, Ian shouted once the group approached Noah's team. Which isn't surprising, Jordan added. We have a lot to discuss. Alexander went straight to the point. The new size of our domain requires a careful distribution of troops. We also have to reintroduce magical beasts in the environment and plan our next move. I think you can enjoy yourself today, Wilfred commented. Or we can resume clearing your mental sphere, Noah proposed before June punched his waist. The various groups eventually landed on the plain and gathered near the massive fire. The countless experts created a horde of powerful cultivators, hybrids, and magical beasts who began drinking and eating. Only Noah and the other higher-ups decided to occupy a slightly separated spot on the plain to discuss matters that didn't involve the underlings. That's a lot, Alexander commented. Are you sure that heaven and earth couldn't touch you anymore? What if that's another trick? I have a theory that has a few blank spots, Noah announced. The fact that their centers of power separated into 3 different entities might explain a lot about heaven and earth. Are you talking about the body? King Elbaz asked. Exactly, Noah continued. What if their body couldn't contain the energy required to reach the 10th rank? A center of power that is about to go past the normal cultivation journey should be enough to generate the immortal lands. So what? Jordan asked. Their centers of power simply split once their body gave up? That's my theory, Noah replied. I guess that they belong to a species similar to humans. That might explain why their body failed to endure the breakthrough. The cultivators in the area fell silent. Except for Fergie and Robert, the other humans didn't receive any physical enhancement. The issue that had afflicted heaven and earth could eventually land on them. I don't know how this helps us, Ian eventually said. This is heaven and earth's body, Noah said while placing his hands on the ground. They will eventually need it for the new attempt to reach the 10th rank, but we have laws that can counter their existence now. Robert and the foolery smiled at those words. They had followed Noah's speech closely, so they could vaguely understand the nature of his plan. Our domain is only a small part of the higher plane, Noah explained. The magical beast's domain is massive, and the outer lands are hard to evaluate due to the storms. However, we can start to overrule these areas before slowly infecting the others. Do you want to mutate the entire domain? King Elbaz asked as surprise filled his voice. Why not? Noah asked. It will also help to spread my influence. The entire Legion will benefit from my law once the ground starts radiating my existence. The process will take years, Wilfred commented. But we have years to use. Defeating heaven and earth requires drastic measures. I wasn't asking for your permission, Noah laughed. I'll start the process as soon as this meeting ends. Alexander, you should also come with me to take care of the remaining instabilities inside your mind. Alexander nodded without giving the matter a second thought. Noah was a lifesaver when it came to his innate flaw. The devouring ability of his mental waves could correct Alexander's greatest weakness. I only have one question at this point, Jordan announced while pointing toward Sword Saint. How do we handle him? Handle? Sword Saint asked. You aren't an enemy, but you aren't an ally either, Jordan explained. You have helped to repay a debt, but I don't know where your loyalty stands now. Only the blade deserves my loyalty, Sword Saint replied. I came here because I also share my deep enmity with heaven and earth. We can vouch for him. June suddenly stepped into the conversation. Part of his inheritance has fallen on our mortal lands. Noah's techniques prove that. I understood that, Jordan continued. I just don't know his current position. I will cut everything on my path until I'm fully able to endure the stormy regions, Sword Saint announced. Talking about inheritances, Flying Demon said while scratching his chin. There is this cultivator. He ascended D some time ago, and the Legion didn't miss the chance to seize him. Still, he kept saying that you were his master. Noah had almost forgotten about his inheritance after spending millennial in the Immortal lands. Someone had to find it sooner or later, but he had never fully prepared himself for the arrival of an heir. Where is he now? Noah asked, uncaring that the meeting had yet to end. I would like to meet him. He should be here, Flying Demon revealed while expanding his consciousness. Found him. He's near the edge of the region. I guess he doesn't like to celebrate. Flying Demon sent the location to Noah's mind through his consciousness, and the latter promptly shot in the air to identify the cultivator with his own eyes. A few figures followed Noah. King Elbaz, June, and Divine Demon appeared near him and waited for him to move. This should be personal, Noah commented while diving toward the edges of the region. I'm not going to miss your first meeting with your heir, June replied. He must meet the master of his master, Divine Demon added. I'm curious, King Elbaz limited himself to say before the group reached their destination. A tall cultivator who had a young face, short blonde hair, and azure eyes was cultivating next to a group of hybrids. The latter enjoyed the celebration and releasing cries toward the sky, but the man didn't seem interested in the event. The cultivator wore a sleeveless ragged robe, and his expression managed to remain cold even during his training. He was only a rank 7 expert in the liquid stage, but his power seemed about to approach the breakthrough. For figures suddenly appeared around the cultivator. The event snapped him out of his cultivation and alerted his senses, but the oppressive power released by Noah's group didn't allow him to move. The attack created shockwaves that tried to spread through the area, but the pressure released by 4 experts suppressed that power. The punch ended up landing on Noah's chest, where it didn't cause the slightest damage. Almost as strong as a hybrid, Noah thought before pulling the man from his arm and inspecting the dark mark. The elephant depicted by the mark seemed alive, But the technique was clearly different from the body inscription spell. Noah could sense life coming out of that spot, but he also noticed the dense breath that filled its insides. "It must be higher energy," King Elbaz suddenly said while bending toward the mark. "Definitely earth element. His law probably involves imitating and improving existing features. The requirements for its activation must be quite devilish. Do you need to kill the magical beasts to obtain some of their features?" Noah asked while glancing at the scared expert. "I can smell their blood from here." "Your heir had to be another admirer of the magical beasts," June commented. "I'm starting to think that heaven and earth have planned this out. I suggest we throw him in a pack of dragons and see how he does," Divine Demon proposed, but his 3 companions silently chose to ignore him for the rest of the inspection. The man didn't have the time to inspect Noah's group at the beginning. Their arrival had been too sudden, and he didn't want to risk getting caught by those unknown existences. However, his consciousness ended up inspecting Noah and the others after they captured him. A mixture of astonishment and fear filled his mind when he realized that the 4 figures belonged to rank 8 experts. Noah sensed the man's gaze and decided to place a finger on his forehead. His influence began to envelop the expert's mental sphere, but it didn't pierce it. He only wanted to make part of those memories resonate with his ambition. Part of the man's mental sea began to shine with a dark light before surging upward and flowing out of the mental sphere. Those memories entered Noah's finger and made him aware of the events that happened inside his inheritance. Noah didn't leave something that could instantly make him aware of the expert's life in his inheritance. Yet, he had filled the structure with his will and emotions. Part of them had inevitably flowed inside the man. Vague images entered Noah's mind. He could see a slightly younger version of the cultivator inside the darkness of his inheritance. The man fought barehanded to defeat the creatures protecting the structure, and a name eventually became clear among his thoughts. "Kirk, no last name or title," Noah announced. "He is definitely my heir." Noah removed his finger from the expert's forehead and let go of his arm. Kirk could straighten his position and kowtow toward his master, and the other 3 experts ended up laughing at that scene. Kirk immediately raised his head and inspected the experts. He didn't know why they were laughing. Kowtowing was only proper in front of his master. "The first rule of my organization forbids kneeling," Noah explained. "I'll let it go this time. On your feet now." Kirk quickly straightened his position again, and King Elbaz began to walk around him. His curiosity shot faint flares of mental energy from time to time that seeped inside the expert and studied his body. He appeared really interested in the matter. "He is an Elbaz," King Elbaz eventually explained. "I can sense that he belongs to my bloodline, but his connection with me is basically non-existent. His generation is too distant from me." "Luckily," Divine Demon commented, but everyone ignored him again. "I'm no Elbaz." Kirk spoke for the first time. "I know their kind. They are arrogant incompetents. I take pride in those that I have killed throughout the years. He is the reason why the Elbaz bloodline exists," June revealed while pointing toward King Elbaz. "He is the patriarch and main source of power of that blood." Kirk's expression froze when he heard that. His eyes tried to find King Elbaz, but the latter had completely disregarded his words and had resumed his inspection. "Don't worry," Noah winked toward Kirk. "I've also killed many of them. Actually, the Elbaz family has continued to live because they were the only humans left in the world. You couldn't avoid that blood." Kirk nodded before performing a bow to thank Noah for those words. "He is different from you," June said when she noticed that polite gesture. "He is lying," Noah laughed. "He is probably hoping to get something if he pleases me." Kirk's expression froze again. Noah had seen right through him, but he didn't appear angry about the matter. "He is definitely like you then," June commented. "What's the nature of your law anyway? I hope you can't just make yourself slightly stronger." Kirk glanced toward Noah, and the latter nodded. The man then lowered the upper part of his robe and revealed his burly body filled with scars. Dark marks that featured many magical beasts slowly materialized on his skin. Kirk's power increased as those drawings appeared, and Noah couldn't help but sense multiple traces of life coming for him. I absorb other living beings to take their best features, Kirk revealed. The process to obtain that power is long, but I wouldn't trade my law for anything else. I know that my existence has the strongest ability. I can see the Elba's blood now, June commented after Kirk's line. Noah and King Elbas ignored her to study those marks. They could sense that the various traces of life belonged to different creatures, but Kirk's existence seemed to be the core of their life. It's a special feature of his higher energy, King Elbas explained while placing his hand on one of the marks. Interesting. His earth can replicate life and trap it into his existence. It's similar to Alexander's ability, except for the drawbacks. He pays them before obtaining a new power. Kirk couldn't help but feel surprised at the accuracy of King Elba's explanation. The expert had inspected him for mere seconds, but he had already understood many core parts of his law. Higher energy that learns from life forms, Noah said. A power that imitates features of the world and turns them into your abilities. Can you ignore the limits of your element? Partially, Kirk revealed. The earth element is still stronger since my existence naturally tends toward that power. Also, my centers of power can't endure too many marks, so I have to choose which abilities to keep carefully. I bet you use the elemental forging method to imprint them into your body, Noah said while sniffing the various marks. I can smell your greed for power. Do you want to turn yourself into the perfect being? The higher plane is the perfect hunting ground, Kirk announced. I can find the best abilities here and fuse them with my existence while my capacity increases. Kirk seemed unable to hide the secrets behind his existence under Noah's probing. He respected his master too much to attempt to lie to him. The inheritance had changed his life, so Noah would get all the answers he wanted. I'm glad that you didn't rely too much on my techniques, Noah announced. Developing a law that completely reflects your existence is crucial for the cultivation journey. Kirk nodded. He felt as if he was in a dream. His master was praising his efforts. The meeting couldn't have gone better. You can throw him in a pack of dragons now, Noah said while clenching his grip on Kirk's arm. What? Kirk's expression froze for the third time, and worry filled his mind when he saw Divine Demon getting close. Why would you want to do that? King Elbas asked while wearing a blank expression. I want to see what he is really like, Noah snorted. Words are useless. Noah gave voice to a roar, and Jordan quickly flew toward him. The two of them exchanged a few words before she rose in the sky and started summoning a few hybrids and magical beasts. Make way! Noah roared to force the various experts busy celebrating away. I'm going to punch the ground even if you are still here. Cries began to fill the regions, but laughs eventually spread when the massive group saw Noah dragging Kirk toward an empty spot. Noah punched the ground, making sure that the shockwaves of his attack didn't spread through the region. A large area immediately crumbled, and his higher energy covered the hole to define the borders of that battlefield. Good luck, Noah said in his human voice before throwing Kirk into the hole. Kirk wanted to complain and use his abilities, but Noah's pressure prevented his attempts to leave the hole. The expert had to go through that event before regaining his freedom. Divine Demon laughed as he sat next to Noah. June shook her head before imitating the expert and taking out a few jugs of wine. Alexander and the other existences who had known Noah for a long time quickly arrived on the edges of the hole and joined the trio. Cups and more jugs came out of the storage spaces. The experts began to drink while Jordan made sure to create a trial for the cultivator. Meanwhile, Kirk stared at the tall edges of the hole in confusion. He didn't expect that development at all. Jordan eventually returned, and a small group of hybrids, cultivators, and magical beasts followed her. They were all experts in the liquid stage of the 7th rank, and they didn't hesitate to descend into the hole to prepare for the imminent battle. Dragons have more style, Divine Demon commented while emptying his cup. These areas are completely devoid of magical beasts. June sighed. Did you even listen to our summary? I have never listened in my life, Divine Demon shouted. That's literally impossible dash. June tried to complain, but Noah placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Battle. The foolery shouted from the edges of the hole, and Kirk didn't know what to think when he saw that a tall winged pig was part of the audience. "Master," Kirk said in a pleading voice, but Noah didn't budge. "I want to see how strong you are," Noah explained. "Also, lone cultivators aren't so polite. You can drop your act now. Don't worry. You are among maniacs." Kirk remained speechless when he noticed that more existences had started to amass on the edges of the hole. Some even took their place in the air since the ground became full. Everyone couldn't wait for the battle to begin. "Are you all crazy?" Kirk eventually shouted as his respectful face vanished. "I'm alone against 10 experts at my same level. Shut up and fight. Stop complaining. You are lucky they aren't dragons." A series of shouts resounded from the stages, with the latter belonging to Divine Demon. Noah limited himself to laugh and drink his wine while he brought June closer to his chest. "Go get them, my heir," Noah shouted while June found a comfortable position on his chest. "Does it feel good?" Divine Demon asked. "It's not bad," Noah laughed. "I hope he can match my expectations." "You are the best talent in the entire world," June snorted. "How can he even match you?" King Elbaz cleared his throat, but he didn't add anything when he noticed the foolery looking at him. The pig was waiting for his line, and he wouldn't satisfy him. "Did he go silent due to the pig?" Jordan asked as astonishment seeped into her voice. "We found the perfect counter," Wilfred laughed. "What has even happened to you on the other side?" Flying Demon asked as a tinge of regret appeared on his face. "We definitely missed a good spectacle," Faith sighed when she saw how tight the relationship among the various experts had become. "Enough," Noah roared. "Fight. You damned leaders," Kirk complained as a few marks appeared on his back. "No one will laugh once I absorb the world and force you all to eat my Shurdash." Kirk wanted to finish his line, but a hybrid with the shape of a three-headed wolf suddenly appeared at his side and tried to bite him. Kirk snorted. He raised his face toward the sky, and a new mark appeared on his throat. A shrill cry eventually came out of his mouth, and the sound waves generated by his voice forced all his opponents to interrupt their offensive. The three-headed wolf had to pull back its maws to endure the sound waves, but Kirk didn't let it go. His leg shot toward the creature's chest and flung it into the wall. The attack made the creature faint. A single physical blow delivered by a cultivator had defeated a hybrid at the same level. "He isn't bad," Noah laughed. "You would have done it with a finger back then," King Elbaz snorted. "He said something," the foolery shouted, but everyone wanted to pay attention to the battle, so they ignored the pig. Kirk turned toward the remaining 9 existences. 2 cultivators, 6 magical beasts of various species, and a humanoid hybrid had remained on the battlefield, but Kirk didn't seem scared about them. Jordan had purposely chosen opponents that didn't benefit much from Noah's influence. She had understood that the group only wanted to test Kirk's power, and she tried to avoid creating a deadly battle. One of the magical beasts, a massive rhino with metal skin, charged ahead and made the whole hole tremble. An eagle from behind the creature shot high in the sky and pointed its beak toward Kirk. One of the 2 white apes decided to follow the rhino, and ice spread under its feet. Kirk pointed 2 fingers toward the incoming rhino. He closed his eyes and began to gather his power. Noah and King Elbaz immediately recognized the higher energy flowing through his hand and creating a black mark on his fingertips. The rhino didn't stop even when Kirk's fingers began to glow with a brown light. A low noise then filled the area, and the ground in front of him began to shatter. Invisible energy was marching toward the rhino. The ground opened, and its shards began to rotate around the attack. Space also wanted to bend, but the immortal lands were too stable for that. The rhino suddenly vanished from the battlefield, but Kirk showed a surprised expression at that sight. His attack shouldn't have caused that effect, and his gaze soon went on the stages. Noah shrugged his shoulders when Kirk's eyes landed on him, and an explanation soon escaped his mouth. "Go all out. I'll make sure that none of them gets killed." A chill ran down Kirk's spine at those words. Noah didn't affect the fight before, but he had decided to save the rhino. He could instantly understand which attacks would cause more damage or lead to the death of one of the fighters. The scariest aspect of that feat was his ability to make the creature disappear without leaving any trace. Noah didn't even move from his position, but he had managed to affect the battle without interrupting its normal flow. The shrill cry of the eagle forced Kirk to snap back to reality. The creature dived toward the cultivator while the ape continued its march. Both magical beasts were about to release their attacks, but Kirk's confusion didn't affect his reaction time. Kirk leapt toward the eagle in an instant. His movements were swift and quick, and his hands reached the creature's neck before the effects of his previous ability ended. The cultivator enhanced his physical strength and tried to tear the neck with a swift movement, but the eagle suddenly disappeared from his grasp. "He likes to challenge you," June commented. "I would be surprised if he didn't test my ability," Noah laughed. Kirk could have taken care of the eagle and the ape at the same time, but the technique ended after the magical beast disappeared from his grasp. His desire to deliver a deadly blow to test Noah's power had allowed the ape to break free. The ape stomped its feet on the ground, and the ICCCU mulet behind it rose in the air before transforming into spikes that flew toward Kirk. Kirk's feet started to perform strange movements. Their shapes became blurry as the cultivator stepped on the air and began to walk among the sharp spikes. The ape fell in a daze when it watched that scene. Kirk appeared weightless as he walked through the attack and reached his opponent. Kirk placed his feet on the creature before an immense pressure fell on its shoulder. Both figures immediately dived into the ground. The attack had made them dig a hole inside the battlefield. The ape covered the area with ice as the elephant began to charge forward while waving its tusks. The cat disappeared, and the two cultivators rose in the air to point their hands toward Kirk. The hybrid also stepped forward, but she remained behind the group. She spread her arms and gathered flames in front of her CST while she waited for her companion's offensive to unfold. Kirk sprinted toward the elephant and grabbed its tusks. The magical beast tried to stomp its feet on the ground to generate a shockwave that could destabilize the cultivator, but it suddenly found itself unable to reach the terrain. Kirk lifted the elephant and threw it toward the incoming storm of ice shards. Then, he sprinted under the magical beast to block the cultivator's vision. The expert reappeared in front of the ape, where he promptly punched its belly. The attack flung the creature away and slammed it on the rocky wall. His senses suddenly warned him about a potential danger. Dark marks appeared around Kirk's eyes and enhanced his vision, allowing him to identify the creature hidden in the fabric of the world. Kirk's hand suddenly shot forward, and the tiny cat materialized in his grasp. The expert wanted to squeeze it to death, but the creature disappeared and left him empty-handed. The attacks landed on Kirk at that point. A lightning bolt with the shape of a snake and a series of unstable boulders fell on the cultivator. The whole fell into chaos. Waves of gray smoke and azure shards rose toward the sky as the lightning bolt dug the ground and the boulders detonated. The two cultivators had used some of their best attacks, but Noah didn't feel the need to intervene. The defensive layer returned inside his skin and revealed that Kirk had virtually suffered no damage. His figure then disappeared, and one of the cultivators replaced him. The cultivator that had remained in the sky turned, and his worries ended up being true. Kirk had switched places with the other expert, and he was already moving his arm to deploy an attack. Noah put the cultivator in the air inside the shadow domain before sending him among the audience. Only 3 opponents remained at that point. Kirk had yet to defeat a cultivator, the injured elephant, and the hybrid. Kirk didn't let his opponents gain the initiative. He shot toward the elephant and delivered a powerful kick toward its head. The magical beast endured the blow, but that only made Kirk deploy more power. The elephant fainted at that point, but the hybrid released her attack before he could get away from the creature. The elephant's figure disappeared when the fire spread through the area. The dense and raging flames flew in every direction and tried to burn every trace of life that still existed inside the hole. Noah had to use the shadow domain to save the 2 fainted creatures and the last cultivator. The hybrid had understood that power, so she felt no reason to hold back. However, a human figure walked through the flames. Kirk had summoned his silver defense again, but he seemed to struggle among that fire. Kirk staggered through the flames. The hybrid didn't seem able to pierce his silver defense, but he struggled to advance. A determined expression appeared on Kirk's face when the flames intensified. He wouldn't be able to reach his opponent in that condition, so he had to push his power forward. A mark appeared on his right hand. The symbol depicted a simple sphere, but Noah and the other experts could sense that it contained far more power than the others. Strange waves of power began to flow out of Kirk's figure. The cultivator became able to straighten his position after his power spread through the flames, and the hybrid could only shoot a surprised glance at that sight. The flames suddenly shattered. The few tongues of fire that managed to survive Kirk's attack fell on the ground before crumbling due to the pressure that had landed on the area. The pressure also fell on the hybrid at some point. Her physical strength was decent for her species, but she fell on her knees anyway. Kirk neared the hybrid and joined his hands above his head. He was about to deliver a killing blow, but Noah teleported his opponent away. "I didn't even start to attack," Kirk complained while turning toward the stages. "That ended a bit too soon," Noah announced while scratching his chin. "Let's try something different." Noah waved his hand, and a small dark cloud spread from his fingers. The dark matter then expanded and took the shape of a tall, six-armed dragon that landed on the hole and roared while lifting its head toward the sky. "I won't teleport this one away," Noah shouted. "Do your best." Kirk snorted before pointing his fingers toward the dragon. Dark marks covered his hand before a dense, invisible beam shot toward the creature. A hole suddenly opened on the dragon's chest. The invisible energy had dug through the dark matter in an instant, and the audience cheered at that scene. However, the dragon spat a sea of black flames that covered the entire battlefield. The hole in its chest even began to close as the fire destroyed the ground and absorbed its energy. Kirk had covered his figure with the silver skin to endure the fire, but cracks had started to appear on the defensive technique. Shards continued to leave his body and burn among the flames, and pieces of charred flesh inevitably appeared. "He isn't much if he can't defeat your dragon," Divine Demon commented. "He is still hiding things," Noah commented. "I bet he has a set of abilities meant only for the serious battles. The gravitational attack from before must be one of them." "Are you sure it was gravity?" Fergie asked from the side of the stages. "It was gravity," Noah and King Elbaz replied at the same time. Noah had clearly sensed the laws of space condensing after Kirk activated his ability. The hybrid's flames couldn't endure the pressure that had fallen on their fabric, and the same went for their owner. Kirk watched his silver layer falling apart under the black flames. His defense wouldn't endure any longer. He had to do something to turn the situation in his favor. The sphere-shaped mark reappeared on the back of his hand. A massive pressure flowed out of Kirk's figure and filled the entire battlefield. The black flames struggled against the ability for a while, but they eventually crumbled. The dragon also suffered from that pressure. Its body melted in multiple spots, but it managed to remain on its legs. The creature endured Kirk's ability and began to charge toward its opponent. Kirk saw the tall dragon pointing its clawed arms toward him. Only one instant separated him from the inevitable clash. He had the time to summon only one mark, and his previous enhanced physical strength wouldn't make him match the dragon. Kirk closed his eyes before his entire figure turned dark. He summoned a mark that covered his whole body, and even his aura began to change after that event. The few chunks of silver skin flowed back into his flesh before the dragon slashed its arms toward him. Claws closed on his figure, but no sound resounded in the area. All the rank 8 experts who could spread their consciousness without affecting the battle revealed surprised expressions. Even Noah felt interested in the new ability showed by his heir. Kirk didn't dodge the attack, but his flesh didn't endure the blow either. The dragon's claws had seeped into his body, but no blood came out of his now dark skin. He became immune to physical blows. Faith shouted, but the other rank 8 existences on the stage soon contradicted her. "Immunity doesn't exist in this world," King Elbaz explained. "It's a strange material," Sword Saint whispered. "But a sword can cut right through it." "He has developed a resistance to physical blows," Wilfred commented. But those abilities always have a limit. He would die if any of us were to punch him now. The dragon's claws remained stuck inside Kirk's body. The creature didn't manage to take them out. The cultivator had the time to prepare his next ability, and he had every intention to defeat his opponent in the next blow. Part of Kirk's skin returned to its previous color before dark marks appeared on the sides of his jaws. His mouth opened, and it quickly enlarged until it surpassed what human bodies should be able to perform. Kirk's mouth spread until it reached the ground. Noah couldn't help but find some similarities with Duanlong, but his heir's technique clearly came from a different species. The dragon tried to use its head to push Kirk away. It bit on the cultivator's upper torso, but he promptly tilted his face and made the creature end up in his mouth. A suction force then came out of Kirk's throat. The dragon tried to run away from that ability, but it seemed unable to free itself. The dark matter that made the creature began to separate from its body and flow inside Kirk's mouth. The dragon couldn't oppose the process. Chunks of its flesh fell prey to the technique, and its physical strength didn't help in that situation. The dragon tried to spit a wave of flames, but Kirk endured the blow and continued the absorption. The creature soon lost the entirety of its neck, but the suction force didn't stop affecting its figure. Why am I not surprised that he eats magical beasts? June laughed. He must have perfected his set of abilities before reaching the higher plane, Noah commented. I'm actually disappointed that he couldn't deal with an upper-tier creature faster. You shouldn't place impossible expectations on him, June continued. He is far stronger than his peers. He is resourceful, and powerful creatures don't scare him. He is good material. You can test him again after he gets a taste of your influence, Divine Demon said in one of his rare serious moments. Just throw him in the magical beast's domain if he remains a failure after that. All the dark matter contained in the dragon eventually flowed inside Kirk's mouth. His body then reverted to its normal human figure, and the cultivators showed a proud expression when he turned toward the stages. Do you want to test him some more? Divine Demon asked. I can always invent something. There's no point, Noah announced before patting June's shoulder. June left his chest, and Noah teleported next to Kirk. He grabbed his arm, and the duo vanished from the battlefield. The audience didn't have the time to cheer for Kirk's spectacle, but the foolery suddenly gave voice to a loud squeal that made everyone go back to the celebrations. Meanwhile, Noah reappeared in a nearby region and let Kirk fall on the ground. The cultivator lost his balance when his feet touched the terrain, but he quickly straightened his position and took a battle stance. You can lower your arms, Noah laughed. Your techniques are interesting, but I have my own path to follow. Is this another test? Kirk asked without lowering his arms. That was only to kill time, Noah smirked. We only wanted to understand if you could match our expectations. And? Kirk asked. Noah shot a cold glance toward Kirk. His reptilian eyes studied the expert while his instincts tried to gain a clear understanding of his power. You aren't bad, Noah revealed. But you have a long way to go. Try to follow me from now on. My influence will help you. Help me how? Kirk asked. The cultivator still didn't believe Noah. The last test had ruined part of the blind trust that he had toward his master. Noah scoffed before unfolding his aura. His energy ignored Kirk and focused on the rest of the region. The world began to change right in front of Kirk's eyes. The ground grew darker, and its fabric evolved. It transformed into a metal that radiated a black light. Instead, the air turned into a dense gas that began to devour the breath in the area. Kirk didn't know what to think. He had learnt how resilient the higher plane was, but Noah could transform it easily. The simple decision to spread his influence could force everything to evolve. Heaven and earth didn't like that event. Noah was stealing pieces of the higher plane from their domain, so their defenses had to activate. It didn't matter if they knew that Noah could take care of them easily. Black clouds that contained enough power to threaten rank 8 existences ACCU.mulat high in the sky. A massive lightning bolt fell, but Noah limited himself to wave his hand to destroy it. Kirk remained speechless as an invisible slash pierced the lightning bolt and forced its energy to disperse. The attack flew until it reached the clouds, and the tribulation crumbled. "Don't look so surprised," Noah said while looking toward the sky. The tribulation was in the lower tier. "I bet that heaven and earth have no control over them." "Heaven and earth?" Kirk repeated. "They don't have much energy to waste on battles they can't win," Noah explained. "We just took care of a trial in the 9th rank. Do you think that they would send something in the 8th rank if they had control over it?" "Why did they send it then?" Kirk asked. "Because they have to limit the amount of control over the world," Noah continued. "Part of their tribulations have to activate on their own. They would waste too much energy to keep their consciousness spread all the time otherwise." "You are talking as if heaven and earth were normal cultivators," Kirk complained. "They are in control of the entire world. They don't get tired or reckless. They are existences like everyone else," Noah sighed. "They are the strongest in the world, but that doesn't make them omnipotent. You'll learn about their flaws during your life in the immortal lands." "Tell me one now," Kirk asked, but his expression froze when Noah shot a cold glance toward him. "They can't understand what they did wrong," Noah revealed after Kirk lowered his head. "They don't know why their centers of power couldn't reach the 10th rank. They use their light to take new laws, but they aren't getting closer to their goal." "How can you know all of this?" Kirk asked as astonishment filled his face. "How can you be so sure about this knowledge?" "I'm only 60% sure about part of it," Noah winked toward Kirk. "I know that they failed the breakthrough and that they absorb laws. Everything else is just theory for now." Kirk couldn't take so much in such a short time. He had basically just stepped on the higher plane compared to Noah and other rank 8 experts. He had yet to develop a proper domain even. "Sit," Noah said while pointing at a random spot on the ground. "I'll tell you what I know about the immortal lands and heaven and earth system in general. I might even add some information about the cultivation journey. You'll decide what to do with it." Kirk immediately forgot about the previous test. He didn't care about that battle anymore. A rank 8 existence wanted to explain the world to him, so he sat and remained silent. Noah started from the beginning. He described the same details that he had learnt from Great Builder before moving to other features. His speech eventually started to involve his theories, and Kirk's mouth inevitably hung from his jaw once the talk ended. Noah then dragged Kirk back in the celebration and threw him among hybrids engaged in far from proper activities. The party was nearing its end, so everyone was trying to enjoy their last moments of peace. It wasn't a secret that Noah's return would bring chaos. Almost every higher-up in all the organizations of the higher plane knew that his actions often generated battles, wars, or crises. The Legion had an advantage over the other organizations. The latter didn't know that Noah had returned with a series of rank 8 cultivators willing to follow him in battle. Noah intended to exploit that advantage, but he had another project to complete first. Heaven and earth were his true enemies, and stealing pieces of their body could hurt them. He had to transform the Legion's domain before creating a training area and working on his power for a while. "How did it go?" June asked when Noah landed behind her. "He is still young," Noah sighed while sitting next to his lover. "I'll keep him around to improve his growth, but I don't think he will become relevant in our battles." Noah didn't mean the battles of the Legion with his last statement, and June understood the meaning behind his words. He was talking about the struggles against heaven and earth. His cultivation level also fell a bit short, but he had taken the first step into the final battlefield at least. "I bet they didn't expect you to become such a problem," June commented. "Their last plan failed, so the next one will be even harsher." "I'll be ready," Noah exclaimed while taking his lover in his arms. "I'll make heaven and earth feel that I'm getting close." "Why is that?" June asked as a puzzled expression fell on her face. Remaining unnoticed as long as possible was the proper approach when dealing with existences in control of the entire world. Buying time until your power reached the intended level was the best path in those situations. "I want them to feel fear," Noah revealed. "Their worry will make them commit mistakes that we can exploit." "What if you can't exploit them?" June wondered. "What if you end up bringing the rage of the world on us?" "That's exactly what I want," Noah laughed. How much energy do you think they'll have to waste for something like that? How reckless will they get if we end up surviving that challenge? The celebration eventually ended, and Noah decided to start his plan right away. June and many other higher-ups chose to settle in random areas of the domain to resume their cultivation, and most of the underlings spread through the regions to resume their duties. Noah took a few experts for himself. He needed Robert and the Foolery to spread the chaotic laws faster, but others decided to follow him even if their purposes didn't involve the transformation of the higher plane. Kirk decided to fly with Noah to bathe in his ambition and gain insights about the realm past the 7th rank. Alexander joined the mission to handle the few remaining instabilities of his mental state. Sword Saint didn't have much to do now, so he escorted the group to exchange ideas on sword arts. Even King Elbaz decided to join the mission. He wanted to study the new materials generated by the chaotic laws, and his experiments required those mutations to touch new fields. His existence also had to find a way to counter heaven and earth, and helping Noah would show him the right path faster. The group began their mission deep into the outer lands. They used King Elbaz items to keep track of their advance, and they opted for a methodical approach to the matter. King Elbaz also reviewed Second Prince's defenses and improved some of them. Still, a few praises escaped his mouth, and everyone remained speechless whenever they heard them. The transformation happened rather quickly with the 3 experts in the same regions. The Foolery's blue bushes could also continue to spread the chaotic influence once they filled large areas, so their work proceeded faster than they expected. The team visited every region and inspected every corner of that massive domain. Most of those lands were empty due to the defenses on the borders, but strategies to repopulate them were already ongoing. Noah's understanding increased as the process went on. His ability to mutate matter belonging to heaven and earth improved as he gained a better idea about his existence. The mutations generated by his ambition could enlighten Noah about certain aspects of the world, and his existence as a whole ended up benefiting from that understanding. The transformations featured destruction, creation, and an innate desire to strive for higher forms of power. That process reflected Noah's existence, and he learnt a lot about himself by studying it. He could see his greatness, but he also noticed his flaws. Part of the mutated matter would take life as an effect of Noah's ambition. It would even naturally inherit a desire for power that made it absorb the breath around it. The process was far from smooth. The newborns didn't have any understanding of their power or surroundings. They attacked mindlessly, without caring if something stronger than their existence in the area. Noah's powerful mental sphere took care of every mental instability that tried to appear in his mind. His ambition was relentless energy that forced him to desire more power, but he could preserve his reason thanks to his consciousness. Yet, it was clear that heaven and earth would try to exploit his flaws during a possible punishment explicitly aimed for him. His mind was resilient, but he didn't feel completely confident when his opponents were the rulers of the world. Alexander helped Noah improving his mental sphere. The ghosts inside the hybrid's mind could enlarge Noah's consciousness by a lot since only the strongest were still alive. Noah saw many ethereal figures belonging to upper-tier magical beasts. His power made him able to face those creatures and devour their will, but the process was inevitably slower since he could only have mental fights against them. Still, Noah and Alexander had a lot of time to spend together, so they approached the project slowly. Noah even waited a few months among the procedures to restore part of his mental wall's firmness. Another flaw that became evident after inspecting the transformation of the world was the scarce harmony that a region obtained after most of its matter had mutated. Noah's ambition didn't care about the region as a whole. It influenced everything in the area and didn't mind if some parts became stronger than others. Some regions ended up crumbling because a small area managed to devour its surroundings after the mutations. A simple unbalance of power in the land had been enough to bring all the environment near its death. I naturally see me as the surviving mutated spot, Noah thought while continuing the mission, but what if I'm the region? What if a sudden chance to gain a quick breakthrough destabilizes my existence and kills me? Noah had a counter for that flaw too. His black hole handled all the issues that could bring to an eventual destabilization. The organ could even force an uncaring existence like the parasite to harmonize with the body. Yet the issue remained. Noah's opponents were the rulers of the world, so his certainties could turn out to be wrong during a special punishment. Kirk went through many levels of astonishment during the travel. Noah's pace allowed him to handle part of his training while he followed the group, but he still felt the need to seclude himself after being with his master for a few years. That experience was priceless. Kirk piled insights inside his mind but suppressed his desire to seclude himself. The mission would take a while to end, and he didn't want to miss a second of that travel. Heaven tribulations fell from time to time on the group, but the experts barely considered those events a challenge. Alexander was with them in the end. They wouldn't fear anything below the 9th rank. The transformed regions grew darker before a blue color filled them. The entirety of the Legion's domain slowly mutated as the group continued their long journey. Noah almost couldn't believe his eyes when he saw golden inscriptions appearing in front of him. The event marked their arrival on the other side of the domain and told the group that the mission had reached its final stages. The experts quickly took care of mutating the few remaining regions on the border. The process only lasted for a few years. After that, Noah could claim that the entirety of the Legion's domain had turned into a blue spectacle that didn't belong to heaven and earth. "You didn't need to escort us until the end of the mission," Noah said to Alexander. "You don't have mental flaws for now. You can resume eating magical beasts." "It only seemed proper," Alexander laughed. His mood had greatly improved after his mind stopped containing the troublesome ethereal figures of the magical beasts. Alexander had reached a peak that his innate flaw had never allowed him to touch. "You should focus on your breakthrough now," Noah ordered when he turned toward Kirk. "This mission made you waste many years already." "I wouldn't call them wasted, Master," Kirk politely replied. "I don't know how to repay you for this experience." "Easy," Noah snorted. "Get strong quickly enough to help with the battle against heaven and earth." Kirk nodded before shooting toward the spot that Noah had appointed to be his new training area. "What are your plans?" Noah asked after turning toward Sword Saint. "I didn't think you would stick around for so long. I figured that I could wait a bit longer before returning toward the stormy regions," Sword Saint announced. "I have even started to believe that I won't go back on my own." "I have a lot to do here," Noah replied. "You'll see," Sword Saint continued. "I'll give you 1 or 2 projects before getting bored of this part of the Immortal lands." Noah wanted to answer something, but a series of figures suddenly appeared in the distance. Wilfred, Jordan, and other hybrids were carrying scared magical beasts toward the blue domain. "You are here," Wilfred shouted when he noticed Noah and the others. "Contact Luke. He has found something about the secret organization. It's rare for different cells of the secret organization to group up," Luke explained. "But the sudden expansion of the Legion has turned everything upside down. The human organizations don't have enough space anymore." Luke, Noah, and other experts interested in the imminent mission had gathered at the center of the Legion's domain to discuss the secret organization. Apparently, the sudden shift in the political environment caused by the Legion had forced the secret organization to take a stand. That force couldn't remain outside of the human struggles anymore, but the different agendas of the various cells had inevitably created a problem. Some of the cells wanted to side with the human forces and see where heaven and earth would lead them. Instead, others saw in Noah and the Legion natural allies. That division caused a leak in the network of the secret organizations. The human forces learnt about the involvement of some of their leaders with heaven and earth, and chaos inevitably spread. The matter wasn't as simple as it looked. Internal fights happened inside the human organizations. Discord started to thrive among those forces after they learnt about the hidden interests of some of their leaders. Most organizations didn't know about their leaders' involvement with heaven and earth. Only a few experts held the secret meetings, while the others continued to believe that the cultivation journey would eventually make them clash with the rulers. The crisis that had fallen on the Balro family didn't help heaven and earth's side either. The experts had learnt that some of their leaders wouldn't mind sacrificing their entire force to take out a few enemies of the world. That information only intensified the internal clashes. Luke's team had gathered that knowledge during the expansion of the Legion. They had even found a few cells willing to share information about the new environment of the human domain in the Outer Lands. Luke could contact those cells without revealing that Noah and the others had returned. He could inform them that a plan was in motion and that he needed their cooperation to make it work. In exchange, they could become allies of the largest organization in the world. How come they all want to be our friends now? Divine Demon asked. We should be the misfits. The cultivators don't know who to trust, Luke explained. Discovering that some of their leaders are secretly working for heaven and earth has spread chaos through their ranks. Instead, the Legion has always been clear about its position. Destroying a few castles of the Crystal City turned us into heroes. Wilfred sighed as a tinge of disgust appeared on his face. Wilfred liked the life of a true hybrid. The changes of sides of the human forces disgusted him, but he hated the secrecy of their leaders even more. You don't understand, Luke continued. The magical beasts are the greatest enemy of the human organizations, but the Legion has hybrids capable of ruling them. This is a tactical advantage that the cultivators can't ignore. Noah remained silent while he listened to Luke's explanations. He didn't like the situation either. He felt that the human side was too untrustworthy since it was willing to switch sides only after losing its domain. Still, he understood that the human organizations as a whole weren't to blame. Only a few experts were at fault. The others were generally too weak to understand what happened behind the scenes. I only want to find the place where they contact heaven and earth, Noah announced. I don't care about the human forces. The talented cultivators willing to fight the rulers will eventually end up inside my organization anyway. That might be an issue, Luke revealed. Only one leader in the faction that opposes heaven and earth knows about that place, and he will never reveal that information unless we give something in return. What can they even want? King Elbaz snorted. We are all moving toward the 9th rank. Most items and resources have become useless. They want lands, Luke answered. The Legion won't give up to its territories, Ian said. We won't sell even an inch of our domain. They don't want them here, Luke added. They want the Legion to take control of part of the magical beast's domain and clear those areas for them. Noah's eyes sharpened. The secret organization basically wanted to see if the Legion could really handle the magical beast's issue. The lack of lands wouldn't be a problem if the Legion proved itself up to the task. The magical beast's domain was far larger than the other zones. It had an immense number of regions, but the human organizations didn't dare to approach it for fear of triggering a new invasion. So what? Divine Demon asked. Do we clear a region and give it to his cell in exchange for our target? That sounds too easy. And arrogant, Noah added, and all the experts turned toward him. I don't think this leader understands how things work now, Noah explained. We are at the top of the food chain, so he has to give up the information first. I've only heard rumors about him, Luke sighed. He is stubborn. He will never give up on his soul leverage. We can also be stubborn, Ian complained. Let them rot in the Outer Lands. They aren't as resilient as us. The winds will eventually break them. We won't go out of these lands anytime soon, Noah explained. But we shouldn't go silent either. I want to meet this cultivator. That might go poorly, Luke said. It will definitely go poorly, King Elbaz exclaimed. You aren't famous for your political expertise. I don't care, Noah announced. The higher plane has to learn who we are. We are approaching the final battle. We have to disregard safety to establish our position. Everyone went silent when Noah mentioned the final battle. The memories of heaven and earth's trap were still vivid in their minds, but their power had yet to obtain the necessary features to counter the rulers. When do you want this meeting to happen? Luke asked as a helpless sigh escaped his mouth. I don't know yet, Noah explained. Follow Ian's advice for now. Leave this cultivator hanging while we seclude ourselves. I won't risk going out before absorbing the recent experiences. Luke nodded before standing and leaving the underground area. He would alternate with his team to handle the political interactions with the outside world. We can always launch a direct attack to every organization in the Outer Lands, Divine Demon proposed. Some of them will decide to side with us. These tactics won't work, King Elbaz snorted. We would only invite spies. You can't be so reckless when building a force. We are a reckless bunch, Noah laughed. Don't worry, we won't have new members for a while. I plan to cause a mess in the Outer Lands, but I want to see this cultivator first. Also, our seclusion comes first. I wouldn't even mind spending an entire millennium here after what we went through. The atmosphere turned heavy again. Noah's words had officially marked the beginning of the training session. Everyone would have to evolve their law and turn it into something that could counter heaven and earth. Those who failed in that task would most likely lose their spot in the final battle. Noah and the Legion as a whole went silent. All the experts who had faced heaven and earth's trap needed to cultivate and turn their experiences into part of their power. Those who had remained on that side of the immortal lands also had to improve. Luckily for them, the influence that flowed through those lands was the perfect fuel. Only the weaker troops remained active inside the Legion's domain. They limited themselves to patrol the regions and take care of the magical beasts that the experts had brought from outside their borders. The Legion's domain had transformed, but the magical beasts didn't care about those features. Noah's influence was a passive effect connected to the mutated laws that filled those regions. So those creatures ended up benefiting from his power without bothering to notice its marvelous features. The same didn't apply to the cultivators and hybrids. King Elbaz had followed Noah and the others during the previous mission, and he had made sure that every region featured a dispenser of ambition. Those inscribed items were quite simple. They absorbed the leftovers of Noah's ambition and sent them toward the surface. The underground world would naturally mutate due to the roots of the blue bushes, so the air had to be the target of King Elbaz's tools. Noah also cultivated. He didn't need to do much during his seclusion. He barely had projects to attend at his current level, so he could focus the entirety of his attention on his centers of power. Instead, the other experts felt far more pressure on themselves. They had to overcome one of the greatest hurdles of their cultivation journey. They had to develop powers that could make them able to counter heaven and earth's laws. The process wasn't easy for them, and Noah couldn't help with it. He could rebuild experts and force them to be reborn as new existences, but that approach wouldn't work for everyone. Fergie, Robert, and the Foolery were special situations. Fergie was nothing more than a corpse when Noah decided to transform him, while Robert belonged to heaven and earth's system. Both experts needed a complete rebirth to gain access to the cultivation journey again. Instead, the Foolery didn't have laws. It was a magical beast that had slowly developed a sea of consciousness after bathing in Noah's influence for a long time. The transformation couldn't hurt its true meaning because it simply didn't have one. King Elbaz and the other experts were in a far different position. They had laws built throughout countless years of struggle and training. Asking for Noah's help would only hurt their pride and make their existence crumble. Noah would still help them if they hit a wall in their cultivation journey. But that wasn't the issue at the moment. The experts didn't have to improve. They had to develop powers that most existences didn't even consider, abilities that didn't follow the usual path. Even Noah would have never gotten his hands on those abilities if it weren't for the devils. He didn't even know that laws capable of countering heaven and earth could exist in the immortal lands before the mission on the other side. The other experts had to succeed in the arduous task of developing similar powers without having access to devils. They had Noah's influence all around them, but there was a limit to how much the simple study of chaotic laws could help. Noah experienced a peace that the immortal lands had rarely offered. He cultivated for years on the surface of the higher plane. His chaotic laws fended off the harmful properties of heaven and earth's light, so his mind ended up improving faster than his other centers of power. June often visited him, and she always brought powerful magical beasts defeated during her training. Noah couldn't show his face outside of the Legion yet, so she took care of filling part of the immense requirements of his body. The rest of the weaker troops did the same, and even some of his underlings helped. Cultivators, hybrids, and magical beasts dropped corpses near Noah whenever they passed through his region. Training in those conditions was perfect, But the stillness of those peaceful years inevitably forced Noah to move his attention elsewhere. He had never liked staying still, especially when it came to his battle prowess. The seclusion was benefiting his centers of power, but he had to do something to improve his overall might. His thoughts inevitably fell on the technique found inside Sword Saint's memories. The two of them had even managed to deploy a proper version of that slash inside Heaven and Earth's trap, and its power had been astounding. Noah wanted to get his hands on that power as soon as possible, but his centers of power had structural limits at their current state. They couldn't endure the massive amount of energy required by the attack and make Noah able to perform a slash at the same time. It was something that even his incredible body couldn't overcome. Noah would lose control of some aspects of the technique whenever he focused on other features. The mass of energy would explode if he gathered his power to perform a slash capable of piercing its surface. Something similar happened if he focused on the unstable sphere. His attack wouldn't have enough power to open a crack on the technique. That seemed an unsolvable issue at his current level, but Noah wouldn't let go of the matter so quickly. His centers of power might not have enough energy to perform the technique, but he wasn't alone. Coordination is the key here, Noah transmitted through his mental connection. Precision is essential. The entire technique will blow up if you fail to create the ideal crack. How should I even know what type of crack I have to open? Night complained inside Noah's mind. I can sense that you don't know that either. We test it with weaker versions of the attack until we learn how to do it with the intended amount of power, Noah explained. It's a long and tedious process, but you have seen the power of that technique. The reward is totally worth it. Night couldn't oppose Noah's plan, but it didn't want to contradict him in general. It wouldn't waste the chance to improve his battle prowess. It didn't matter how tedious the process was. Noah and Night began unique training sessions that saw the two gathering data about that technique. They spent months testing their coordination and studying how the masses of energy reacted to the pterodactyl. The tests inevitably led to explosions. Noah wasn't a stranger to those reactions, and his body was strong enough to endure them. He was still limiting the amount of energy condensed in his technique, so he didn't need to worry about his safety just yet. The first positive outcomes led the duo to test the ability with more energy. The experiments became more dangerous, and Noah often found himself forced to deploy the shadow domain to escape the detonations. The region ended up suffering from the procedure, but Noah didn't care. His attacks could only spread even more chaotic laws. The ground could crack and vanish, but the ambition that filled the area only intensified. Noah left his training area once he felt that his existence had gained as much as possible from the seclusion. He didn't know how long he had spent there, but his instincts told him that it was time to stir another mess. Noah sent a message to all his companions through his inscribed notebook. Meanwhile, he set up a meeting with Luke and the experts who had remained in contact with the Outer Lands. It didn't take much before a series of mental messages reached his mind. Noah felt glad to hear that most of his friends were ready to interrupt their seclusion and join him in the mission in the Outer Lands. King Elbaz, Wilfred, Divine Demon, Sword Saint, June, Robert, and Jordan quickly gathered in the appointed spot. Noah could only nod when he inspected them. Their auras didn't obtain evident new features, but his instincts went past appearances and told him that they had changed. Noah didn't know if they had improved or had developed techniques capable of countering heaven and earth, but he didn't probe on that matter. His companions knew how risky it was to leave the mutated regions, but the choice had to remain in their hands. This should be everyone, Noah explained. The others are still deep in their training or busy with other projects. I've seen the pig while flying here, Jordan exclaimed while wearing an ugly expression. I think its underlings believe it to be the key to improve their species. We will find many little foolery hanging around in a few years. Noah and the others ignored Jordan. None of them dared to address the issue. The foolery was still a magical beast at its core, so it was normal for the other specimens to see it as the perfect mating partner. Luke eventually arrived and created a large map on the ground. He described the current layout of the Immortal lands and the path to reach the allied cell of the secret organization. He even had coordinates for King Elbaz. The leader of the faction liked the idea of a meeting, Luke revealed during his explanation. He is quite restless about it. He is a battle maniac, June sighed while shaking her head. He is far from simple, Luke explained. I think his stubbornness is part of his law, so convincing him to sell his information might turn out to be hard. It doesn't matter. Noah shrugged his shoulders. Elbaz. How long until the teleport is ready? King Elbaz snorted before waving his hand. Golden lines suddenly came out of his space ring and fell on the ground before fusing with the terrain. I only need to change a few lines, King Elbaz announced. Give me half a day. Waiting half a day was nothing for beings in the 8th rank. Those hours would pass in the blink of an eye, but Luke decided to use that time to describe the cell of the secret organization. We are going to meet one of the main factions, Luke explained. My sources say that its leader is behind the leak that has caused the problems in the human organizations. This cell is the biggest among those against heaven and earth, but I wouldn't consider it as a natural ally. He has leaked information once, King Elbaz continued. He will do it again if the conditions are right. I bet that many of our enemies would like to know about our return. We settle this matter in a single meeting then, Noah announced. No point giving him a second leverage. What if he refuses to comply? Luke asked. I think I can bribe someone inside the cell. We might be able to check on the leader. Don't bother, Noah plainly replied. We'll kill everyone if this meeting doesn't go as planned. How can we find our target without him? Luke continued to ask as his confusion intensified. We keep killing every other organization on our path. Noah revealed a cold smirk. Someone will talk. If they don't, we'll cover the entire immortal lands with chaotic laws. Something will eventually come up. Luke didn't know what to answer, but the other experts seemed determined to follow that plan. He appeared to be the only one who still hoped to solve the matter peacefully. King Elbaz soon completed the teleport, and the experts instantly stepped inside the formation. Luke also followed the group, and golden light soon filled their vision. The scenery had drastically changed after the light vanished. The Legion's domain had a constant blue halo above it, but the outer lands still preserved their natural azure color. Light winds made of chaotic laws blew through the sky. Noah raised his hand, but the gales ignored him. He couldn't control them even with his influence as a devil. They seemed to belong to a different realm. Noah soon lifted his head. The sky didn't react to their exit from the protected areas of the Legion's domain. The world didn't seem interested in their presence there, and the event left everyone quite satisfied. This way, Luke eventually exclaimed, and the group followed him. King Elbaz handled the usual inspection of the surrounding areas. Wilfred and Jordan took care of the sidelines of the group since their senses could go further than the mental waves. Robert, Noah, and June flew right behind Luke, ready to attack if something went poorly. Sword Saint and Divine Demon roamed freely among the group. Their character didn't make them eligible for specific roles, so the group felt satisfied as long as they didn't endanger the mission. The group flew for a few days before reaching a long and deep ravine covered with strange crimson trees that had no leaves. The insides of the crack shone with azure light, but they didn't seem to contain much. Only a small river and a few magical plants stood at the bottom of the structure. I'll make sure to announce our arrival, Luke exclaimed, but King Elbaz promptly interrupted him. I'll handle this, King Elbaz said before condensing a golden sphere in his palm and throwing it toward the insides of the canyon. The sphere shone and illuminated every corner of the structure with its golden light. Formations and glowing lines appeared whenever the golden flashes landed on the surfaces of the gorge. Defenses filled the insides, and even King Elbaz would have to spend a while to overcome them. You have finally arrived. A voice suddenly came out from the bottom of the ravine. The defenses slowly went dark, and even the illusion that hid the buildings at the bottom of the canyon stopped working. Someone had purposely decided to reveal their cards. A human figure slowly rose from the bottom of the valley. It belonged to a bald old man who had a long gray beard. His power also spread in the area so Noah's team could study his cultivation level. The expert was a rank 8 existence in the solid stage. He was about to reach the peak of the journey. A bird told me that you wouldn't clear an area in the magical beast's domain until I tell you where to find the connection with heaven and earth, the man announced. I like your spirit. I bet our fight will be decent. The man's announcement made most of the experts in Noah's group shake their heads. Luke had warned them about the cultivator's character, but they didn't expect him to be so straightforward about it. You are? Noah asked while his superior awareness did its best to study the expert. Noah had fought solid-stage cultivators already, but they had always belonged to heaven and earth's system. Those opponents couldn't rely on their real power. They were always at their weakest during the battles. Names are a currency in the secret organization, the cultivator exclaimed. But I'll make an exception for you. I'll tell you my name if you survive the next exchange. Noah glanced at Luke, but the latter pretended not to see that. He had already warned Noah about the expert's personality. It was his problem to handle now. This sounds like a challenging dash. Divine Demon tried to shout while flying forward, but Jordan and Wilfred promptly covered his mouth and dragged him back to the sidelines. Robert couldn't help but laugh at that scene, but a faint sharpness suddenly spread behind him. The expert turned and saw that Sword Saint had placed a hand under his chin while following the old man with his covered eyes. Are we all battle maniacs? June asked at that sight. June's cultivation level had forced her to remain behind during many missions. She had yet to know all the experts inside Noah's team properly, but she liked what she saw. Idiot usually describes all of them, King Elbas sighed. I'll take care of this, Noah said while turning toward Sword Saint. The expert scoffed, but he retracted his sharpness. He wanted to test his blade against the solid-stage cultivator, but he respected Noah's needs. No one else could take care of that battle. The cultivator wouldn't bother to respect Noah's organization if he let his companions fight. He had to show his value as a leader to one of the heads of the secret organization. Nice guts, the old man exclaimed when Noah stepped forward and the demonic sword appeared in his hand. I'll cut through your attack, Noah announced. Come. The old man inspected Noah. He had studied the reports about defying demon, so he knew most of his abilities. The lack of enhancement of his cultivation level left the expert confused. It seemed that Noah wanted to face his attack without improving his centers of power. You shouldn't be so arrogant, the old man shouted. I don't know what you have gone through on the other side of the immortal lands, but I won't accept this amount of disrespect. You'll die if you don't rely on your law. We are divine entities, Noah sighed. We are laws. The old man smirked before raising his hand. His aura expanded and created a domain that fused with the matter of the world and altered its nature. Everything became stiff. Noah sensed the air solidifying next to him, but his eyes confirmed that it wasn't transforming. It was still air. It had only gained the same density as metal. This isn't an evolution, Noah thought without moving his eyes away from the expert. It's not an enhancement either. There is a thin line between determination and madness, the old man announced. Do you think we have crossed it? Do you think cultivators should have accepted the 8th rank as a limit? It doesn't matter what I think, Noah replied. Ambition will appear as long as lifeforms exist. It doesn't have to be reasonable. Someone will inevitably try to climb a mountain as long as it has a peak. What if the journey kills you? The old man asked as the space above his hand began to twist. You can always decide to stay away from the mountain, Noah laughed. Still, you need power to stop others from approaching the journey, and only the mountain can give you power. What if the mountain is the very sky that shines above you? The old man continued with his questions. The mountain is the sky, the ground, and the very air you breathe, Noah replied. You are born inside the journey. But you can choose how to live it, the old man asked while pointing his hand toward Noah. Space began to twist even in that spot, but Noah didn't feel anything dangerous yet. He could sense that the expert wanted to test his character, and a difference in opinions might trigger the clash. Can you? Noah asked. Do you really have the ability to choose when everything around you holds power? So, you seized power to gain the ability to choose, the old man commented. I seized power to gain the ability to live, Noah contradicted him. Heaven and earth put you in the wrong species. The old man continued as his fingers arched. You should have been born as a magical beast. I fixed that part. Noah laughed. I can assure you that heaven and earth messed up far worse than you think. How can a being that lives for power even lead other existences? The old man asked. By leading to power, obviously, Noah replied. You only want war, the old man said. I only want to cut the mountain in half. Noah laughed again. You are pure destruction, the cultivator shouted. A leader can't be a mere warmonger. Who said that? Noah shrugged his shoulders. Who makes the rules? Who decides the definitions? Reach the stars if you want to apply your ideas to the world, but get in line. It's sad that these pointers will gain value only if your power can back them up, the cultivator sighed. I told you, Noah laughed. It's all a matter of power. The old man shook his head before closing his fingers into a fist. A gale made of dense matter shot out of his hand and twisted the space around it as it flew through the sky. Noah's eyes sharpened as intense anger spread from his figure. The demonic deduction technique activated to inspect the blow, and his blade moved as he learnt about its structural weaknesses. I'll cut through this attack, Noah thought as his ambition flowed toward the demonic sword and created a dark halo around its edge. Noah withdrew the demonic sword before thrusting it forward. A small black slash came out of its edge and transformed into a minute-flying blade that flew toward the dense gale. A spiderweb of black lines spread inside the gale as soon as the small sword touched it. Noah's attack seeped inside the dense energy and triggered the power ACCU.mulat inside the black marks whenever it passed through them. It didn't take much before chunks of the cultivator's ability dispersed back into the environment. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. Noah's attack didn't reach the solid stage, but his gale seemed unable to face it. The small sword had enhanced every instability in his spell before activating them through its power. The ability was basically falling apart due to its own energy. The blade crossed and dispersed the entire gale before vanishing once it left the attack. The old man tried to grab the energy contained in Noah's slash, but he couldn't find it when his hand reached that spot. Instead, the expert discovered that part of his domain had transformed. The laws in that spot didn't belong to him anymore. The air had mutated into a small rock that seemed able to generate a heavy pressure similar to his technique. My name is Stephen, the old man announced while studying the rock. I hope you can pull this off again. Do we finally fight for real, Stephen? Noah laughed as he placed the demonic sword on his shoulder. Noah had to use his ambition to perform the previous attack. He didn't enhance his centers of power or specific abilities. He had empowered his destruction, and the effects had been incredible. I can fight against normal solid-stage cultivators, Noah concluded in his mind. I might even face them without my ambition if I go all out with the cursed sword. We have always been fighting, Stephen replied. I admit that your existence appears necessary in the battle against heaven and earth, but I'm not ready to give up on my leadership yet. Who cares? Noah snorted. It's your choice whether to follow me or not. I only want heaven and earth's location. You should care since I want you to become my underling, Stephen announced. My organization can handle the human forces, while yours can take care of the magical beast's domain. We can conquer the whole world before assaulting the sky. I don't care about control, Noah replied before pointing toward his companions. I can call them underlings, but they have never lost their freedom while following me. We have different goals, but they all aim at the sky. It seems that you don't understand the nature of an organization, Stephen contradicted him. You are in the corner of the immortal lands. Noah laughed while spreading his arms. My organization lives in your old home. Are you sure you got that right? A tremor ran through Stephen's expression, but a cold smile soon spread on his face. The expert's aura surged as he raised both arms toward the sky. He didn't seem in the mood to talk anymore. Noah's expression grew cold as dark matter and black roots covered his figure. His companions also came out of the separate space and prepared for the battle. Stephen lowered his arms, and a massive wall of energy fell toward Noah. It seemed that the attack contained more than simple dense matter. but Noah still couldn't figure out its true nature. Noah waved the demonic sword while his roots took the shape of a blade. The small slash shot out again and created a tight array of black lines once it touched the wall. A series of slashes flew out of the roots even if Noah didn't perform any move. The attacks didn't contain his usual energy either. They were dense lumps of corrosive aura that had taken the shape of sharp blows. Stephen snorted before slapping his fingers. The corrosive slashes suddenly hit an invisible wall and spread their energy on that spot. Air vanished among the sky, but the attack didn't manage to get near the expert. Stephen pointed his hand toward Noah, but he suddenly noticed that he had disappeared. His aura had also vanished. He seemed to have left the battlefield. His eyes inevitably went on the experts floating outside of his domain. They wore confused and curious expressions, but none of them tried to step into the fight. It seemed that Noah was still around somewhere. A strange feeling spread from inside Stephen's chest, but the expert promptly deployed his counter to Noah's shadow domain. His whole body condensed and stopped the spreading of that sensation. Noah reappeared above Stephen. He had just stuffed his body with many instabilities, but the expert seemed fine even after their detonation. Still, Noah believed that it would take Stephen a few seconds to recover, and he wouldn't waste that chance. A single black slash flew out of his swords and aimed for Stephen's neck. It was a clean attack that could cut even upper-tier magical beasts due to the enhancements on its destructive power. The slash hit the back of Stephen's neck, but Noah's expression froze when he saw that the attack didn't have any effect. The expert didn't suffer any injury. Not even a mark had appeared on his skin. Noah didn't know what to think about that scene, but he didn't stop his offensive. Every ability had limits, and a relentless wave of attack usually forced the laws to reveal their weaknesses. Stephen proved him wrong. The expert didn't move at all during the attack. He accepted the arrival of the blades, but they didn't manage to pierce his skin. "You underestimate the power of my determination," Stephen whispered as he turned his head to stare at his opponent. Noah snorted and kicked the expert, but Stephen remained in the same position even after enduring the full might of his enhanced physical strength. Is he a hybrid? Noah wondered as the impact with the expert's skin flung him far away in the sky. That doesn't seem to be the case. Noah could accept that Stephen might have kept his status as a hybrid a secret, but his defensive abilities seemed to come from something different than his species. It wasn't a matter of spells either. It was something strange connected to his law. Snore materialized above Stephen and spread its wings. A rain of black feathers fell on the expert and generated a massive explosion that destroyed the entire domain. Remaining in the area became almost impossible for the experts in the distance. They had to deploy techniques or directly run away to deal with the raging waves of dark matter spreading through the world. "It's still alive," Night transmitted through the mental connection. "Cut him then," Noah ordered. Duanlong then began to advance until it reached a position where Night could fuse with the world and fly toward Stephen safely. The pterodactyl tried to enter the expert once it touched his skin, but it suddenly discovered that its innate ability didn't work in that situation. "I can't fuse with his law," Night transmitted to Noah. "Get out of there," Noah ordered. "We'll deal with him once we regroup." Night had to perform a strange path to escape the chaotic area safely. It had to fuse with part of the dark matter and follow its movements until it returned into calm zones. Noah, Night, Duanlong, and Snore gathered high in the sky and inspected the storm of dark matter. The attack slowly began to lose power, and Stephen's figure eventually appeared inside the darkness. How is this even possible? Noah wondered when he noticed that the expert didn't feature any injury. Even Stephen's beard had remained in its place. The raging dark matter didn't manage to touch him. "Good power deployed without feelings is useless," Stephen announced while turning toward Noah. "You can't defeat me if you don't have anything better in your arsenal. My determination isn't something that normal existences can pierce." "Determination to do what?" Noah asked, since he still didn't understand how that law worked. Noah didn't expect Stephen to reveal the secrets behind that law, but the expert proved him wrong. "The determination to endure every blow," Stephen announced as the pressure around him increased. The determination to test every opponent. The determination to wield power. The pressure around Noah suddenly intensified and forced the companions to return inside the separate space. Even he struggled to move inside among that power. Noah didn't let panic fill his mind. He had understood something after Stephen's answer. The expert seemed to found his law on determination, and its broad meaning didn't put a limit to his abilities. It resembles divine demon's law. Noah thought while the air fought against his body and tried to limit his movements. I only need to find his restrictions now. Laws that could take multiple features and empower different abilities usually had harsh requirements and limits. King Elbaz could study and create almost everything, but he had ACCU.mulat knowledge and expertise for countless years to reach that point. His research wasn't over either. His law required constant efforts. Noah had to build his potential through achievements. He could ACCU.mulate part of it through normal training, but only incredible feats gave him enough power to ignore the gaps among ranks. Divine Demon could invent new abilities on the spot, but he didn't remember anything. He also had to throw away his old techniques in the past to go all out with that approach. Stephen seemed to fall in the same field. His determination most likely had a steep price to pay. After all, the expert had reached a nigh-immortal state during the last exchanges. Your determination to strike doesn't seem to amount to much, Noah mocked Stephen while moving his arm through the pressure. That's because I have yet to strike, Stephen announced before snapping his fingers. The pressure around Noah's body suddenly intensified and became a proper attack. He felt as if countless needles had suddenly appeared on his skin. The dark matter and black roots didn't even notice them. They couldn't sense it. Noah's eyes widened when he saw many red dots appearing on his skin. The invisible needles were piercing his innate defenses. They had yet to reach the muscles, but it was clear that they had the power to hurt him. Moving away from his position didn't help. Noah tried to fly in different directions, but the needles remained above him. They existed together with his body. The determination to close every distance. Stephen shouted while clapping his hands. A mouthful of blood suddenly flowed inside Noah's mouth. Something had hit his insides, but he didn't even sense the arrival of the attack. The determination to spread fear inside my enemies, Stephen shouted, and his voice became a shrill noise that seeped inside Noah's mind. Part of his black mental energy started to change color. Noah saw yellow shades spreading through his thoughts and giving birth to fear. His mind didn't even see them as products of a foreign power. Stephen had managed to turn part of his consciousness against him. You lack determination, Stephen announced as a disappointed sigh escaped his mouth. The needles continued to pierce Noah's skin, but he remained calm. He had started to understand something about that power, especially that he couldn't face it without going all out. Noah's ambition exploded as his centers of power started to improve. They soon stepped into the last stage and tier of the 8th rank, and the innate influence flowing out of his figure began to open cracks through Stephen's domain. You dare to talk about determination with me? Noah growled as his mouth spat dark flames. I'll say this only once. I need the location. I won't stop until you give it up. What makes you think that a mere increase of POW dash? Stephen wanted to ask a question, but the dark world suddenly expanded and suppressed his words. Noah looked at his skin. The needles had disappeared, but their timing had been quite strange. They didn't vanish after deploying the dark world or when his centers of power stepped into the superior stage and tier. They stopped attacking his skin once he decided to go all out. I see, Noah thought. He went all out, so I had to do the same to match his blows. He must have been willing to die during the previous exchanges. It would explain why I didn't manage to hurt him. Noah wasn't completely sure about his ideas, but he didn't hesitate to test them. Night quickly left the separate space and flew through the dark world to reach the expert. Meanwhile, Noah set his mind on his greed. Nothing could beat his desire for power. Noah was willing to sacrifice his body to increase his battle prowess. He had already done it in the past, and he wouldn't mind doing it again. Night reached the expert in an instant, and a happy cry resounded inside Noah's mind when the creature disappeared. The pterodactyl had successfully fused with Stephen's law at that time, and the feat didn't depend on its power. Noah had only empowered his centers of power. He didn't use his ambition for his companions, so Night was using its normal middle-tier prowess. Yet, Stephen's skin didn't oppose the creature. A cut suddenly opened on Stephen's chest. The expert shot a surprised glance at the wound, but a satisfied expression quickly appeared on his face. Stephen clapped his hands, and a large area of the dark world fell apart. He became able to speak again, but he found no reason to do it. An army of upper-tier six-armed dragons slowly came out of the dense sea. The creatures encircled Stephen before filling the entire area with black flames. They aren't hurting him, Noah thought before the dark world sent a series of spectacular images to his mind. An oval barrier had appeared around Stephen. The defense protected him from the flames and gave him enough time to cast his next ability. Stephen crossed his arms around his chest before spreading them with a sharp movement. The oval defense suddenly expanded and destroyed all the dragons around him before reaching the dark world and shattering its fabric. Noah saw his technique falling apart, but his figure promptly shot ahead. He waved his swords non-stop as a rain of dark slashes converged toward Stephen. The slashes were singularities, but their nature had evolved. The training during the seclusion had forced him to prioritize the final attack contained in Sword Saint's memories, which required a change in his previous techniques. The normal singularities were powerful, but Noah's ambition had obtained new predominant features after the fusion with the devils. His greed and pride had become as intense as his destruction and creation, which forced him to involve them in his offensive. The features of his law had given the singularities a new shape. They weren't all vanquishing attacks that left nothing behind anymore. They had retained their previous power, but they had obtained a stronger influence. Moreover, they actively devoured the energy in the sky now. Noah's pride would turn everything around them into energy that obeyed them, while his greed gave them an innate suction force. In theory, his slashes could fly forever. The rain of slashes grew in size as it crossed the sky and devoured every speck of energy on its trail. Stephen summoned the barrier again, but black lines appeared on his technique as the attacks drew near. Noah's influence had already reached the barrier. He only needed his attacks to touch it to activate the instabilities inside it. Stephen mustered his determination, but a tinge of disbelief suddenly spread through his mind. His law made him sensitive to his opponent's will, and staring at the slashes had given him insights into Noah's willpower. The expert could sense that Noah's determination was incredible. He could almost see scenes from his youth materializing in his vision. Noah's determination was undeniable. He might not be a perfect leader, but he was the best expert for the war against heaven and earth. Also, his character made him unable to bow, so it would be impossible to turn him into an underling. "I'll tell you," Stephen suddenly shouted, and Noah promptly forced his slashes to disperse. Stephen could have continued to fight. Noah had only matched his determination, but they still had to see the outcome of a proper exchange. However, Stephen had a different plan. He needed to establish an alliance with the Legion, but he wasn't willing to become the underling of an unworthy leader. Noah's character didn't fit his mindset, but his power and determination were undeniable. Stephen couldn't accept him as a leader, but he was perfect as an ally. "You are an odd one," Noah sighed while retracting the demonic sword and accepting Night back inside his separate space. "You got me excited over nothing." Noah had actually begun to enjoy the battle. Stephen was a perfect opponent at his current level. He could test his new abilities and see how far he could stretch his power. Still, he didn't mind that outcome either. Stephen was willing to give him the location that he needed. Fighting had become pointless at that point. Noah's cultivation level fell and returned to its real level. A sense of weakness filled his figure as his flesh became unstable. The black hole quickly activated to suppress those drawbacks. Dark matter took the shape of lines that seeped into his flesh and reinforced his overall structure. Noah inspected the black lines that had appeared on his skin before glancing at Stephen and waiting for his words. His team was a stranger to those lands, so they had to listen to his directives before issuing a meeting. Follow me, Stephen exclaimed while flying toward the ravine. Noah pointed at Stephen before following the expert. His companions understood the meaning behind his gesture and imitated him. The entire group soon went inside the ravine and studied the hideout of Stephen's cell. The walls of the canyon featured multiple protections capable of projecting illusions and summoning defenses. The bottom of the valley and some of the cavities on the sides featured many buildings crowded with cultivators. Noah even noticed a few heroic experts, and that sight left him slightly surprised. The same went for his companions. The heroic cultivators hinted at the presence of separate dimensions meant to groom experts. Only large organizations had something similar. It was clear that Stephen's cell was important among the secret organization. The group limited themselves to inspect the various buildings before following Stephen in a large structure dug into the side of the canyon. King Elbaz listed the many defenses in that area, but his team entered anyway. There seemed to be countless branches inside that structure. Stephen's cell had prepared many escape routes and fake paths in that area. Noah knew how underground organizations worked, and he couldn't help but remain speechless at the incredible intricacy of those tunnels. This is the divine version of the Chasing Demons sect. Noah laughed in his mind, and a tinge of longing spread inside him. What is it? June asked when she noticed the slight change in Noah's expression. I've only recalled something nice, Noah replied as a faint smile appeared on his face. We created the hive in a place like this. Noah didn't specify the other experts involved in the we, but June didn't need to ask to understand what he meant. After all, Noah had been a famous existence in the lower plane. Everyone knew his story. I can't even begin to describe how many defenses we have SCCU.mulat in these tunnels. Stephen began to explain before turning to show a weak smile. I really can't. I placed restrictions on myself to keep them a secret. Why would you even announce something like that? King Elbaz asked. I want you to understand how thorough we have been during the digging of this structure, Stephen explained. Our best experts believe that it can even trap rank 9 existences for a short time. I suggest you don't get lost. Noah glanced toward King Elbaz, but the expert couldn't feel his gaze. His curiosity was on the verge of exploding. There seemed to be hundreds of inscriptions in each tunnel, and he couldn't stop studying them. It took an entire hour of march through the tunnels to reach a large hall where the experts could finally sit and hold the meeting. Stephen even activated a few inscriptions that isolated the group from any external influence once everyone entered. Do you really need to be so careful? Luke asked while inspecting the various shining lines that had appeared on the walls of the underground hall. We are dealing with matters that involve heaven and earth, Stephen exclaimed while taking out a short table and placing it on the ground. I will use every method I have to avoid risks. The experts soon sat next to the table and took out the usual wine and delicacies that those meetings required. I must reveal something before starting this meeting, Stephen announced. I have let heaven and earth touch my law before reaching the solid stage, but my determination allowed me to get out of their system. Noah and the others didn't know what to say. Luke even began to panic since Stephen had technically trapped them inside an intricate prison. Why did you decide to enter heaven and earth system? Noah asked without showing any worry. Did you have troubles advancing on your own? It was a test for my determination, Stephen explained. I had to experience their benefits and decide to give them up to pursue my path. Noah didn't have any doubt that Stephen had entered the system on purpose. He had fought against the expert, so he knew that his power didn't feature any external influence. King Elbaz and Wilfred turned toward Noah before rolling their eyes. Noah had done something similar but for the opposite faction. He had fused himself with a devil to push his power forward. I checked myself many times and through different methods, Stephen continued. My existence shouldn't contain any trace of heaven and earth, but nothing is certain with those beings. I'm telling you to avoid creating secrets since our first collaboration. You don't even know if we'll clear part of the magical beast's domain for you, Noah laughed. No need to be so serious. There aren't many of us still willing to face heaven and earth, Stephen explained. I have united as many cells as possible, but we are too few. I can't help but be honest with my future allies. Who else is on this side? Jordan asked. The rest of the secret organization is working for heaven and earth, Stephen said in a sad tone. I can only offer the troops that you see here for that battle. The other human organizations have many experts willing to face heaven and earth, Stephen continued. But they have yet to understand that their time is about to end. They still want to take control of their forces, even if there isn't a political environment anymore. I'll handle them later on, Noah announced while taking sips from his cup. Our focus should be on cutting the connection with heaven and earth, hence the information in your possession. There might be a problem with that, Stephen sighed. Creating a connection with heaven and earth requires time and resources, but some organizations have plenty of both. Noah's eyes sharpened. He could already guess where that speech was going. You can destroy one location, Stephen continued, but they will simply create a new one. There is no real way to sever the connection. Let me worry about that part, Noah replied as growls mixed with his human words. I want a map and a location now. Stephen led Noah and the others outside of the intricate structure after completing his end of the deal. The group returned inside the valley, and they quickly reached the surface to begin their long travel. I still think that this is pointless, Stephen exclaimed when he saw that the group was about to leave. Come with us then, Noah proposed. You'll see how we handle heaven and earth. Isn't your plan to destroy the connection? Stephen asked as a tinge of curiosity appeared on his face. Fights like these must happen on multiple layers, Robert announced. Making a few organizations waste many resources is pointless for our goals. We need to make sure that they understand the price of joining heaven and earth. We aren't ready for a war, Stephen replied. The war has already started. Noah laughed. It's your turn to choose what role you want to play. Clear struggle appeared on Stephen's expression. He felt curious about Noah's methods, but he also had his organization to protect. I can add a few defenses if you like, King Elbaz added while placing a hand under his chin and moving his eyes toward the ravine. They won't be as complicated as those tunnels, but they will improve the overall protection in this area. Fine, Stephen exclaimed after a few seconds of silence. I'll give orders to my troops. I'll be here shortly. Stephen dived back into the ravine, and King Elbaz neared the edges of that fissure to study the inscription thoroughly. He couldn't risk triggering the defenses with his formations, so he had to create something suitable for pre-existing protections. King Elbaz took a few days to place everything. Stephen had already come back by then, and he felt marveled while inspecting the expert's work. Who exactly are you? Stephen eventually asked once King Elbaz finished his task. His question wasn't only for King Elbaz. Stephen wanted to understand how such a group of experts could even come to be. Each of its members seemed to be a monster in one or multiple fields. They could become leaders of large organizations, but they still followed Noah. We are misfits, Divine Demon announced. Maniacs, Noah added. Idiots, King Elbaz concluded. Stephen didn't know how to react to that group. None of them seemed to take the battle against heaven and earth seriously. They wasted time joking around even when they had to approach a protected location. You'll understand soon enough, June eventually said to awaken Stephen from his astonishment. They all do. Stephen didn't say anything and began to follow the group once they started moving. His curiosity had intensified after June's words. He was actually looking forward to reaching their target now. The group moved quickly. They flew across the outer lands and explored deeper areas. The winds intensified during their travel, but all of them could endure the pressure generated by those chaotic laws. A series of lakes eventually unfolded in their vision. The group reached a massive land filled with white water and few sparse pieces of ground. It would almost resemble a sea with islands if it didn't have a mountain chain surrounding the entire area. Who can we expect to find under the lakes? Noah asked once the group took position inside the mountain chain. A few solid-stage cultivators and many defenses, Stephen replied. The organizations in charge of defending this place don't even know that I'm aware of its location. Their protections should be at their lowest. I'll take one of the solid stages, Sword Saint promptly exclaimed. I won't remain on the sidelines again. I also must take one of them, Robert added. My cultivation level forces me to take care of one leader. I shall ta dash. Divine Demon wanted to say something, but Jordan and Wilfred grabbed him and closed his mouth. Can't we just improvise? King Elbaz asked. Most of us can't follow plans anyway. Let's attack and see how it goes. We should at least plan the entrance, Noah suggested before summoning Snore and closing his eyes to call upon his ambition. Robert, King Elbaz, and Wilfred revealed a cold smirk as they began to prepare their offensive. They would launch a joint attack before diving toward the lakes. What are they doing? Stephen asked when he saw the various experts working on their techniques. They are preparing the initial offensive, June explained. You should do the same since your cultivation level won't get in their way. The region with the lakes had a large underground structure under its surface. The human organizations had dug it for many years and had created a layout similar to the ravine recently visited by Noah's group. The reason behind those similarities was quite simple. One of the organizations involved in the building of the underground structure was the secret organization. The cells that worked for heaven and earth had ideated that layout. Most of the tunnels led to other lakes. A maze that often forced experts to end up among chaotic laws protected the central hall that featured a large underground pool. A white radiance covered its waters, and a few powerful cultivators stood nearby to bathe in that light. Some of those cultivators even moved their lips during their inspection of the pool's waters. No sound came out of their mouths, but they were clearly talking with someone. However, a sudden earthquake disrupted that situation and forced the experts to snap back to reality. Anger immediately filled their faces, but they couldn't give voice to shouts since boulders began to fall from the ceiling. The cultivators activated their abilities to destroy those boulders. The ground of the immortal lands was tough and rich in energy, but the experts only needed a wave of their hands to shatter it. Who dares? One of the cultivators shouted, and his voice seeped inside the ceiling before spreading in the sky above. The expert received a series of explosions as an answer. The whole sky above the region had gone dark, and abilities of different nature continued to fall toward the ground. King Elbaz used long spears that exploded as soon as they triggered the defenses on the surface. The golden flames that they released carried his curiosity, which made them able to destroy most of the enemy inscriptions. Wilfred's arms seemed on the verge of exploding as he used his entire physical strength to join his palms and creating a massive strike directly inside the ground. Robert launched giant masses of toxic energy that fused with the terrain and tainted the lakes. Everything seemed to crumble after the first attack. The expert had learnt the nature of that region and could already target its weaknesses. Stephen decided not to involve himself in that attack, but he remained on the sidelines to inspect the other experts. His focus often went on Noah, but the latter limited himself to float among the sky. A massive snake with power in the upper tier flew behind him, but the creature had yet to attack. The surface crumbled as the experts' attacks continued to fall. Even the mountains in the distance shook as the relentless offensive turned the entire area into a mess. Noah remained high in the sky. His dark world and influence had already expanded in the area. His technique had created a dense sea above him, while his ambition had turned the entire scenery under him dark. Flashes of light spread through the region as King Elbaz, Robert, and Wilfred continued to release massive attacks capable of destroying the reinforced surface and ignoring the defenses in the area. None of them knew what was under the surface, but they decided to find out only after creating a mess. They had even begun to sense the powerful presences hidden in the underground world after they pierced the terrain. Part of them hoped that the offensive would kill a few experts, but they didn't delude themselves. Powerful auras soon surged past the surface. Noah could count 3 solid-stage cultivators and multiple experts in the liquid stage with his consciousness. A fierce battle was waiting for him, but his group seemed to hold the numerical advantage. The entire surface of the region eventually crumbled. The white water of the lakes seeped through the cracks that had opened on the entire area. Those lands were quite beautiful, but the arrival of Noah's group had ruined that marvelous scenery. The trio never stopped launching attacks, but a silver halo eventually seeped through the various abilities and shot toward the mountain chain. Golden inscriptions rose from the mountains and blocked the silver halo. The experts inside that light could understand that they were under attack, but they didn't expect their opponents to be so prepared. King Elbaz had created an array of barriers around their target. The mountain chain now isolated heaven and earth's followers. Their chance to escape from that sudden attack had disappeared in an instant. The silver halo didn't hide the experts inside it. Noah's group could inspect those cultivators, and surprised expressions inevitably appeared on their faces. 3 hooded solid-stage cultivators were carrying a massive pool made of polished marble. Noah's group couldn't see its insides since the experts had covered its opening with a metal layer, but that material didn't mask the influence seeping out of the object. Heaven and earth, Noah exclaimed in his mind before giving a mental order. Snore unfolded its wings before flying inside the dark world above it. A rain of giant feathers soon fell from the technique, and the trio couldn't help but stop their offensive when they sensed the power contained in the attack. Noah had used his ambition to boost Snore's power. The creature had reached the upper tier, and its strongest attack was falling after the empowerment of the dark world. Noah's friends knew that the real mess was about to arrive. The entire area would disappear once the feathers exploded. The feathers didn't only fly toward the solid-stage cultivators. Some of them fell toward the center of the region, where weaker experts were still coming out of the ground. A slaughter was about to unfold, but Noah inspected the scene with utter coldness. Those cultivators were heaven and earth's followers. They were his sworn enemies. The 3 solid-stage cultivators in the distance inspected the power contained in Snore's feathers before exchanging a glance. Determination appeared in their eyes as they removed the metal lid from the pool and uncovered the white waters that filled its insides. The entire pool shone when it came into contact with the air filled with Noah's influence. Its waters started to boil as its radiance intensified. A sudden beam of light came out of the pool. That radiance didn't follow a straight line. It chased after every feather flying through the sky and enveloped them in its blinding power. Part of the light also tried to fly toward Snore. The white radiance didn't know where the creature was since the dark world was covering it, but Noah still worried about his companion. Noah made Snore disperse and reappear inside his separate space. The light then reached the dark world and spread through its insides, absorbing every trace of dark matter in the area. This isn't the same absorption, Noah thought when he felt how the light interacted with the dark matter. They are simply shattering its fabric without releasing energy. I bet that part of it fuels the pool. The light stopped spreading after it took care of the dark world. Its radiance dispersed through the sky and brought back some of the glow that Noah's influence had dimmed. A small platoon made of liquid-stage cultivators and weaker experts eventually came out of the ground. Most of those under the liquid stage featured severe injuries due to the recent offensive. Their poor mood even explained how many companions they had lost during the event. Noah didn't move his eyes from the pool, but he stopped empowering Snore with his ambition. The drawbacks arrived, but the black hole suppressed them for the time being. The organ knew that it couldn't waste power now. The pool remained inactive after the previous attack. It seemed that even the 3 solid-stage cultivators didn't know how that item behaved since they shot curious glances at its waters. A mocking expression appeared on Noah's face when he saw the concern in those 3 solid-stage cultivators. The trio almost felt lost since they couldn't rely on heaven and earth anymore. However, their next move left Noah quite surprised. The 3 experts placed their hands inside the pool and closed their eyes to experience heaven and earth's words. Their faces experienced different emotions. They went from complete bliss to confusion until they eventually revealed only anger. Noah Bulvin, one of the cultivators, suddenly said without bothering to open his eyes, "Your recent success doesn't justify this action. Are they serious?" Noah wondered before the demonic sword appeared in his hand and a slash came out of its edge. The slash transformed while it flew toward the 3 experts. Noah's ambition covered its structure and made it obtain insane levels of destructiveness. Meanwhile, the attack began to absorb the energy of the world. The simple slash generated a vortex around its structure. The lingering energy in the sky created currents that flew toward Noah's attack and empowered its effects. The three cultivators were still in a daze. They couldn't sense the outside world anymore, so they didn't move when the slash pierced the silver halo and fell inside the white waters. The experts suddenly frowned. Something was happening inside the pool, but they couldn't understand the nature behind that event. One of them decided to open her eyes and look at the pool, and her expression froze. A black spot had appeared among the white waters, and its darkness was spreading through the entire structure. Noah's attack spread his chaotic influence and separated the white waters from heaven and earth's domain. The insides of the pool soon grew dark, and the other experts began to experience Noah's thoughts. A wave of bloodthirsty thoughts filled the three cultivators. Noah's dense mental energy was poison for their minds. It was too heavy, and the anger that it carried seemed about to hurt their mental walls. The experts quickly removed their hands from the pool. They even stopped carrying it with their mental energy. The item fell toward the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Its dark waters also spread through the ground and began to evolve its nature. The three cultivators suppressed the violent thoughts that were invading their mental spheres before throwing them out of their minds. Pure anger filled their faces as they glanced toward the broken pool, and their eyes eventually ended on Noah. "Do you think death scares us?" one of the cultivators asked. "We work for a higher purpose," the second cultivator exclaimed. "How can a mere law fight against the world?" "Don't underestimate him," the third cultivator announced. "His defying power is a necessity of heaven and earth's system. Someone with this ability must exist among perfection." Noah's eyes sharpened as anger filled his mind. The third cultivator was trying to give his merits to heaven and earth. He was describing his many achievements and struggles as a mere consequence of the ruler's pursuit of perfection. "She is mine," Noah growled while pointing toward the third cultivator. "I'll take the second," Robert announced from his position. "I can't stand the devoted anymore." A wave of sharp energy flew through the battlefield and accu.mulat next to Noah. That power soon took Sword Saint's shape, and the expert didn't hesitate to create a silver blade. "Just give me someone to cut," Sword Saint sighed, and Noah promptly pointed toward the first cultivator. The experts coming out of the destroyed ground began to fill the now non-existent surface. They amassed there and stared at the existences in the sky. Fear spread inside their minds, but some hope persisted due to their leaders near the golden barriers. "Split, or I'll do that for you," Noah sighed while rising the demonic sword. His ambition surged again. A dark halo began to cover the blade and spread its influence in the area. Black spots started to appear among the white sky, and some of them even gained life. The trio could only stare as some of the black lumps of gas began to devour each other before throwing themselves into the sky. They were hungry, and the area had a lot of energy. Nothing could stop them from eating it. "Come on," Noah said as faint growls mixed with his human words. "We have already divided ourselves. I suggest you take different spots of the battlefield now." Heavy pressure began to flow out of Noah's figure. His pride fused with the environment and made his voice sound like a tyrannical presence. The three cultivators didn't know what to do. They had lost the pool, and their opponents overpowered them. King Elbaz had also cut their escape routes. They had to fight, and their opponents were even offering them the chance to have 1-versus-1 battles. The trio exchanged a glance before deciding to split. The first and second cultivators flew toward the edges of the shattered plane, while the old woman remained in her position. Her eyes wanted to focus on Noah, but the pride that had filled the sky made his presence difficult to identify. Sword Saint and Robert went after their respective opponents. King Elbaz glanced at the liquid stage cultivators near the shattered surface and rolled his eyes. Instead, Wilfred, Jordan, and the other experts hidden in the mountain chain set off to reach those weaker troops. Stephen decided to remain on the sidelines. He took his place on a mountain peak and studied the battlefield. He had revealed his presence, but he only wanted to watch the various fights. King Elbaz also struggled to decide whether to join the battle or not. His companions had enough power to handle their opponents, so fighting now had no meaning. He could enjoy the sight from the sidelines and study the various laws unless something major happened. The battles in the sky didn't begin right away. Noah and the others studied their opponents for a few seconds before getting ready for the imminent clash. Noah's opponent had the aspect of an old woman filled with wrinkles. She barely had hair left, and her hunched back also described how ancient that expert was. "You seem to know a lot about heaven and earth," Noah exclaimed as black roots and dark matter covered his figure. "What did they tell you about me? I want to hear how they masked their mistake in front of their followers." "You might be resistant to heaven and earth's laws," the woman announced, "but we didn't give up on our existence just yet. We plan to fuse, not receiving." Noah remained silent to study those words. Every piece of information he heard about heaven and earth became part of a puzzle inside his mind. Everything would eventually lead to a complete explanation, but he still felt far away. "Won't you lose yourself after fusing with the sky?" Noah asked. "Why would you even give up on your individuality?" "Heaven and earth is only another path toward the 10th rank," the woman replied. "You might despise the rulers, but they are trying to achieve everyone's dream. Opposing them is akin to cutting the journey short." Noah glanced toward the sky. He didn't believe that heaven and earth were the only existences in the entire universe aiming for the 10th rank. There had to be something else out there, especially since the breath was only a consequence of the rulers. "Heaven and earth decided to trap this world and own the cultivation journey," Noah said while moving his eyes back on the woman. "You can't expect me to believe that they are saviors. They are leaders," the woman shouted. "Underlings might lose their trust in them, but the truth behind their actions remains. You must stop thinking about yourself as a single individuality and start to consider the entire world. We can ascend in the superior realm as a combined existence. I have seen what heaven and earth do to laws that don't belong to their system," Noah sighed. "You are only a fool to believe that they will let you keep your consciousness." "They did," the woman continued while spreading her arms. "Can't you sense it? Can't you feel the power of my law?" Small fiery spheres appeared on the woman's palms. They began to expand to create massive suns similar to Fergie's techniques, but they suddenly started to shrink once they reached a specific size. The suns shrunk and returned to their shape of small spheres in the expert's palms. The power contained in their structure had surged after the process, and their scarlet color had also intensified. "Her law doesn't involve fire or heat," Noah thought while inspecting the fiery spheres. "She wants to achieve light. Bathe in the sun of a lower plane," the woman shouted before throwing one of the spheres toward Noah. The fiery sphere enlarged until it became a massive red sun. Its size almost made it reach the other battlefields, and its heat began to melt the shattered ground. Noah stared at the scarlet radiance drawing close. He could sense the expert's desire to illuminate the entire world with her light. She wanted to become a better version of the white sky. Respect suddenly surged inside Noah. He could accept that feeling, but the intentions behind it were clearly off. His arm stretched toward the nearing scarlet sun, and the flames soon enveloped his limb. The power contained by a solid-stage spell could hurt his body, but he didn't care. His creation was trying to build something meant to destroy. Noah's flesh burnt as he kept his arm inside the scarlet sun. The black hole reinforced his limb with arrays of dark matter, and the parasite also did its best to help. However, the woman's spell was too strong for his abilities when they lacked the empowerment of his ambition. Still, Noah didn't care about that pain. His focus was on his creation. His ambition empowered that feature of his existence and let it seep inside the spell's fabric. Noah didn't want to apply simple mutations. The mere empowerment driven by his ambition wasn't enough in that situation. He desired to create something that could shatter his opponent's faith. A few tongues of flames at the center of the sun started to abandon their scarlet color and gain dark shades. They didn't change shape, but the aura that they radiated transformed completely. The cultivator's law wanted to illuminate, and Noah didn't remove that feature. Yet, he tampered with the true meaning behind that intention. Light didn't need to be bright. Darkness could reveal far more if handled correctly. Noah's knowledge about stars and black holes flowed inside the scarlet sun as his creation burst inside the spell. The black flames started to spread their influence and taint the rest of the fire contained inside the ability. The cultivator snorted when she noticed that event. She was already aware of Noah's abilities. That transformation didn't manage to surprise her. The woman quickly prepared herself to launch the small sun in her other palm, but her eyes suddenly widened when the first dark glow spread through the world. The sun had yet to turn completely black, but some tainted flames had appeared on its edges. That fire immediately spread a dark glow through the white sky, and its radiance cleared part of heaven and earth's laws to make room for other true meanings. The cultivator fell in a daze as new life forms appeared inside the areas illuminated by the dark light. Noah was showing her a version of her spell that could give birth to light. Her flames could create living beings where heaven and earth didn't manage to shine. The dark flames expanded until they took complete control of the sun. The black light began to illuminate the entire battlefield at that point, and more life forms appeared due to that event. The life forms were simple beings born from random matter. Part of the air turned into parasite-like creatures that expanded through the sky as they devoured the energy around them. Instead, the boulders on the shattered ground grew a mouth and tiny legs before developing a suction force. "Isn't this the reason behind the light?" Noah asked as he retracted his charred arm from the black sun. "Don't you want to illuminate to give life?" The woman didn't answer. The scene had captured her entire attention. She almost couldn't believe how the black sun had to get rid of heaven and earth's influence to generate life. Heaven and earth didn't like the black sun. Its influence had begun to spread too far, so a tribulation amassed in the sky. Black clouds gathered high in the sky and began to accumulate enough power to deal with the sun. The spell had retained the cultivator's level even after Noah's creation had transformed it, so the punishment had to suit solid-stage experts. "See," Noah sneered. "Heaven and earth don't like when someone finds a different solution. I might be able to create only to destroy, but the ruler's restrictions apply to all of us. You could be free to generate life that doesn't devour the world, but they would suppress it anyway." The clouds eventually released their massive lightning bolt. A raging attack that carried heaven and earth's whiteness fell toward the black sun, but a second star suddenly appeared on its path. A scarlet sun expanded above the black star and stopped the lightning bolt. The red flames shot everywhere in the environment after heaven and earth's attack discharged its energy. Flares flew through the battlefield, but the mutated ability survived. Noah glanced at the woman. She appeared surprised about her own actions. She had instinctively thrown her second sun toward the lightning bolt, but she had yet to realize what she had done. "I bet it felt good." Noah laughed as he raised his charred arm. Dark matter spread from his limb and covered the battlefield. The various life forms that had begun to spread through the world fell prey to the higher energy and provided nutrients to Noah. A few patches of burnt skin healed, but Noah could sense that the energy contained in the sky wouldn't be able to fix his injuries. Still, leaving those life forms around was useless since heaven and earth could easily take care of them. Noah disregarded his injuries and focused on the black sun once his dark matter returned inside his figure. He placed both palms on the array of black flames, and the star started to shrink. The black sun became a small fiery sphere that could fit inside Noah's palm. He inspected it for a few seconds before throwing it toward his opponent. The woman decided to catch the sphere when she sensed the lack of danger from its structure. The event forced her to realize the nature of her recent actions. She had actually committed an act of treason against heaven and earth. Traces of panic appeared on her face, but the dark light radiated by the small sun brought some comfort to her feelings. She had the answers in her grasp. Noah had just proven that she didn't need heaven and earth to obtain them. You can't force a world to advance as a whole when you have different existences in it, Noah explained while crossing his legs and floating in the sky. Why should heaven and earth be the only ones to evolve? Why should they be the only ones in charge of the light? Noah's words were sharp blades that stabbed the last pieces of faith that still existed inside his opponent. The woman didn't know what to say anymore. She only brought the black sun closer to her chest and held it with care. "I don't agree with your path," the woman eventually said. "But you might be right on a few topics at least. My name is Xianxia. You can look for me in the future." Noah nodded. He had initially wanted a battle, but his instincts had the priority, and the desire to transform the Scarlet Sun had come from his very existence. Moreover, taking pawns away from heaven and earth system was a double victory since it removed an opponent and added an ally. The woman approached the golden walls to leave the area, and Noah turned toward King Elbaz to make him open a path in those defenses. However, a series of white currents suddenly came out of the shattered ground and flew toward the cultivator. The water was unstoppable. Noah tried to cut it, but it turned ethereal when his slash crossed its fabric. He couldn't stop it from reaching his previous opponent. The waters from the lakes fused with Cynthia's body and began to alter her figure. Her skin turned pure white, and the same happened to her eyes. White hair also grew from her bald head as her wrinkles vanished. Her facial features changed and developed conflicting details. Part of them became smooth while others gained sharp angles. It seemed that heaven and earth were trying to transform her into multiple existences at the same time. The same transformations happened to her body. The waters straightened her hunched back and gave her conflicting features. Half of her chest continued to belong to a woman, while the other side flattened before bulging muscles grew. Noah didn't hesitate to unfold his defenses and spit black fireballs toward every liquid stage expert that his companions had yet to kill. Something dangerous was about to arrive, and he couldn't let his previous battle affect his condition. The fireballs caught by surprise a few experts and burnt entire pieces of their bodies. The flames then brought the energy back to Noah, but he didn't feel satisfied with the results. Night took care of the matter before he could order anything. The pterodactyl came out of the separate space and descended toward the ground, where it beheaded a series of careless experts in a few seconds. The creature then pierced those corpses with its strange pointy head and brought them back to Noah. He could let his dark matter devour them at that point. Cynthia continued to transform while Noah took care of restoring his power. She soon lost the ability to fly and crashed on the ground, but her body didn't suffer any injury during the impact. Some conflicts still happened inside her figure, but they didn't come from her existence. Heaven and earth were simply stabilizing her new state. "Your existence is starting to annoy us." A familiar androgynous voice eventually came out of Cynthia's mouth. "Surviving our trap wasn't enough. You also had to learn how to lie to our followers. Lying is your specialty, Earth." Noah laughed. "It's quite funny that existences capable of suppressing an entire world have to resort to lies to gain followers. Your taunts have no meaning in our ears," Earth replied through Cynthia's body. "You are nothing but an existence who likes to spread chaos." "I'm very good at it, apparently." Noah continued to laugh. "You couldn't wait to deal with me directly." Earth stopped speaking when a powerful aura spread from Cynthia's figure. Noah could sense the ruler's auras refilling the spots that his dark light had cleared, but his instincts warned him about it nonetheless. There was something different inside that aura. Noah still recognized it as heaven and earth's power, but it felt more dangerous than usual when he inspected it. "What are you trying to do now?" Noah asked while glancing at the rest of the battlefield. Robert was still busy fighting his opponent, even if the two had slowed down their exchanges to focus on the sudden event. Sword Saint appeared bored as he sat on the severed corpse of his opponent while continuing to float in the air. His other friends had basically cleared the entire surface so they could retreat whenever they wanted. "It's been a long time since we had to think so often," Earth explained as the strange aura condensed inside Cynthia's figure. "You made us try hard to take care of you. We only have to tune some last details." Earth pointed her palm toward Noah, and his instincts started to scream. The dark world immediately expanded and covered his figure, but the sea of dark matter crumbled as invisible energy seeped inside the technique. Noah shot higher in the sky as his ambition exploded. His centers of power quickly reached the last stage and tier of the 8th rank, and roots gathered on his right hand to create a second sword. "Ambition," Earth snorted. "What a troublesome but necessary law." Earth's aura spread through the entire region in an instant. Noah couldn't dodge it, and astonishment filled his mind when he sensed that his law began to lose its effects. His cultivation level fell as his ambition lost power. His centers of power returned to their real level and left Noah without any empowerment. "What is even happening?" Noah shouted in his mind. Earth didn't attack him. The strange aura didn't even hurt his existence. But his ambition felt unable to activate its effects inside that environment. Who would have thought? Earth exclaimed when she noticed Noah's surprised expression. We might not need to perfect the counter. Earth suddenly shot forward. Her body seemed to fuse with the world as space bent in her favor. She didn't deploy any technique, but she still reached Noah in an instant. Her hand quickly landed on Noah's chest, and a burning sensation spread from that spot. Earth began to drain his body of dark matter, darkness, primary energy, and mental energy as that contact continued to stand. The armor of dark matter and the black roots had been unable to stand the energy seeping out of Earth's figure. They had crumbled as soon as her influence touched them. A resolute expression appeared on Noah's face. He wouldn't let Earth take the result of his countless struggles away so easily. She had to beat him to earn them. The unstable substance started to flow inside his black vessels and turned Noah's body into the best middle-tier weapon in the world. His fingers arched to become claws that slashed at Earth's arm and severed it with a clean move. Noah then kicked Earth on the chest, and most of her torso disappeared as she flew backward and crashed on the golden barriers. The event created a shining trail in the sky that perfectly fused with the world. Earth released light from her open chest. That power had allowed her to remain in one piece after the recent attack, and she also used it as fuel for her abilities. We always forget your physical strength, Earth sighed while leaving the golden barrier and focusing on Noah. You should be ashamed of what you did to obtain it. Earth's words made Noah's mental sphere tremble. A tinge of guilt appeared among his mental sea and tried to spread through his entire mind. But scarlet shades promptly came out of his thoughts and took care of it. Noah raised the severed arm above his head and burned it with his black flames. The fire gave him part of the energy stolen by heaven and earth and brought him back near his peak. But no happiness appeared on his face. You don't have your tools today, Noah announced as energy flowed inside his body. I can still destroy you. Destroy? Earth asked before exploding into a loud laugh. This body is only one of the many puppets under our control. Earth mocked Noah by grabbing one of her legs and tearing it away. She didn't show any pain, but Noah didn't know if heaven and earth could still feel that sensation. This is only a prototype meant to counter your law, Earth laughed. You might survive now, but you won't have a chance next time. Our new form will be over by then, and we'll also have our tools. Noah showed utter coldness toward Earth. That existence had taken control of Cynthia's body, but she had already transformed herself beyond normal standards. Pain and injuries didn't seem to affect her power. Earth had created an existence made of pure energy meant to counter Noah, and her plans seemed to work. She had managed to leave him speechless a few times in only a few attacks. How can I defeat her? Noah wondered as the world in his eyes slowed down. The demonic deduction technique generated violent thoughts. Noah wanted to destroy Earth, but his abilities seemed useless against that existence. His dark world and ambition had already failed to express their effects, and he didn't dare to deploy his companions since the situation was too unclear. Are you having second thoughts? Earth shouted before a crazy laugh came out of her mouth. Noah's instincts warned him about the strangeness in that laugh, but he didn't need their help to notice that feature. Earth's behavior was completely off. She almost sounded human. Did you develop drawbacks from your mindless absorption? Noah taunted her as a cold smirk appeared on his face. You suffer from your own fairness. I don't even want to imagine the price you have to pay to fuse so many different existences into your law. You fail to understand the nature of laws. Earth continued to laugh. Fairness binds us, but we can always pay the price with worlds at our disposal. Noah's instincts forced him to feel a sense of revulsion toward that existence. Earth's aura had started to give vibes that reminded him of the scenes inside the trap, and that feeling made his mind hate that behavior. You didn't think of absorbing other existences at first, right? Noah asked while suppressing his disgust. You must have developed this greed after your failure. It stinks. Funny of you to question our methods, Noah Bulvin, Earth replied. You are a mistake who has made his way through the cultivation journey by killing, devouring, and destroying. You are a blight, a curse that afflicts an otherwise slightly imperfect world. You are too far gone, Noah laughed. What's a disease in front of an imperfect world? Did you ever stop to consider the nature of your path? Adding random laws won't change the truth. You have failed, and you'll keep doing that until you give up on your previous self. Words spoken from an ant won't affect the minds of gods, Earth snorted. I don't see ants nor gods here. Noah roared as a sea of black flames instinctively came out of his mouth. Your current power might be unreachable, but you are nothing more than an existence. All of us have the potential to touch your realm. No one has ever come near us, Earth laughed, and her gesture seemed to involve different existences since her face changed expressions as the seconds passed. We will, Noah promised. That's why you are here, right? You know that we will succeed in touching your realm. You are nothing more than an ant trying to scare away other ants with pretenses and lies. Earth was merely suppressing her worry. Noah had continued to send truths toward her, but she didn't dare to give hints. She only wanted to destroy that existence and learn from him. On the other side, Noah was trying to learn more about heaven and earth. The two existences honestly interested him, but he had to accept the limits of his condition. I can't push my understanding past my current limits, Noah thought while inspecting the white figure. They are beyond me, especially in this form. Noah had yet to find a proper counter to Earth's new form, but the demonic deduction technique had produced something. The result of his reasoning sounded quite obvious, but that only made him realize how harsh that situation was. A wave of bloodl.ut spread out of Noah's figure as a black handle appeared on his chest. Earth knew what was about to happen, and her figure immediately shot forward. She wanted to interrupt that process, even if the feat would cost her temporary body. Earth bent the space around her and reached her opponent in an instant. Her fingers tried to touch Noah, but the latter suddenly revealed a cold smile before unsheathing the cursed sword from his separate space. Heaven and earth, the cursed sword shouted in its ancient voice. The final battlefield is calling me. Give me a good fight. Noah slashed with the cursed sword and severed Earth's arm from the base of her shoulder. No pain appeared on her figure, but her aura seemed to fall after the event. Noah's cuts didn't only carry mere power anymore. Chaotic fuel flowed inside them and enhanced their destructive power. Their severing didn't only affect the physical figure. They also influenced the laws that had invaded Xianxia. You do have a weakness, Noah suddenly exclaimed while pieces of his body exploded due to the immediate drawbacks. How much of your actual power can you even use when you try to counter me? I thought you were broke. Noah laughed as his figure shot toward his opponent. He had only covered a few meters, but the cursed sword managed to complete its slash before reaching Earth. The blade touched the top of Earth's head, and the energy released during the attack severed its figure into two parts. Corrosive power even spread from the wound's edges as Noah's influence began to fill Cynthia's body. Don't you have any pity for your recent ally? Earth laughed while speaking from her severed halves. No, Noah replied before spitting a wave of flames that covered both halves. Earth quickly countered his innate ability. A strange aura that carried a peaceful sensation spread from her damaged body and forced the flames to quiet down. The technique didn't even try to burn anymore. It only wanted to fall toward the ground and remain there until its power vanished. Noah didn't base the entirety of his offensive on that technique. Heaven and Earth had known his innate ability for a long time, so it wasn't a surprise that their new prototype could counter them. Still, he added attacks that no amount of preparation could stop. A rain of slashes fell toward Earth's severed figure. The attacks didn't have much to absorb since they only flew for a few meters. The world had already gone through too many transformations, so the energy lingering in the air wasn't even enough to satisfy heroic magical beasts. The slashes cut Earth into multiple pieces, but they didn't manage to kill them. Earth continued to laugh as white light spread from her injuries. She seemed to enjoy that moment, and Noah could only feel pure disgust toward her. Noah suppressed the many injuries that had appeared on his body and began to retreat. He stopped as soon as he reached the edges of the battlefield. Earth started at him with a confused expression. but he struggled to find any sense in those cubical pieces of flesh. "Try to die, okay?" Noah announced while a mass of energy SCCU.mulat in front of him. The cursed sword returned inside the separate space as Noah launched a simple attack with his fingers. The cuts that came out of them worsened Earth's condition, but they didn't manage to hurt her much due to the lack of sheer power in his attack. Earth was in pieces, but she was still alive. It didn't matter how much Noah cut her. She still existed and laughed in her androgynous voice. "What are you even trying to achieve?" Earth laughed. "The chaotic laws inherited from that minor world are nothing when we suppress your existence." Noah didn't speak anymore. Energy was amassing in front of him. Earth could suppress his ambition, but he could still wield some basic abilities that came from his existence, especially after infecting his opponent with chaotic laws. The gathering of energy felt slow since Earth's aura continued to suppress Noah's existence. He couldn't push his aura out of his figure or reveal its major effects, but it still existed somewhere inside him. His greed fought its way out of the suppression to affect the environment. That feeling fed on the bloodled SCCU.mulat inside Noah's mind and created a new ability that didn't depend on his ambition. DSIRE generated bloodled U.S.T. So an abundance of that feeling could create greed. It was a cycle that Noah's mind invented on the spot and that Earth couldn't stop since she had never seen it. "The next seconds will be dangerous," Noah transmitted through his mental connection. "Try to remain outside of the separate space as little as possible. I won't die in front of a mere puppet." Night snorted, but Noah could sense that the pterodactyl had understood his worries. A mass of energy was gathering between Noah and Earth, and it soon took the shape of a rotating black vortex that had a pulling force of its own. "I have already seen that attack," Earth laughed. "What makes you think that it will be effective again?" "Earth governs the minds," Noah said in a cold voice. "Heaven handles the laws, while the immortal lands fill the body. I'm not surprised that you are the only one capable of saying a complete line." The pieces of Earth's body stopped moving after that remark. Noah had given voice to a good description of her existence, and the sole thought that a mere rank 8 hybrid had managed to figure them out left her speechless. "I'm right then," Noah laughed as he spread his arms and tried to help the vortex through his black hole. "You 3 split during the ascension to the 10th rank. I wonder how you even think about getting back together after spending eras in different forms." "Our understanding touches realms that you have never seen," Earth replied. "No wonder," Noah snorted while pointing 2 fingers toward one of the severed chunks of flesh. "You put a damned white sky between the stars and me." Black slashes that had the shape of piercing beams came out of his fingers and dug holes in the many pieces of flesh. Earth continued to suffer damage, but she didn't even seem to feel it in her condition. The vortex expanded before shrinking. It soon gained pale blue shades and generated a raging sun, but Noah kept going. That was only the first stage of the technique. "You are wasting my time," Earth shouted. "Killing this puppet means nothing to us. Go ahead. Show us more of your power. We'll only use this scene to create a better counter." The absorption of energy intensified as both the sun and Noah gathered energy. The pulling force in that area was immense, and that only helped the new technique. The sun slowly expanded and gained dark red shades. It became a massive sphere that forced Noah to retreat, but Earth didn't move during its expansion. Its maimed body entered the fiery structure and burnt under its heat. "Did you think a mere body could limit us?" Earth's voice resounded from inside the star. "We exist along with the world. We are the very sky. Having the ability to talk through dust is nothing more than a joke for us. Can you just shut up?" Noah snorted while closing his eyes to intensify the pulling force coming out of his body. The star continued to expand until it grew unstable. An explosion soon spread through the battlefield and destroyed the many golden barriers in front of the mountain chain. Noah had to retreat again, but the fiery spectacle released by his technique forced his eyes to remain glued to the scene. The fiery leftovers of the explosion ran through the sky and destroyed everything on their path. June and the others had already left the battlefield, and Robert and Sword Saint soon followed them. Robert's opponent had suffered severe injuries, and many purple spots covered his figure. The cultivator seemed on the verge of dying, and his cultivation level couldn't do anything when the flares hit his figure. A massive gravitational pull eventually appeared on Noah's previous spot. The star had transformed into a black hole, and all the energy in the region flew toward the singularity. "We don't need dust either." Earth's androgynous voice continued to resound through the region, even if Noah had made sure to remove every trace of Cynthia's body. "Come on. Give us more. We all want to see what Noah Bulvin can do." Noah's eyes grew sharper than ever at that remark. Earth was trying to get inside his head, and she was doing an exceptional job. However, she failed to understand how stubborn his ambition was. Earth seemed to suffer from every attack, but only in a slight part. More pieces of Noah's chaotic influence inevitably seeped inside her and intensified his mutations whenever that existence lost some power. The black hole grew until it transformed into an unstable mass of black energy. Everything in its insides was about to explode, and Earth seemed unable to wait for the detonation since her laugh had never stopped resounding through the area. Noah drew his demonic sword and pretended to launch a slash, but his arm stopped mid-air, and no attack came out of the blade. Noah limited himself to shoot forward and stretch his other arm toward the black mass to absorb its power. Intense waves of energy flowed inside him before his black hole accepted everything and began the purification. The organ had a lot of work to do. Noah had suffered many injuries during the use of the cursed sword, but he still saw that as nothing important when he had so much energy at hand. "What are you doing?" Earth asked when she noticed that Noah had absorbed the entirety of the energy contained inside the black hole. Plants had wilted and terrain had cracked to create that technique, but Noah completely disregarded those features. He only cared that the rulers didn't manage to get their hands on those abilities. "Go back," Earth shouted. "Let me see the nature of your attack again." "Why would I?" Noah asked while turning toward the spot from where Earth was speaking. Earth fell silent, and a cruel smile inevitably appeared on Noah's face. He had found the weak spot in those existences. They were predictable. "Don't tell me that you actually wanted me to spend energy for you," Noah mocked Earth. "You are less than dust now. Why would I even bother to attack you?" Noah laughed while descending toward the ground. Earth only had her influence left in the air, but she found no reason to move due to the lack of a body. Her interest in that spot eventually waned, and she left the area to go back to more important matters. Noah heaved a sigh when he sensed Earth's presence vanishing from the sky. That trial was no more, but his mood felt heavy due to the recent developments. Heaven and Earth were trying to counter the entirety of his existence. They had even managed to suppress his ambition and influence for the most part. They had already developed items capable of vanquishing most of his abilities too, so his situation appeared quite grim. "I won't be able to face them the next time if my power doesn't evolve," Noah sighed in his mind. Supreme Thief, Great Builder, and every other existence who had started to annoy Heaven and Earth had to go through a similar treatment. Noah was experiencing the targeted suppression that those rulers were capable of, and his options diminished as he imagined the various tools that those powerful beings could deploy. Noah didn't have many options at hand. The final slash was the only ability that Heaven and Earth had yet to counter properly. He knew he couldn't base his whole offensive on one technique, but he had limits, even with his broad existence. "What can I even create?" Noah wondered while diving toward the shattered ground. "I can't invent new techniques every time I face Heaven and Earth. Even developing a single trump card in that period is a stretch." There was no real solution. Noah was only another existence that Heaven and Earth were preparing themselves to suppress. His fate would be the same as many other powerful beings if his level didn't evolve. He would lose like everyone else. The chaotic laws have also been almost useless in this battle, Noah cursed in his mind. I guess creating counters is easy when you have access to multiple worlds. The situation seemed hopeless, but Noah didn't want to give up. Heaven and Earth had to fall, but he didn't know how to succeed. Everything would have been different if the rulers had started to target his existence after the 9th rank. But now he feared that death would arrive before that checkpoint. Perfecting the final slash is a must, Noah thought as his consciousness spread through the shattered ground. I don't know about the rest. Noah felt truly lost. He had never underestimated heaven and earth, but he had always believed to have more time. After all, his cultivation level was still in the liquid stage. He was the first expert to have suffered such targeted suppression so early on. The ground didn't contain anything valuable. Many corpses filled the various cracks, but they barely had any power left after the battle. The destroyed underground world was also empty. That mission had taught Noah a lot, but it still felt pointless after inspecting its outcome. I didn't expect you to deal with heaven and earth so swiftly, Stephen announced while flying toward Noah's figure. You only had access to your physical strength and a spark of your influence, but you still defeated them. They didn't care about fighting, Noah sighed. That was only a game meant to reinforce their foundation before a proper fight. We lost since we showed more of our power. It's hard to satisfy you, Stephen laughed, trying to lighten the mood, but his attempts didn't lead to any result. Silence spread through the area. June and the others slowly gathered behind Noah and created a half-circle around him, but they didn't speak to give him enough time to think. A single existence can't deal with the rulers. Noah eventually concluded and transmitted those ideas through his voice. It's simply impossible. We might be amazing, but they still have access to multiple worlds. They can use massive amounts of energy to make up for their lack of talent and aptitude toward certain fields. They still have to take it away from somewhere, Robert explained. The immortal lands are a system in constant expansion, but they have strict requirements. Maybe we can find what heaven and earth decide to ignore and exploit it to our benefit. What if they attack before that? Noah asked. It's only normal to think that heaven and earth will complete their projects before us. They have all the right cards in their hands. We die trying then, Stephen announced. My cell won't accept cowards. We are against heaven and earth until the end now. No one is having second thoughts, June snorted. The issue is far deeper than you think. Heaven and earth's followers can appear everywhere, and they only grow stronger. Normal cultivators can't overcome this treatment. Even monsters can't, Noah explained. Heaven and earth have rigged the cultivation journey. Everything starts with their breath and ends with their suppression. Are you giving up? King Elbaz asked in a cold voice. Elbaz, how long did it take you to counter my law back then? Noah asked while turning toward the expert. Years, King Elbaz honestly revealed. Your law is too broad to require only a simple set of materials and laws. Did you manage to create a counter for my current state already? Noah continued with his questions. I'm working on it, King Elbaz revealed. You have fused with foreign chaotic laws. The process is taking a long time, but I'm confident to reach a prototype shortly. Heaven and earth have done it before you could even understand what you did wrong. Noah snorted. They have too much at their disposal. We have always known that, Wilfred exclaimed. I didn't know how quickly they would react to my law, Noah admitted. I was sure it would have happened soon, but not so soon. We need a solution right away, or our next battle might be the last. The group finally began to realize how scary it was to have an entire world against them. Heaven and earth were probably developing counters for all of them, and Noah didn't even want to imagine the amount of energy flowing into that process. Silence filled the shattered ground. Everyone was trying to come up with a solution, but everything sounded too easy to counter. Can't they overload themselves? King Elbaz asked. They can, Robert replied. However, their resilience makes that event almost impossible. Even rank 9 cultivators couldn't trigger that effect. We have no chances if they have failed. Noah reviewed all his possible options with the demonic deduction technique. An idea eventually hit his mind, but he felt bad just by thinking about it. I have a solution, Noah revealed. I don't even know if you can help with it. His words caught everyone's attention. All the experts took a few steps forward to approach him and listen to the rest of the proposal. We can't change our existences, Noah explained, but we can unite them under a sole banner. Most of heaven and earth's opponents are sparse in hiding or in the outer lands. We are almost on our own unless we build a team. We already are a team, Luke announced. We are too few, Noah continued. I need an army made of threatening existences to make heaven and earth unable to adapt. We require more of us in this war. Heaven and earth could counter multiple existences at the same time, but they still had to contain their consumption of energy. They could develop perfect methods to take care of Noah and other powerful existences, but they would have to ignore other weaker beings due to their limits. Noah didn't have much proof about that matter. He could only vaguely guess it from the current situation in the Immortal lands. The various organizations had multiple cultivators in the higher ranks who opposed heaven and earth. That was the common approach to the cultivation journey. Existences would normally fight against the rulers to push their law forward. However, in general, heaven and earth decided to create counters for those experts only after they reached the 9th rank. They would start by making the world reject their existence before moving to punishments that targeted their laws. Noah could think about different explanations to the matter, with the simplest involving the actual ability of those cultivators. Still, experts capable of reaching the 9th rank had to be special and worthy of punishments even before the actual breakthrough. The explanation could involve other topics, like a lack of energy on heaven and earth side, which sounded more reasonable. The Immortal lands had too many experts, and the rulers couldn't take care of all of them at the same time. They could only target the most troublesome existences and let their followers deal with the others. Another interesting possibility saw a lack of suitable rank 8 tools on heaven and earth side. After all, the rulers had made Noah's group defeat a powerful defense only to trigger a stronger punishment in the 9th rank. At last, Noah guessed that heaven and earth needed some of those existences to grow stronger and fulfill their laws to gain more after an eventual absorption. Noah didn't have a solution for most of those hypotheses. He could only try to work around one of them, but the process would be far from easy. His plan involved gathering many different existences and force their laws to evolve through his ambition. Noah wanted to create more monsters like him, but the process obviously had issues at its core. Noah had used his ambition to affect the members of his organization and legion for years already, but only a few existences had managed to go beyond the limits of their laws with that help. Some had even required a thorough transformation, which he couldn't apply to every expert. King Elbaz and the others evaluated the plan in their minds and reached similar conclusions. In theory, that approach was doable, especially since gathering more troops would help their situation anyway. Yet, it was clear that obtaining other monsters would take a while, and it would even require existences who already had enough talent to step on those realms. Noah's ambition couldn't perform miracles just yet. It was enough to inspect his old companions from the mortal lands to understand that even his law had limits. Heaven and earth would only create a massive punishment if we gather so many defying existences together, Robert announced. His past connection with heaven and earth granted him a greater understanding of the rulers. The same went for Stephen, who limited himself to nod to express his agreement with the expert. It's fine as long as they don't choose something meant to counter us, Noah explained. We have already defeated a rank 9 punishment. Doing that again will force heaven and earth to waste a lot of energy. Did you face a rank 9 punishment? Stephen asked as astonishment filled his face. Heaven and earth were ready for us, King Elbaz summarized. They had created a trap inside a trap to put us against a stronger defense. How did you even survive that? Stephen continued to ask. The expert respected the group's might, but the 9th rank was a completely different realm. Even the weakest being at that level would be enough to wipe out hordes of rank 8 cultivators. We are strong, King Elbaz sighed. But we must be stronger to survive the next tribulation. Noah might be right. We can use other experts to force heaven and earth to ignore the counters. Where can we find other experts? Robert asked. It is my understanding that most of the human organizations on this side of the Immortal lands are still going through internal fights. We have one of the leaders of the secret organization on our side, Noah growled. I think it's time that he makes himself useful. The entire group turned toward Stephen. Even the board sword saint glanced at the expert to join that mass stare. I have information on all the human organizations currently living in the Outer Lands, Stephen revealed in a calm tone. We can definitely exploit your power to gather underlings. The experts didn't nod nor show any happiness. Stephen had hinted at something that they didn't expect. "Where are the others?" Wilfred asked. "I thought the humans had flooded the outer lands after the Legion expanded, and they only have stormy regions past them. Where can they even go?" "There is an organization capable of sealing pacts with the magical beasts," Noah explained before Stephen could say his piece. "The Crystal City has disappeared for a long time," Stephen added. "Even the secret organization doesn't know the new locations of its castles. However, we do know that they are recruiting." "How do they even recruit without alerting your spies?" Noah asked. "Isn't this area under your control?" "I honestly have no idea," Stephen replied as a hint of helplessness appeared on his face. "I tried to keep track of some organization, but experts kept disappearing without triggering any reaction in my sensors. I can't find more about it if I can't see it happening." "We'll deal with the Crystal City later," Noah eventually announced. "That force will prepare us for the fight against the true followers, but we have more impending matters now. Heaven and Earth are only a few steps away from countering my existence, so we need to move quickly." "Do you want to unite them now?" Stephen shouted when he understood Noah's plan. "We don't have enough power to deal with their defenses and cultivators." "That's up to us to discover," Noah snorted. "I don't care if you don't want to fight. Just point us toward the nearest organization with many internal fights. Our arrival should be enough to start an internal war." Stephen didn't know what to say. Noah was giving him complete freedom even if they were allies. He didn't request any favor. He was willing to go on his own if his companions failed to understand his reasons. "I'll join the fight," Stephen announced. "The hybrids might have roamed through the outer lands for far longer than humans, but you know nothing about their current layout. I'll be your guide and companion during the battle." "Let's move then," Noah shouted, and the entire group soon moved. Stephen took the lead of the group and flew across the regions while making sure that his companions were following him. A deadly battle was waiting for them at the end of that path, but none of them appeared worried about that. King Elbaz even managed to seize some time alone with Noah. The two had a similar mindset, so they could guess what was passing through the other's mind. "That wasn't your only plan, right?" King Elbaz whispered while flying next to Noah. His words seemed unable to spread through the area. Their sounds vanished as soon as they reached Noah's ears. "I have something else," Noah revealed while keeping his voice down. "But that approach is suicidal. Is Noah Bulvin backing down from crazy plans?" King Elbaz scoffed. "Well," Noah hesitated before deciding to explain his idea. "Heaven and Earth take a lot of their power from weaker worlds. We might sever the connection with those mortal lands and take care of their source of energy. But the feat requires stepping into the void past the sky." King Elbaz couldn't help but consider Noah's idea. His curiosity enhanced his mental faculties as countless calculations happened in his mind. Noah was an expert in many fields, but King Elbaz had an overall understanding of every topic connected to the cultivation journey. He could evaluate an idea through a broader vision, and Noah trusted his judgment because of that. King Elbaz studied that crazy plan. The layout of Heaven and Earth system appeared in his mind and played the movements that the breath performed. Removing mortal lands from the system would reduce Heaven and Earth's overall amount of energy. It was unclear whether severing those connections would bring immediate damage to the rulers, but it would definitely hurt their plans. Still, the mission needed a team of experts to pass through the holes in the sky, travel through the void, sever the mortal lands from the system, and returning inside the higher plane. A lot could go wrong, especially since Heaven and Earth made those worlds exist in different dimensions. Leaving the higher plane wasn't an issue. It was enough to find a landing zone and fly in a straight line toward the sky. The hole connected to the void would eventually appear, and Heaven and Earth wouldn't even bother to deploy defenses there. Returning inside the immortal lands from the void was the real problem. Sensors and beacons could work, but Heaven and Earth still had complete control of that space and could easily interfere with those items. Moreover, finding the mortal lands could be troublesome unless they managed to pierce through the void. Heaven and Earth would definitely hide them, so the group would need methods that ignored those hindrances. However, King Elbaz couldn't deny the nature of his conclusions. The plan was clearly crazy, but it was far from impossible, especially with the various experts in Noah's group. How do you even come up with this stuff? King Elbaz asked in an honest tone. Destruction is part of my being. Noah laughed. I instinctively know where I can inflict more damage, even when it comes to heaven and earth. I won't lie to you, King Elbaz announced. Our knowledge of dimensions, my inscription methods, the existences with the devil's influence, the idiot, and the hybrids might make a great team for this mission. Is it possible then? Noah asked as his eyes lit up. Definitely, King Elbaz replied. It only needs a lot of planning. Nothing can go wrong in a mission like that. A single mistake might leave us stranded into the void. We need to do something to slow down heaven and earth, Noah explained. They are adapting too quickly. Even our current mission can only buy us some time. I want to do something permanent. Buying time for what? King Elbaz asked. Supreme Thief and Great Builder have died after they reached the 9th rank. Increasing our cultivation level might not help. I'm not them, Noah announced. We helped to revive 2 rank 9 existences as mere rank 8 experts. Our potential has to be higher. Noah's confidence was quite disarming. King Elbaz couldn't help but believe his words completely when he put them in that way. What are you two plotting? Sword Saint suddenly said after arriving behind the duo. I still don't understand why we aren't leaving for the stormy regions. I don't understand why you are still here, King Elbaz honestly replied. Are you part of this crazy bunch now? I only follow the path of the sword, Sword Saint exclaimed. The stormy regions have many valuable opponents, but I believe that following you all will lead me to better battles. We met in heaven and earth's trap in the end. He just wants stuff to cut, Noah summarized before ignoring the expert. Sword Saint was incredible. He was one of the strongest experts that Noah had ever seen. However, he was like divine demon. His unrestrained character made every attempt to involve him in organizations pointless. Noah was happy as long as Sword Saint remained, but he didn't dare to involve him in his plans. The expert wouldn't listen to them anyway. I'll think about the various details, King Elbaz eventually exclaimed while leaving Noah. We might follow through with the plan if heaven and earth fail to kill us in the imminent future. Noah limited himself to nod before the travel became a mere series of meaningless talks with the various experts. Only Stephen and Robert seemed to discuss for most of the flight, but it was clear that their topics involved heaven and earth. We are almost there, Stephen announced after the group spent a few years flying. The group had reached a mountain chain that featured multiple rivers flowing through the various valleys. Their waters carried the same whiteness that had corroded Xianxia, but Noah's instincts didn't sense anything dangerous in the area. One of the branches of the Rotway family is here, Stephen explained. They were one of the few families that didn't suffer while moving to the outer lands since most of their mines are here. Soul stones? Jordan asked. Many of them, Stephen continued. The Rotway family has always been outside of the political environment because it had never needed to interact with the other forces. It rarely became the target of attacks and similar events due to the secrecy of these locations. How did you even find it then? Wilfred asked. The secret organization has helped to find these spots, Stephen explained. We even noted them down since the human domain always offers you a chance to gain a profit from this knowledge. I didn't think they would have been useful for these missions. How do we attack? Luke asked while stepping into the conversation. I need a few instants to cross-reference my information with this current layout, Stephen announced. I should be able to find the location quickly. Everyone nodded, but Noah, Sword Saint, and Divine Demon exchanged a helpless glance. The trio drew their weapons under the stunned gaze of their friends and quickly unleashed attacks toward the protected area. Sword Saint placed his sword-shaped silver energy on his forehead as his consciousness expanded. An array of slashes materialized as soon as his mental waves reached those areas, and the whole mountain chain soon experienced those attacks. Noah summoned Snore before pointing toward the mountain chain, and the snake promptly unleashed the full might of its black feathers. 3 different attacks flew toward the ground and unleashed unfathomable destruction. Divine Demon's beam transformed into white energy that spread through the area after touching the ground. The mountains inevitably shook as that power crossed them, and many cracks appeared on their surface. Sword Saint's energy had the shape of a blade. His sharpness spread through the area while mountains started to fall. His last attack severed those motionless structures into halves. Then, Snore's feathers arrived, and everything fell into chaos. Their attacks flattened entire areas, burnt the rivers, and revealed which spots featured protections. Found them, Noah thought as he fixed his eyes on a series of mountains that didn't shake during the impact of the spells. It was clear that the area featured protections, and he couldn't wait to dive toward them. The entire mountain chain shook as the three powerful attacks spread their power through the lands. The grounds, the rivers, and the mountains vanished as the different abilities unleashed their destructive might. A storm of violent dark matter continued to rage through the mountain chain even after Divine Demon and Sword Saint's abilities finished discharging their power. Still, a small area in the region appeared unaffected by that phenomenon. "Why did you attack?" Stephen shouted while looking at the trio. "It's quicker to find them like this," Noah answered. "I wanted to cut something," Sword Saint added. "I just went along," Divine Demon said while shrugging his shoulders. "Shouldn't you try to recruit them?" Stephen complained. "How is launching deadly attacks helping the mission? That's usually how I recruit experts," Noah replied, and Stephen remained speechless when a few members of the group nodded to confirm his answer. "We almost killed each other in the mortal lands," King Elbaz explained. "I love him," June replied while wearing an annoyed expression. "So I launch a few lightning bolts at him every once in a while. Isn't that how relationships work? I almost killed him when I cooperated with the Crystal City," Luke continued. Stephen turned toward the other experts almost expecting similar answers, but they didn't follow that trend. Yet, their words didn't make him feel any better. "He is my heir," Divine Demon shouted. "I only throw him into other fights. I fought him only after his ascension," Sword Saint continued. "Cutting him before he learnt decent sword arts would have been pointless. The Legion only tested his physical strength back then," Jordan explained. "I did try to kill him now that I think about it," Robert added. "But I died a few times after that. Does it still count? It's not the same life in the end." Stephen firmly believed that he had ended up in the most dysfunctional team in the entire higher plane after watching that scene. All of them seemed completely crazy. Even the most stable among them had done something that would normally prevent a peaceful relationship with their current companions. "Something is coming," Noah announced while the storms on the ground started to disperse. The previous attacks had ended up destroying many inscriptions. The Rotway family had a large mansion hidden near one of the mountains in the area, but the offensive forced the building to reveal itself. "The mines must be there," Noah concluded in his mind, and his companions shared his thoughts. A series of figures suddenly came out of the mansion and shot toward the sky. They didn't immediately attack Noah's group. Instead, they stopped at some distance from the experts to hold a conversation. 5 cultivators appeared in the sky. Most of them were old, but 2 of them had a solid stage cultivation level. The others were liquid stage experts who couldn't help but stare at the enemy group in fear. "Why did you even attack us?" one of the solid stage cultivators asked. "I didn't leave the human domain for too long. The other forces should still remember the name Elmer Rotway." One of his companions inspected the enemy group before whispering something in Elmer's ear. The cultivator's eyes widened at those words, and a confused expression soon appeared on his face. "Why is Defying Demon here?" Elmer asked. "I thought you had gone to the other side of the Immortal lands with one of my promising descendants. Where is Harold?" "We don't know anything about any Harold," Divine Demon shouted, but Noah patted his shoulder and took control of that conversation. "Harold is one of my underlings now," Noah revealed. "He lives in the Legion's domain." "How can we even believe you?" Elmer asked. "We didn't receive any word from him, and you are here attacking us now. How do you explain this behavior?" "It was quicker than waiting for Stephen to complete his inspection," Noah replied. "Stephen?" Elmer asked. Stephen from the secret organization? Why did you even expose my identity? Stephen shouted. Who cares? Noah snorted. They'll become allies or corpses anyway. What's the point of keeping your name a secret? Let me decide that, Stephen complained. You lost that chance when you became my underling, Noah exclaimed. I have never become your underling, Stephen yelled, but King Elbaz promptly nodded to confirm that line. Moreover, a tinge of helplessness came out of King Elbaz's figure during that gesture. Stephen could sense that his recruitment didn't go smoothly either. Are you done? Elmer asked. I won't listen to the nonsensical words of my enemies. You might want to hear me first, Noah announced. I'm creating a large army to fight against heaven and earth. Are some of you interested? The sudden question left the 5 cultivators speechless. Noah had gone from attacking their home to trying to recruit them for a massive battle in an instant. His words didn't respect any political tradition. The Rotway family won't bend itself to your request, Elmer explained. Our beliefs are none of your business. I don't care about them either, Noah laughed. I only want experts willing to break free of this intricate social array. Do it somewhere else then, Elmer proposed. Creating wars over these topics is pointless. How would I know that you aren't failures otherwise? Noah asked. Noah had chosen his words casually. He could sense the experts' auras, and his instincts began to inspect their figures. It was hard to understand whether an expert was heaven and earth's follower, but Noah had access to a powerful tool in his arsenal for that task. His anger could detect the rulers even if the cultivators tried to hide their influence, and that feeling inevitably found something among the group from the Rotway family. I guess you all know that 3 of you work for heaven and earth, right? Noah asked as a cold smirk appeared on his face. His instincts had never failed to gain a clear picture of his opponents, and his anger had only helped in that situation. 3 members of that group carried faint traces of heaven and earth, and they were even trying to hide them with multiple abilities. Our beliefs don't change the fact that we are an organization, Elmer continued. It doesn't matter who we worship. We are still members of the Rotway family. Harold didn't think the same. Noah laughed before pointing toward Elmer. It's easy to defend your position when you are one of those worshipping heaven and earth. A tremor ran through the faces of the 5 cultivators. Elmer's companions inevitably turned toward him, but Noah wasn't over. The woman there is the same, Noah explained. The young-looking guy also is heaven and earth's follower. The Rotway family must have many of them if its upper echelon is in this state. Your words can't break the trust built through generations, Elmer shouted. Look at my companions. Do you think any of them will ever start to doubt my worth over mere words? Elmer turned at that point, but his expression froze when he looked at his companions. They were inspecting each other and him while keeping their heads lowered. It seemed that Noah's taunts had worked. Elmer and the other 5 experts glared at each other. Noah had pointed at the 3 cultivators who served heaven and earth, and the event had worsened the internal fights that ran through their family. How can you serve heaven and earth? One of the cultivators asked. They have tried to vanquish the Balro family due to a mere gathering with the Legion. What about the cultivation journey? The other cultivator who didn't serve heaven and earth said. Are you willing to give up on everything? You know nothing about heaven and earth, Elmer announced. You are young laws who didn't get the chance to experience the desperation hidden inside the world. Rejecting the rulers is pure madness. You will understand once your cultivation level reaches the edges of the 9th rank, the second solid stage cultivator announced. The faint threat of the punishments in store for you will make your back shake. The help they provide to the cultivation journey is also incredible, the woman exclaimed. Your existence will connect to the sky. You will become part of the entire world and expand as the system envelopes new planes. The trio who worked with heaven and earth didn't hide the benefits of connecting their existence to the rulers. The group had actually started to argue about their beliefs while forgetting that Noah and his team were inspecting the scene. What's the plan now? Stephen asked while turning toward Noah. Do we watch until they come up with a decision? Noah remained silent. He had created the internal conflict, but he had to exploit it now. The Rotway family could provide a good boost to his organization, but handling rank 8 cultivators was far from easy. Noah didn't even want to change their minds. Gaining allies that could betray him due to their fear of heaven and earth was pointless. His plan required monsters that could reach a decent level even without his ambition. "Do you plan on turning toward us at some point?" Noah asked while the demonic sword materialized in his hand. "We have to go through all the organizations in the Outer Lands before heaven and earth launch their next punishment. Can you make it quick?" The 5 cultivators interrupted their discussion to turn toward Noah. They didn't want to handle that invasion before getting their internal situation straight. Still, it was clear that their opponents couldn't wait for that to happen. "Defying demon," Elmer shouted. "You came here to stir a mess, but the human organizations are far stronger than you think. We might have lost our domain, but we still preserve our pride as previous rulers of the world." "What rulers?" Noah laughed. "You have lived in constant fear of the magical beasts for eras. Your only shield against those creatures was an organization made of fanatics. The Crystal City has served its purpose," Elmer continued. "It will come back once your organization stops tainting the higher plane." "You are too late for that," Robert laughed. "I bet you didn't take a look at your old domain in a while. What have you done to the Immortal lands?" Elmer asked as disbelief filled his expression. "We gave them the chance to exist outside of the system," Noah explained. "Enough talking now. My organization is recruiting. Choose on which side you are in the next seconds." Noah raised his blade, and the sharpness released by his figure intensified. His companions did the same. They prepared themselves to attack as they waited for an answer. The battle stance forced the cultivators to face the reality of their situation. They didn't have time to sort their internal struggles now. Handling the impending threat came before their political status. "I can't remain in an organization that wants to cut my cultivation journey short," one of the cultivators eventually announced. "You have failed as laws." The cultivator separated from the group neared Noah's team. Still, he didn't get too close due to the obvious danger that those cultivators radiated. "Are you really willing to betray the Rotway family?" Elmer asked. "What can they even offer? You are nothing but a rat who fears death. That's better than serving heaven and earth," another cultivator exclaimed before separating from the group and joining his companion. "This is for our very survival. You'll only sacrifice us if the situation requires it." The trio couldn't help but start to fear for their lives. They couldn't face Noah's group without the defenses of their mansions, and the situation appeared grim even in that situation. Just Robert and Sword Saint were enough to match the higher-ups of that branch of the Rotway family. The other experts in that team weren't easy opponents either. Noah alone had too many incredible achievements. Elmer glanced at the sky before heaving a loud sigh. It was clear that the Rotway family didn't have any chance to overcome that trial. He could only surrender and hope in Noah's mercy since heaven and earth didn't seem willing to help. "I can give you insights on heaven and earth and other forces," Elmer eventually announced. "The minds here are yours to take. I'll make sure that my underlings cooperate with the Legion." Noah didn't expect the experts to surrender. He wasn't ready to take prisoners, and part of him wanted to avoid that approach to weaken heaven and earth's side. However, taking prisoners could help his plan. Noah would get the chance to turn some of those experts into allies if they remained immersed in his ambition long enough. The matter was even truer for the weaker cultivators since they had found on heaven and earth's side due to the influence of their leaders. "Is it actually better to show mercy?" Noah thought while scratching his head. His companions waited for his orders, but they shared his hesitation. Getting rid of enemies usually was the best approach, but they had the chance to maximize their gains there. "My law has yet to enter heaven and earth system," Elmer continued when he noticed that Noah was struggling to make up his mind. "You won't need to fear the rulers if you keep us alive. You also need my mercy to remain alive," Noah snorted before turning toward King Elbaz. "Elbaz, how quickly can you build restraints?" "I already have a few ready," King Elbaz replied. "But I need to make some changes for the two in the solid stage. Make all your troops come out." Noah ordered while turning back toward the experts. Lower the defenses of your mansion and accept our restraints. I won't hesitate to kill all of you if I sense that something is off. Elmer limited himself to nod and give a few orders through his inscribed notebook. He didn't dare to whisper or use methods to cover his words, so Noah and the others could confirm that he wasn't using codes when talking to his underlings. The various buildings on the ground lit up before going completely dark. A few cracks even appeared on their surface since some inscriptions were a core part of their fabric. Turning them off had disrupted their stability. A wave of cultivators came out of the buildings. Hundreds of rank 7 experts accompanied by weak rank 8 existences. Their force was quite stunning for a simple branch, but everything paled in front of Noah's group. The cultivators silently removed their storage devices and lowered their innate defenses. They exposed themselves to Noah and his group without even attempting to preserve some dignity. It felt strange to take so many prisoners. Noah rarely cared about the political side of his actions, but he couldn't deny their current meaning. He didn't like to become a proper gear in that environment, but it seemed impossible to remain outside of it at that point. I'm almost done, Elbaz announced after tinkering with a series of formations. The expert already had upper-tier inscriptions that could target solid-stage cultivators, but he wanted to make them specific for his prisoners. He could adapt his formations to their laws and make them far more effective. Noah waited patiently. King Elbaz had to go toward every expert and check their laws before creating a formation that could restrain their centers of power. He approached the rank 7 cultivators first before moving to the stronger existences. The members of Noah's group shot glances toward the sky from time to time, but heaven and earth didn't seem interested in the matter. Noah's instincts also remained silent during the entire procedure. The group descended toward the ground after King Elbaz put restraints on every member of the Rotway family. Sword Saint and Robert remained outside to check on their prisoners while their companions inspected the various buildings. This is a lot, Noah thought when he descended through one of the structures connected to a mountain. Piles of soul stones unfolded in his view, but they were only the tip of the wealth hidden in those buildings. Noah saw entire tunnels made of soul stones as he explored the insides of the mountain. It seemed that those materials had replaced the azure ground of the immortal lands in that area. Then, a shining lake appeared when he approached the center of the mountain. The chaotic laws flowing out of those white waters tainted the soul stones and increased their value. A few of them had even abandoned their gray shades and had started to glow. I've never seen this reaction, Noah thought while inspecting the glowing soul stones. That material could store chaotic laws, but it generally had a limit. Noah had never thought that it could reach superior levels after prolonged exposure to the shining waters. Does someone care to explain? Noah asked through the inscribed notebook. That's how a complete mind should look like, King Elbaz replied through the inscribed notebook. That's what Elmer says, at least. The value of the mine was incredible, but society had gone past money after Radiant Eye's crisis. The human environment had collapsed, and the cities had turned into ruins. The Legion might have taken control of those lands, but the hybrids didn't care about rebuilding the previous social environment. Noah had even brought many magical beasts into his organization, which made the use of soul stones as a currency completely pointless. It's a pity to eat it right away, Noah thought while studying the lake. These waters should be able to transform the environment for a long time. They are a source of chaotic laws that can benefit my entire organization. Greed usually drove Noah's actions, but he was thinking like a leader now. Devouring the lake and the entire mine right away could lead to decent growth, but it wouldn't provide any sharp benefits. Preserving that structure seemed the best approach. It would have been different if a breakthrough were near, but both his body and Danteon still required some time. Moreover, Noah wouldn't lose the lake if he gave it to his underlings. He could always absorb it when his centers of power required a final boost. How is the situation in the other structures? Noah asked through the inscribed notebook. Every mine is the same according to Elmer, King Elbaz promptly replied. We are confirming it now. There seems to be a lake at the center of every mountain. That's too precise to be mere luck, Noah thought before sending more instructions through the inscribed notebook. Robert questioned the prisoners thoroughly, focusing more on the stronger leaders. Answers quickly arrived, and he didn't hesitate to convey them to his companions. They say that the area creates a natural field capable of attracting chaotic laws, Robert explained. The absorption doesn't happen in the sky. The energy flows through the underground world. Noah nodded even if he was alone inside the mountain. He had understood why his consciousness couldn't sense the currents of energy flowing through the region. They existed underground, and the power released by the various mines hid that phenomenon. Will they remain the same if we relocate them? Noah asked, and a positive answer soon reached his mind. They attract chaotic laws on their own, King Elbaz explained. The location isn't the issue. That can only affect the amount of energy that reaches the mountains. Still, we can't move them freely. We might affect their radiations if we sever their connection with the world. Noah came up with a better idea right away. First, he questioned both the prisoners and King Elbaz to understand how many soul stones he could take for himself. Then, he left the mountain and summoned night to take care of its base. The pterodactyl cut the ground of the immortal lands and severed the mountain from its base without affecting the mine. Then, Noah stabbed his hands inside the fissure and proceeded to lift the entire structure. Night went to take care of the other mountains. The creature severed all of them from the ground, and the experts shook their heads when they saw Noah lifting one of them. They had already understood what his plan was. Wilfred! Noah roared, and the hybrid quickly flew toward him. Noah didn't say anything. He limited himself to drop the mountain on Wilfred's shoulders before diving toward the ground to lift the others. Moreover, King Elbaz proceeded to reinforce the mountains with defensive inscriptions that improved their stability. Wilfred wouldn't need the fear of dropping them after that procedure. Return to the Legion and contact Second Prince, Noah ordered before the expert could complain. We need to plant these in specific positions and study them further. What about the prisoners? Wilfred asked as clear annoyance appeared on his face. Wilfred wanted to fight, but he agreed that securing the mountains came first. That source of energy was too valuable for the Legion as a whole. Also, his team was too threatening, so most forces would avoid a direct conflict during that mission. Robert and Luke will go with you and bring the prisoners away, Noah announced. This mission is turning out to be less dangerous than we expected anyway. The involved experts made up their minds about that task and left the area after performing a second round of questioning. The prisoners told them everything they knew, and the inscribed notebooks could keep them in contact even after the separation anyway. Where to now? Noah asked while grabbing a soul stone and letting his dark matter devour it. Noah had far too many soul stones now, so it didn't hurt to use them to improve his growth. Also, he wanted to see if he could learn more about that energy to make his devil's influence intensify. We can keep hitting the branches of the Rotway family, Stephen explained. They always build them around mines. We can't carry them without Wilfred and with me busy with the mission, Noah explained. Let's try something that has more connections with heaven and earth this time. We might actually find a fight there. I know of a lone branch of the Sailbird family not too far from here, Stephen proposed. You might find a battle there. What are we waiting for then? Noah laughed, and Stephen promptly shot ahead. The other experts followed Stephen and let him lead them through the outer lands. The winds intensified as they flew toward the edges of the immortal lands, but those chaotic laws couldn't make them flinch. Stephen eventually stopped, and the other experts gathered around him. The cultivator turned toward his companions, and his admonishing eyes soon fixed on Noah. Can we do this my way now? Stephen asked, but his expression froze when he saw Noah's reaction. No, Noah said while shaking his head and summoning Snore. Divine Demon and Sword Saint didn't hesitate to join the snake. They launched a deadly offensive aimed toward the surface, and their power made the entire area shake. The area was nothing more than an azure plain that featured a few small rivers, but everything vanished when the attacks reached it. The very ground shattered before a storm of violent dark matter covered the entire area. A relatively large area didn't tremble during the storm. The defenses that hid the structures there slowly crumbled and revealed the large mansion that featured the emblems of the Sailbird family. Lights glowed as the dark matter ran through the region. More defenses were falling apart. But King Elbaz didn't wait for the end of the storms to continue with the offensive. A fiery spear appeared in his grasp before he pointed it toward the mansion. Noah shot a confused expression toward the expert, but everything became clear when he saw a beam of golden light shooting out of the weapon and crossing the storm without losing power. King Elbaz had created disposable weapons capable of ignoring the violent dark matter. The golden beam crossed the storm of violent dark matter and landed on the mansion. Its light took fire as it spread through the structure and enveloped it with raging flames that radiated King Elbaz's curiosity. The various inscriptions around the structure crumbled far faster than before with the golden flames raging over their lines. King Elbaz's attack didn't carry more power than the dark matter, but the curiosity that they radiated seemed able to analyze and destroy those defenses. "You are getting good at it," Noah mocked King Elbaz while his team waited for the arrival of the experts from the Sailbird family. "Please," King Elbaz snorted. "We both know that I'm the best." Noah laughed, but he didn't add anything. King Elbaz's confidence had a solid foundation. His achievements and current abilities already put him among the best inscription masters in the entirety of the Immortal lands. The group waited for the arrival of the experts. Still, no one came out of the mansion even after its walls started to crumble. The situation immediately became suspicious, but Noah waited until the storm dispersed before deciding to take a look. The fiendish armor and the black roots covered Noah's figure as he descended toward the mansion. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponents even in that situation, but his instincts didn't sense anything dangerous. Actually, they didn't feel anything at all. The flames had disabled every defense around and inside the mansion, turning it into nothing more than a pile of charred walls. Noah could explore that structure without facing any hindrance, but he didn't find anyone inside it. How is this possible? Noah wondered before glancing toward Stephen. The cultivator saw the confusion in Noah's eyes and decided to join the exploration. He descended toward the mansion, and the same surprise filled his face when he noticed its empty insides. "How?" Noah asked, but Stephen seemed even more confused than him. "I don't understand," Stephen exclaimed. "My reports were quite recent, and nothing can explain such a mass exodus. Where are they?" Noah decided to resume the exploration after that announcement. Answers to his doubts could be inside those charred walls, and his guess turned out to be correct. They didn't waste time, Noah thought when his senses picked up a peculiar feeling. His senses couldn't miss that detail. Noah clearly felt the presence of heaven and earth's laws on some walls. They were faint, but his instincts couldn't be wrong about that. Did heaven and earth already notify their underlings? Noah wondered. Still, how did they leave so quickly? The mansion didn't show any trace of sudden preparations for a departure. Its defenses had been up before the attack, and the inventory of the structure was still fairly full. The experts didn't take anything before vanishing out of thin air. "I recognize this scene," Stephen snorted when he inspected those details. "This reeks of Crystal City." "How did they even take them away?" Noah asked. "I don't see formations or teleports anywhere. It should be impossible to do something like this without leaving any trace, right? A teleport usually needs both an entrance and an exit," King Elbaz explained when he reached the duo. "You can limit their visibility during one-way travels, but it's clear that someone has stepped in before opening a new teleport. I can only explain everything with heaven and earth's influence," Noah sighed. "I didn't expect them to warn the other organizations so soon." "That's not the only issue," Stephen continued. "Heaven and earth might have warned the organizations, but the Crystal City had already methods to extract them ready. They probably have a special connection with heaven and earth," King Elbaz explained. "I just don't understand the type of inscription deployed here, which means that they involve the inscribed items from the cities in the sky," Noah concluded before calling his companions and starting sorting through the inventory. The mansion contained soul stones, inscribed items, weapons of various kinds, and a few scrolls. The techniques described there featured strange abilities that involved inscriptions and divination. They seemed quite valuable, even for rank 8 experts who rarely relied on tomes and similar methods to study new skills. These aren't bad, King Elbaz announced after studying the scrolls. I can definitely learn them for something useful. They are all yours, Noah exclaimed. Let's grab everything and destroy this place. Noah and the others seized every valuable resource and item inside the inventory before flattening the entire structure. Noah's attacks inevitably created a large spot that didn't belong to heaven and earth, but he didn't care about those effects now. Do you have other destinations? Noah asked, and Stephen promptly nodded before shooting in the distance to lead his team. The group flew for a few years before reaching their target. A plane hit a branch of the Putgon family, but Noah's attacks forced the mansion to reveal itself. Still, disappointment eventually filled his mind when he inspected the structure and found no one inside again. This is getting strange, Stephen announced when he noticed the absence of cultivators inside the crumbling mansion. I can understand that heaven and earth are warning the other organizations about our arrival, but the Crystal City still has limited resources and manpower. Yet, they shouldn't know which force to focus on first. Stephen was completely worried, and his eyes often went toward the sky after that realization. It wouldn't be a problem if the Crystal City only managed to save a few forces, but taking care of all of them sounded like an impossible feat. Noah's group wasn't even following a precise path. They switched target and direction after every trip, which would normally prevent any kind of planned reaction. The sky is watching us, King Elbaz eventually announced before increasing the number of inscriptions above his head. King Elbaz's presence became fainter. He was trying to shield himself from heaven and earth's inspection, but he was unclear about the results of his actions. After all, he couldn't test if the rulers still managed to inspect his position. Let's sweep everything and get moving again, Noah ordered. We can't waste time since heaven and earth are already on the move. The group left in a hurry as if they were trying to outrun the Crystal City. That force didn't have the time to handle all the organizations in the Outer Lands in mere years. Noah and the others had to find a few opponents sooner or later. The new target was at the bottom of a solitary mountain placed at the center of a plain. The structure didn't have any cloaking device, so Noah could inspect it without filling the area with his violent dark matter. The mansion carried the emblems of the Newhall family, but it didn't seem to have many defenses in place. Actually, most of them were off. King Elbaz approached the structures and removed the last defenses before entering inside the mansion with Noah. The scene was a bit different from the other empty structures. Noah could find a few experts of the Newhall family, but they were already corpses. They had clearly fought with someone, but Noah couldn't even begin to understand the laws deployed in the area. The laws there were too messy. Some of them seemed to belong to heaven and earth system, while others were part of separated existences. Trying to understand the nature of that hidden opponent from a mere inspection of the mansion was impossible. Noah could point his fingers at the Crystal City, but his ideas remained faint guesses since he didn't even know where that force was. Change of plan, Noah announced after the group finished sorting the items and materials in the inventory. Let's ignore potential battles. Led us toward branches with an equal share of heaven and earth's followers and normal cultivators. The group set off immediately, and Stephen felt forced to lead his companions toward lands they had already crossed. The trip then moved toward unknown regions, and a series of buildings soon appeared when the team approached a large lake. Noah, Divine Demon, and Sword Saint immediately deployed their abilities to unleash destruction in the area. Still, a series of figures shot out of those buildings before they could launch their attacks. 2 cultivators in the liquid stage and 1 in the solid stage appeared in the sky and bowed toward Noah's group. He confirmed that their laws didn't carry traces of heaven and earth, but their situation seemed quite poor. The trio carried evident traces of a recent battle. Some of them even had injuries and patches of blood on their robes. We know why you are here, Defying Demon, the woman in the solid stage exclaimed. Someone has warned us about your arrival. How did they even know about that? Noah asked while drawing the demonic sword. I think it's better if you take a look by yourself, the woman announced before giving a few orders through her inscribed notebook. A series of inscriptions glowed brightly before going dark. The various buildings lost most of their defenses in a few seconds and allowed Noah to descend toward them without fearing for his life. Most of his group followed him toward the buildings. Noah didn't know what he was looking for, but everything became clear once he stepped inside one of those structures. What has even happened here? Noah couldn't help but ask when he noticed dozens of corpses filling the floor. That wasn't everything. The trio led Noah and his team through a few corridors until they reached an area featuring multiple blades stabbed on the floor. King Elba's eyes immediately lit up at that sight. The blades didn't have any offensive nature, but they could seal a certain area as long as an expert deployed all of them correctly. Those weapons were isolating a series of shining lines that resembled a teleport. "I don't recognize these formations," King Elbaz exclaimed, "but their aura is still pretty clear. It's definitely something from the sky." "What has happened here?" Noah asked. "It's my understanding that the Sinnel family has never sided with heaven and earth." "Not completely, at least," the woman replied. "We discovered some time ago that we had different factions inside our organization. We didn't immediately take care of heaven and earth's followers since they didn't pose a clear threat to the family. But everything went crazy only a few days ago. I bet they came from the floor and announced that we were coming," King Elbaz commented while he crouched to inspect the various lines isolated by the swords. "It was sudden," the woman continued. "These formations appeared past our defenses and let an entire platoon of cultivators inside. That has happened in every building. We still can't figure out how they did it." "I think you have no chances of finding out through this small sample," King Elbaz explained. "I can perform some tests, but I don't know if I can put the innate self-destruction on hold." "Feel free to play with those lines," the woman announced. "We might have no political relationship with the Legion, but it's clear that we are natural allies now." "What else happened?" Noah asked. "We fought back the first wave of invaders," the woman explained. "We have been quite efficient even if many of our companions turned their backs on the Sinnel family." The cultivator then gestured to the group to follow her. The experts walked through the building until they reached a descending staircase that seemed to lead deep into the faint lights of the underground world. "The invaders came out shouting your name," the woman said while glancing toward Noah. "I think they did that to scare us, and they definitely obtained some results. Most of the followers in our ranks directly jumped in the teleport when they saw that the battle wasn't going well for them." "Can you confirm that the Crystal City is playing a part in all of this?" Noah asked. "I can do better," the woman announced while wearing a cold smile and turning a corner to reveal a series of inscribed cells. "I can let you talk with one of the invaders." Noah's eyes lit up, and his gaze quickly landed on a chained man inside one of the cells. The cultivator was a mere gaseous stage expert, but his white robe made him become the most exciting part of the last years. Purple drawings depicted a series of spheres on that white robe, but patches of blood ruined its beauty. The defensive properties of those clothes had also gone silent after the battle. The Sinnel family could suppress his centers of power thoroughly. "Hello to you," Noah exclaimed as he approached the cell and crouched to stare at the cultivator directly in the eyes. The man didn't even bother to reply to his gaze. Chains kept his arms raised toward the rocky ceiling, and inscriptions ran through the entire floor. "I thought we were friends after our history," Noah laughed. "Didn't they tell you that the Crystal City knows me very well? We are basically allies." "I know what you are, defying demon," the man announced in a hoarse voice. "Heaven and earth have told us a lot about you. Noah Bulvin is your real name. Who would have thought that the blight of the Crystal City was a whoreson?" "That's one way to describe me," Noah laughed. "I'm also a monster, a hybrid, probably the most talented existence in the entire Immortal lands. Just to name a few. Don't forget capable of great humbleness," the cultivator scoffed. "Of course," Noah continued to laugh. "Humility is my best quality. You are wasting time if you think that I'll say anything about the Crystal City and heaven and earth," the man continued. "You are better off killing me now." "Not so quickly," Noah said. "I've just met you. I bet that I can get you to talk in a few days." "No torture can make me betray the Crystal City," the man snorted. "You can start now." I'll just laugh while you try to inflict punishments meant to break me. I think I have a better idea, Noah revealed while wearing a cold smile. I can take away your precious humanity and transform you into a hybrid. The transformation is impossible to complete in mere days, the man announced. How long will you waste before understanding that the transformation can't exist so freely? Don't worry about time, Noah replied as the coldness coming out of his smile intensified. You are my only connection with the Crystal City. I will do everything in my power to get my answers. Transforming one expert in the divine ranks was a troublesome matter. The process involved laws that went beyond simple stability and similar concepts. It required a complete transformation of one's entity, which usually needed a broken or simple existence. Fergie, Robert, and the Foolery all had special situations that had allowed Noah to perform a complete transformation. The mutated sharks were the same due to their connection with the chaotic laws. Instead, the prisoner of the Sinnel family didn't feature any lasting injury on his existence, and his belief also made him a troublesome guinea pig. He would definitely oppose the transformation, which was an issue that Noah could overcome only through sheer power. Heaven and earth won't let me turn into one of you monsters, the man shouted when he understood that Noah wasn't simply threatening him. They barely have enough energy to look out for themselves. Noah laughed before straightening his position and turning toward the path that led to the upper floors. I'll prepare a few things first. I'll take care of the prisoner after making sure that heaven and earth can't find us here. Can you even do something like that? The woman in the solid stage asked. Don't worry about it, Noah replied while walking past her. I've dealt with heaven and earth long enough to know how to make them blind. The woman couldn't help but remain speechless in front of the pure confidence flowing out of Noah's figure. Everything seemed possible when he announced it. You aren't as bad as the reports say, the woman commented, and a pensive smile appeared on her face. I'm Elsie Sinnel, by the way. I forgot to welcome you properly due to the strangeness of our situation. Noah didn't even bother to turn, but June glared at Elsie. The cultivator wasn't only strong. She was also quite stunning. It was rare for cultivators capable of reaching the solid stage to retain their young appearances. Even June's features had slightly aged due to the time spent as a prisoner of the Crystal City. Avoiding the effects of time was impossible, but constant growth could help in the matter. Elsie had a young appearance. She barely seemed to touch her 30s, and her long blonde hair shone on its own due to her law. Her green eyes also radiated a similar light, and her last expression showed a clear interest toward Noah. June immediately sensed that interest, and she ended up loathing it. Still, Noah noticed her reaction and didn't hesitate to grab her to bring her toward his CHEST. They are potential allies, Noah transmitted through his consciousness while dragging June toward the upper floors. Get stronger if you want to kill every woman who is after me. I challenge you to find someone who can put up with your addictions, June replied through her consciousness. Or who launches lightning bolts whenever she sees me. Noah mocked her, and the duo continued to bicker until they exited the structure. The cultivators from the branch of the Sinnel family felt curious when they saw Noah and June coming out of the building. They initially thought that the interrogation had gone poorly, but Noah's next actions left them speechless. Noah flew higher into the sky until his vision could see the entirety of the region. His focus didn't go on the buildings. His consciousness spread through the entire area and began to cover it with his ambition. The ground and air started to change, but Noah deployed the dark world before any transformation could occur. His dark matter modified the broad purpose that his ambition tried to give and put on a different path. Noah didn't want life forms nor a thorough transformation. He only needed the area to turn into something that heaven and earth couldn't affect. The rulers would still be able to inspect the outsides of the region after the process, but they wouldn't manage to reach its insides. The ambition followed the dark world's orders and forced the region to change according to precise directives. The ground became metal, and the air transformed into a dense gas that resembled Noah's dark matter. Even the underground world didn't manage to escape the mutations. Noah spared only the buildings of the Sinnel family. He had left the other cultivators able to see and sense everything happening to their home, but he didn't know how they would react if the ambition started destroying their inscriptions. The process didn't take long. Noah had already improved his ability to mutate the world after transforming the entirety of the Legion's domain. It was almost a second nature that he avoided unfolding to its full potential most of the time by then. Elsie had also come out of the building after sensing what was happening in the outside world. Her eyes inevitably widened in surprise during the process. She could feel the strange power carried by Noah's ambition, and her instincts almost begged her to let that energy affect her law. Elsie was the only reason the other cultivators didn't try to stop Noah. Most of them had understood that he had no ill intentions, but a small group was ready to attack. Yet, their leader stopped them before they could effect the transformation. Everything was dark after Noah dispersed the dark world and retracted his ambition. The whole region had turned into a flat metal land covered by a thick black cloud. Outsiders could even mistake that cloud for one of heaven and earth's tribulations, but their evaluation would be completely off. The rulers couldn't reach that place. Noah had created a night that they couldn't pierce without powerful tools. "Thank you," Noah exclaimed when he landed next to Elsie and approached the previous building. June rolled her eyes at that scene, but she didn't dare to say anything. Elsie was stronger than her, and Noah needed the assistance of her branch to learn more about the whole situation in the Outer Lands. "What did you do?" The chained cultivator promptly shouted when he saw Noah and the others approaching his cell. "Why can't I sense them anymore? What have you done to the higher plane?" "I freed it," Noah explained. "Even ground and air have the chance to pursue the cultivation journey. I just gave them a little push." "You could cause a catastrophe," the man shouted. "You might even kill us all. What if the immortal lands start to destabilize because of your actions?" "I'd blame heaven and earth for building something so frail." Noah laughed before wearing a cold expression and moving his gaze on the prisoner. "I won't let you turn me," the man announced while trying to retreat, but the chains didn't give him the chance to move. "I've always wanted to see the limits of my mutations," Noah said in an aloof voice while Elsie opened the door of the cell. "How much can humans even handle if they oppose the procedure? Can I still reach a decent result if the experts fight the transformation? I've always lacked suitable guinea pigs in time, but you are here now." The cultivator shook. He could sense the coldness radiated by Noah's figure. His warden wouldn't feel anything during the procedure. Noah even seemed interested in seeing the transformation go wrong. Screams tried to resound through the prisons, but Noah's dark world covered the cultivator's cell and contained every sound. Only faint tremors spread through his dark matter, but the bystanders couldn't understand what was happening inside the technique. It felt hard to change a law that didn't want to transform. Pieces of the man's existence fell apart rather than mutating. The cultivator had a great determination that Noah couldn't shatter through speeches or simple demonstrations of power. Noah used that chance to learn more about the transformation. He knew how his influence affected the world and magical beasts, but everything was different when it came to actual cultivators, especially heaven and earth's followers. "Stop!" the man shouted while inside the dark world. "The rulers have given me this law. You can't take it away. Silencing you would be far easier," Noah sighed. "But what if your voice changes and I don't hear it? See, we both have to do things that we don't like." "You are a monster," the man cried while pieces of his body fell apart and transformed due to the mutations radiated by Noah's existence. "You aren't the first to say that," Noah said in a plain voice while his eyes never left his guinea pig. "The mutations will eventually affect him," Noah thought while he made sure that the workshop inside the dark world didn't commit any mistake. "The only problem is with his mind. I can't lose it." Noah didn't care if the cultivator achieved a perfect transformation. Committing mistakes would actually help him more since he had yet to fail in one of those procedures. Yet, he needed the information in the man's possession. Trying to pierce his mind with his consciousness would only ruin the nature of those memories. The best approach was to turn him into a hybrid that Noah could force to submit. His previous factions wouldn't matter at that point. Noah had to be careful to preserve the cultivator's mind. His influence didn't attack randomly, but it started from the expert's feet and slowly went up as the body found new stability. The flesh and various body parts had to crumble before taking a new form. The process was excruciating even for a cultivator who had lived for millennia. No amount of training could make an existence used to that amount of pain. The transformation didn't only affect the body. Noah's ambition went deeper, right at the core of the expert's law. The cultivator felt pain spreading through his very existence, which made enduring the procedure basically impossible. Noah had to be patient. He didn't have complete control over the mutations when they clashed with such a strong law, but that wasn't the main issue. His instincts and black hole were already doing their best to take care of the transformation. His problem was the time invested in the procedure. No reactions from the outside world. June's voice reached his mind at some point. Are you sure that heaven and earth will come? What's sure about heaven and earth? Noah transmitted through his inscribed notebook. Just keep an eye out there. They know where we are, but they have no idea about our plans. They don't seem to care. King Elbaz joined that mental conversation. We aren't doing much in the end. It's just a single cultivator. A cultivator who can tell us where the Crystal City isn't a small matter, Noah explained. Those fanatics are the only proper force that still follows heaven and earth on this side of the immortal lands. They are the ground troops that the rulers can deploy without wasting energy. Noah's speech made a lot of sense to those listening to that mental conversation. The consumption of energy had become a popular topic as his group learnt more about heaven and earth, so everything that could make them waste more power had turned into a target. Moreover, Noah had a deep grudge with the Crystal City, so destroying that organization was a must. The only problem was that every other force in the immortal lands seemed unaware of its location. Even Stephen and his cells didn't know what to think about that. Still, Noah had the answer right in front of him now. He could give a proper target to his entire organization if the procedure went well, and he wouldn't back down from such an appealing chance. The cultivator fell apart and reformed. Pieces of his skin would turn into different materials due to the struggles of his law, but Noah eventually overcame all those hindrances and forced the mutated parts to gain a stable form. The scene was gruesome. The cultivator's foot could randomly transform into a tough mineral. His fingers could become blades even. The interference of his law was only making the procedure more painful, but he eventually exhausted the innate power that heaven and earth had put in his body. Everything went smoothly after that point. The cultivator didn't have any power left in his tissues. He would normally fall apart if he were in the outside world, but Noah's dark matter was keeping him alive. That near-death state didn't soften the pain caused by the procedure, but the cultivator began to give in after he lost every connection with heaven and earth. A complete lack of emotion ended up filling his face as Noah continued infecting him with his influence. I'm almost done, Noah thought without warning his companions. I only have to approach his head now. Noah still hesitated to move the procedure to that point. Tinges of paranoia built in his mind due to heaven and earth's massive power. His friends in the outside world had yet to report that something was off. Heaven and earth seemed completely oblivious to Noah's progress, and that left him speechless. Noah mocked heaven and earth often, but he still respected them enough to know that they wouldn't commit such evident mistakes. They would never give him the key to find their ground troops. An azure light suddenly shone from behind Noah's eyes. He cut the cultivator's head with a simple move of his fingers before activating Supreme Thief's technique. The cultivator seemed to have lost every connection with heaven and earth, but Noah didn't trust his senses when his opponents were existences capable of ruling the entire world. The cultivator didn't react to that sudden change. He was nothing more than a corpse kept alive by Noah's dark world, so he did nothing when his warden placed a hand on his severed head. A suction force suddenly spread from his hand, and his dark world immediately enhanced it. Noah entered deep into the expert's mind and tried to draw his iconic technique, even if he knew that the man didn't have much left. However, something reacted to the technique. In theory, Noah shouldn't have found anything to absorb there, but a powerful force firmly opposed his ability. I found you. Noah couldn't help but smile when he sensed the nature of that energy. His consciousness covered the man's mental sphere and allowed him to obtain a clear view of its insides. A white lump of light floated among that ethereal space and tried to suppress its glow. Supreme Thief's technique uncovered the hidden trap placed by heaven and earth. It seemed that their law had tried to hide deep into the cultivator's mental sea during the procedure, but Noah could draw it out after performing the ability. The lump of light struggled to escape the technique. It was too weak to ignore Supreme Thief's ability, but it seemed partially resistant to it. Noah watched the lump of light slowly descending back into the mental sea. The law began to radiate a dangerous aura during the process. It wanted to destroy every last bit of the cultivator's memories, but Noah's mental waves moved faster. His mind thoughts shattered the cultivator's mental sphere and brought its insides among the dark world. Noah didn't even need to snap his fingers at that point. His dark matter shot forward and isolated the lump of white light. Noah closed his eyes as the cultivator's memories flowed inside his dark world and revealed their contents. Countless images ran through his vision as the technique dissected that mental energy to uncover every secret. Nothing, Noah concluded while opening his eyes and focusing on the lump of light. You have already taken care of those memories? Noah announced while the dark matter brought the lump of light in his grasp. But you aren't a destroyer. You like to absorb. Noah activated the workshop and began to tinker with the light. Pieces of memories and random images ended up in his mind, and they didn't only involve the cultivator. Noah could feel heaven and earth's intentions. They seemed unable to self-destruct since the dark world and the tainted region affected their connection with that piece of their energy, so they could only develop a second plan. The transformation could destroy the cultivator's body and mind. Heaven and earth wanted to hide that piece of their law and let Noah vanquish it with his ambition. Their last attempt to devour the cultivator's mental energy only served to sway Noah away from the real target. It was a desperate gamble that they lost in front of their paranoid opponent. Other information flowed inside Noah's mind after he went through heaven and earth's intentions. He could finally see the cultivator's memories and find his answers. A long cut in space appeared in his vision. The crack seemed harmless, but it also had the ability to disappear and fuse with the world. It was clear that the crack was an inscribed item, but Noah didn't recognize its nature. That portal felt to belong to a foreign branch of the inscription methods, something that he had only seen in the items from the cities in the sky. The visions moved forward. The insides of the crack contained an immense separate dimension that featured many castles. Their style clearly belonged to the Crystal City, but he also saw cultivators who wore robes that didn't carry the expected white shades. They are hiding everyone there, Noah concluded while he moved through the various memories. Many of those memories had inevitably suffered some damage after the various movements. Heaven and earth had absorbed them while Noah was transforming them. A few images were blurry, others had sharp cracks running through their fabric, and some were completely missing. Noah felt lucky to have gained a complete view of the portal before encountering problems. I can't lose the location, Noah shouted in his mind as his focus increased. The workshop began to work harder. It didn't care about the actual structure of the light anymore. Transforming wasn't the point now. It had to restore the last crucial memory, even if that could lead to the loss of other insights into heaven and earth's behavior. An image eventually unfolded in his vision. Pieces of light gathered in his mind and gave birth to a scene that covered a large region. There didn't seem to be anything special about that area, but Noah suddenly recognized a peculiar creature in the background. A large rat was walking on the azure ground right below the portal. The creature didn't seem interested in that structure, but it had clearly seen it. Noah promptly shattered the remaining light in his palm. The connection between that law and the sky still existed even after his influence's work. He couldn't risk notifying the rulers about his only clue. The dark world around him returned inside the black hole, and Noah didn't hesitate to step out of the cell to reach his companions. The cultivators who were protecting him didn't know what to say at that scene. The prisoner was no more, and Noah seemed in a hurry. Something had definitely happened, but they didn't know if that would benefit their organization. Listen up, Noah roared once he reached the surface, and his voice spread through the entire tainted area. Both cultivators and hybrids could understand the meaning behind his words, so they quickly abandoned their tasks and gathered around Noah. It didn't matter that he was a foreigner for many of them. they still respected him enough to listen to his speech. "I have found the Crystal City," Noah immediately revealed as roars fused with his human words. "I only have to take care of a small matter before approaching its actual location." The meaning behind his speech was pretty obvious. Noah was trying to rally troops since his group wasn't enough for that battle. After all, the Crystal City had teleported away countless experts according to the reports of Noah's team. "I will abandon my current task right away to focus on this valuable target," Noah continued before his voice gained a chilling tone. "I will consider a coward or worse those who decide to remain in the safety of my domain." "This isn't your domain," Elsie snorted. "I'm glad for your help, but I won't send my underlings into such an unclear battle." Noah stomped his foot on the ground, and a massive crack spread through the entire tainted region. His ambition resonated with the mutations inside the terrain and made it split on its own. A simple attack had been enough to mess the entire layout of that land. The mutations had been different at that time. Noah had controlled himself and deployed his dark world to give a precise purpose to his influence. He didn't make the region better. He turned those materials into an improved version of themselves that had a clear connection with his existence. "I don't want to fight before a war," Noah explained. "I'm just stating the obvious. You won't become proper allies if you decide to skip this battle." King Elbaz and the others flew behind him during that statement. They all unfolded their auras as dark matter flowed out of Noah's body. He still allowed the cultivators from the Sinnel family to use their senses in that environment, but the dark world also attached itself to the tainted laws in the area. "Are you really willing to fight us over this squabble?" Elsie shouted. "We won against the invasion of the Crystal City, and this is only a mere branch of the Sinnel family. We have more experts ready to join you or fight your organization." "You have all read the reports," Noah whispered while wearing a cold smile and gesturing to his companions to leave. The group remained silent while they left the dark area. Glares would shoot from their eyes, but they didn't attack. The previous words had been enough to make them understand the nature of the threat. Elsie struggled to take a side, but she eventually ordered her underlings to follow Noah's group. She didn't want her organization to become the next Sailbird family. Reaching the edges of the magical beast's domain from the outer lands would take years, even decades. Yet, it gave enough time to the experts to contact their allies and warn them about the imminent clash. More cultivators ended up joining the army. The Sinnel family had connections with multiple branches of other human organizations, and some of them didn't want to miss the battle against the Crystal City. Noah's name also helped gather allies since his fame had already spread through all the forces in the Immortal lands. Noah and his companions contacted the forces in the Legion. They didn't want those experts to join them right away. The group in the Outer Lands only wanted them to prepare for the imminent war. "You don't know where the Crystal City is then," Elsie commented when Noah explained that he had to find the rats to understand where their target was hiding. "Don't worry," Noah replied. "We have already dealt with the rats. They are basically allies at this point." Noah didn't seem to take the matter seriously. He actually hoped that the rats would fight rather than disclosing their knowledge. It was hard to find such a good source of power, and Noah wanted it all for himself. King Elbaz discussed with the experts inside the Legion's domain to find reports and clues about the rats. Noah's group didn't see them since their return from the magical beast's domain, so there was a chance that they had moved toward a different location. The experts inside the Legion's domain gave a surprising answer. They confirmed that the rats had expanded, but their lair's core still resided inside the land of the fallen. They expanded then, Noah thought as excitement built inside him. Noah couldn't even begin to visualize the amount of energy contained in those areas. The rats' innate ability involved their fertility, so they would have countless specimens in their lair. The army flew forward, but Noah avoided the Legion's domain on purpose. He didn't let those experts take a glance at the transformed lands and moved directly past the edges of the magical beast's domain. Familiar lands unfolded in his vision. Noah recognized the regions that he had explored many years ago. Lifetimes had passed since his exploration of the magical beast's domain. His existence had completely transformed since that journey. He had become a monster that even the immense pack of rats couldn't oppose. Noah led the army across the border while giving voice to a few growls. He wanted to warn the packs in the area that he had a specific target. The other magical beasts didn't interest him, but they would suffer if they happened to attack him. Of course, no magical beast would dare to attack Noah's army. The group had so many rank 8 experts that no force in the entire world would ever dare to attack them. Only the Crystal City with their many new allies and the cities in the sky had enough troops to match Noah's team. "Come out!" Noah roared once he returned to the land of the fallen. "I'm talking to you, Rat King." The land remained silent, but Noah's instincts could sense that many life forms were hiding underground. The various inheritances in the region couldn't stop his senses from understanding the true nature of the lair. "I come in peace," Noah roared. "I only want you to ask something about the Crystal City. I know that your pack is aware of its new location." The pack failed to answer again, and Noah didn't hesitate to wave his hands toward the ground. A series of black slashes materialized in the air and enlarged before falling on the terrain. The region began to crumble as Noah's slashes dug the terrain and began to absorb the energy contained inside it to grow in size and power. It didn't take much before most of the surface shattered and revealed the intricate underground world. Noah descended toward the region. The rats had retreated even deeper inside the ground and tried to hide from the army. However, Noah didn't hesitate to launch more attacks to reveal a larger area of the underground world. "Enough!" A squeak resounded through the underground world, and a series of cries echoed its sound. "Come out then!" Noah roared without interrupting his offensive. "Make the others retreat, and we'll talk," a second squeak announced, and the entire underground world echoed that cry. Noah interrupted his offensive and turned toward his companions. He sent a few mental messages to order them to leave the land of the fallen, and they followed his directives, even if a few experts from the human organizations gave voice to loud complaints. A familiar rat who wore a small crown peeked out of one of the tunnels after the experts left. Many rats followed its arrival and created a throne with their bodies while lifting their leader toward Noah. "You have gotten stronger," Noah laughed. The Rat King was in the upper tier of the 8th rank. It had almost reached the peak of the rank, but its expression showed only fear. Its instincts were warning the creature about Noah's power. The pride that seeped out of his figure was enough to tell the leader how strong he had become. The rat had a higher level, but it felt completely unable to face Noah. "You too," the Rat King announced. "Now, what do you even want from my pack?" "I need the location of the Crystal City," Noah repeated. "Let's avoid pointless discussion. Tell me where the crack in space is and I'll leave." "What do you even have to offer?" the Rat King asked. "We are getting immense benefits from our cooperation with the Crystal City. Why would we even betray it?" Noah pointed toward the Legion's domain before explaining the nature of the current political situation. "Hybrids, cultivators, and magical beasts under the same banner live at mere regions from here. They will eventually decide to expand, and you are the first pack on their path." The Rat King was aware of the expansion of the Legion. It had spies in all the surrounding areas, so it knew how threatening Noah's allies were. "You can choose whether to fight them or be on their good side," Noah continued. "I'd prefer to eat all of you, but I think you can be good allies. Yet, you have to choose your side now." "What will we get if we become your ally?" the Rat King asked. "Do you want to see?" Noah smirked, and a curious expression appeared on the Rat King's face. A squeal eventually came out of its mouth, and a rank 8 rat in the middle tier separated from the throne. Noah stretched his hand, and the creature jumped on him. "I'll be back soon," Noah announced before shooting past the land of the fallen and rejoining his army. "I'll fly to the Legion's domain," Noah explained when he reached his companions. "Wait for me here." Noah then put the rat inside his separate space and accelerated toward the Legion. His movement techniques allowed him to reach the domain in mere months instead of years. The lands filled with blue bushes unfolded in his vision before he took out the magical beast and showed that scene. "Eat one of them," Noah ordered while flying toward the ground and leaving the rat next to a blue bush. The creature tasted one of the blue leaves before spitting part of it. The taste of those plants was quite awful, but the rat forced itself to eat more when it realized how much energy they contained. The rat soon ate an entire bush and moved to the next one, but Noah promptly closed his hand on its neck. "They are only for allies," Noah announced before bringing the rat back in the sky and showing how far those lands stretched. The foolery had affected a large part of the Legion's domain. The rat saw immense areas featuring the blue bushes. Those regions were the perfect lair for a pack with such low requirements. "We never stop producing them," Noah explained. "Is this amount of food enough to satisfy your leader?" The rat could only nod at that scene. The Legion's domain was a paradise that its pack had to enter no matter the price. "Good," Noah announced before putting the rat back into his separate space and flying toward the land of the fallen. His army soon unfolded in his vision, but Noah flew past them. He returned directly inside the cracks created by his slashes and threw the rat inside them. Squeaks resounded through the underground world. The rats discussed the matter, and the leader soon came out of the underground world again. The throne reappeared, and Noah waited to hear the decision of the pack. "Can we eat as much as we want there?" the Rat King asked. "Sure," Noah announced, "but you will also join the assault on the Crystal City." Securing the help of the rats marked the end of the preparations required before the war. The various organizations had everything they needed now. They only needed to approach the crack in space and take care of the last real opponent on the surface. Heaven and Earth would have to rely on the troops contained in the cities in the sky at that point, but Noah believed that he would already be in the stormy regions by then. His growth could never slow down, and the areas past the outer lands were the only place that could provide suitable benefits. Troops from the Legion's domain abandoned their task and grouped with the massive army to create an even more threatening force. The number of rank 8 experts amassed into that team was immense, and even space twisted when they moved toward their target. It seemed that the Immortal lands struggled to stand such a group of powerful existences. Cracks didn't appear, but it was clear that even the higher plane was reaching its limits. The ground suffered far more due to the immense power carried by the group. Cracks opened on their own when the group went too close to the surface. The rats were also unable to fly, so their march worsened the situation on the surface. The army created destruction whenever it passed. It embodied the apex of the human and hybrid organizations that opposed heaven and earth as it flew toward opponents that represented the very opposite meaning. Noah and the various leaders went through various battle plans that involved the different abilities of each expert and species. They knew that they couldn't move the fight into a favorable environment, so they had to make sure that their attacks didn't end up weakening each other. The army completely lacked harmony. They were nothing more than a group made of different organizations and experts that had ended up grouping against a common enemy. They didn't have any experience in group fights, especially with those unfamiliar allies. Their different existences and innate abilities could end up weakening each other due to their unsuitable effects, so the group required thorough planning before facing the Crystal City. Noah even wondered whether the Crystal City knew about their arrival by then. He had done his best to leave heaven and earth out of his mental inspection, but they could see the army moving across the various regions. Noah didn't even know what consequences an eventual warning would cause. The Crystal City could decide to escape from the imminent threat, but it could also request heaven and earth's help. There could be strange and dangerous traps inside that separate dimension. Noah didn't believe that the Crystal City would escape due to the lack of available lands on the higher plane, so he warned his group about the possible dangers that heaven and earth could provide. Noah was an expert of heaven and earth by then. His knowledge covered even part of their DSIRES. His ambition had learnt how to destroy their light, so he had understood part of their mindset. "They will probably use this chance to get rid of us once and for all," Noah explained as the army moved forward. "We'll have to fight inside the separate dimension until we force its edges to shatter. That will be our only weakness, so take care of that issue quickly." "What if they close a few of you inside the separate dimension?" Dreaming Demon asked. "We should always leave someone who can open a passage outside of it." Dreaming Demon and many of Noah's friends had decided to join the army and help in the incoming battle. They wouldn't miss the chance to gain battle experience against experts in the 8th rank. It won't be a problem as long as they try to isolate me, Noah announced. Space has become easy to bend. It might even benefit all of us if they try to cage me. A tense wall will shatter once a crack appears on its surface, Sword Saint explained. They will only help you if they try to reinforce the layers among the dimensions. Exactly, Noah continued. They can't stop me anyway. Still, Elbas should always remain outside to make sure that everything moves well. What if they use another rank 9 punishment? King Elbas asked. I'm quite certain that they will use it. Noah laughed while spreading his arms. How can they even hope to oppose us otherwise? King Elbas inevitably glanced at the army under him. The sheer number of experts was threatening. They could even aim to clear the entire magical beast's domain with that army. Are you confident in defeating that without me? King Elbas asked. We'll just collapse the separate dimension if we need help, Noah promised. They can't keep us caged anyway. His gaze met Sword Saint's long eyebrows. Both of them were ready to create a mess, and the experts behind them even laughed when they heard those words. Wilfred, Jordan, Divine Demon, and the others couldn't help but express their excitement about the imminent battle. Only Alexander, the Foolery, and a few rank 8 experts had remained in the Legion's domain. Most of the others were inside the army, ready to unleash destruction of the last hindrance on the surface. The flight proceeded smoothly. No magical beast pack or human force tried to approach the group. No one dared to mess with them, even if their march led them through lands that didn't belong to their domain. The Crystal City was in a remote region on the side of the magical beast's domain. It had basically settled at the edges of the outer lands, in a plain surrounded by mountains. The army eventually reached its target. Noah could recognize the plain scene in the stolen memories, but he found no trace of the portal. Even his senses failed to pinpoint the exact location of that passage. They are good. Noah couldn't help but comment in his mind at that sight. The portal used inscriptions that made him unable to sense its presence. His expertise with space should make that feat impossible. But the Crystal City didn't care about reason and common sense. They must have involved something from the sky, King Elbas exclaimed after his inscribed items failed to find anything. Are you sure that this is the place? Are you calling me a liar? The Rat King said with human words after coming out of the terrain. Shut up, Noah sighed. This is the place. We only have to find a way in. Wilfred cracked his knuckles. Sword Saint prepared his fingers. Divine Demon started to laugh while stepping forward, but Noah promptly covered them with dark matter. Can't you wait for one instant? Noah asked while slowly dispersing the dark world. The 3 experts seemed disappointed, but he didn't care. They didn't experience the power that a separate dimension could unleash. A wrong cut could open the door to a deadly trap and similar dangers, so they had to make sure to succeed on their first time. Look, Sword Saint announced after Noah and the rest of the experts remained silent for a while. It's clear that you can't find a proper method to find the right entrance. The rats won't act as baits either, so let's just destroy everything. Piercing the entire separate dimension from side to side might be a good idea, Noah whispered. I can try to transform the nature of his attacks, King Elbas added. I can give them features meant to affect dimensions. No one can tamper with my sharpness, Sword Saint shouted. Then we do it with the rest of the army. King Elbas snorted. Give me some time. I'll build something able to transform multiple attacks. King Elbas began to tinker with a few materials while the rest of the massive army remained among the mountain chain. Noah felt almost certain that the Crystal City knew about his arrival, so he didn't mind making those fanatics wait. That would only intensify their anxiety. I'm done, King Elbas announced after a few days. The expert suddenly threw a series of golden sticks forward. Those items lit up and created a massive rectangular portal that contained strange energy in its insides. Make your attacks pass through the portal, King Elbas explained. My item will do the rest. Come on, Noah roared. Just like we planned. The first group must move forward and launch their joint offensive. Human experts and a few hybrids promptly moved forward and prepared their techniques. Noah and the others retreated during the process, and a wave of multicolored light soon filled the sky. All the techniques and spells converged inside King Elba's portal, which modified their fabric and turned it slightly ethereal. The attacks then covered the plane, and tremors began to affect the sky as their might dispersed in the area. Multiple oval and spherical structures began to take form above the region. Noah and the others could gain a vague understanding of the overall layout of the separate dimension and its traps, but the images were still too unclear. Second group, Noah roared, and a second wave of experts shot forward to launch another threatening series of attacks. The separate dimension became clear at that point. The army could see all the traps. The almost clear images of the separate dimension and traps filled the sky and gave targets to the massive army. All the experts were ready to join the third wave of attacks, but Noah suddenly raised his arm to stop their actions. "Let Sword Saint, Elbas, and I handle the traps," Noah ordered, and the other experts stepped down to give the trio some space. The separate dimension had many traps that seemed to contain dangerous energy. Noah couldn't understand the exact nature of those spherical and oval areas, but he planned to destroy them before approaching the Crystal City. "This reminds me of the mortal lands," King Elbas snorted while drawing a fiery spear in the upper tier from his space ring. "We actually kept you outside of the separate dimension for centuries." Noah laughed. "You had to reach the 7th rank to enter it. Remember that I've chosen to spare you back then," King Elbas scoffed. "Was it a good or a bad decision?" Noah asked while showing an elated smirk toward his companions. King Elbas snorted, and Noah laughed again while drawing the demonic sword. His free hand then pointed at the various traps and made sure that his two companions followed it. "Sword Saint will take the central ones," Noah explained. "Elbas and I will handle the sides." The trio exchanged a nod before precise attacks escaped from their weapons and flew toward the ethereal figures floating above the plane. King Elbas placed his spear on his forearm and released fiery beams made of golden light that burnt everything on their path. His flames pierced the ethereal traps and burnt their insides, but some of their effects still spread into the environment. Sword Saint materialized a silver sword that released slashes on its own. The expert didn't even need to wave it to launch attacks that hit the traps, pierced them, and shattered their insides. Noah pointed the demonic sword at his targets, and a tiny sword-shaped slash escaped his weapon whenever it pointed at one of the traps. The attacks would land on the small areas around the separate dimension and enhance their flaws before forcing them to shatter. The barrage of attacks destroyed the traps in mere instants, but some inevitably activated after the shattering of their edges. Toxic fumes, swarms of strange insects, and explosions of various nature spread around the separate dimension and tried to expand toward the mountain chain. "Fend them off," Noah growled while keeping his voice down. Wilfred and the other experts behind him stepped forward and unleashed their abilities to take care of the expanding traps. Their role was to clear the area until only the separate dimension remained above the plane. The experts didn't take long to complete their tasks. The traps were quite threatening, especially when it came to the insects, but the various and powerful abilities in the army made the experts find the perfect counters for those creatures. Noah raised his arm again once the area was clear. The army waited for his orders, but he remained silent. The separate dimension wasn't reacting to the offensive. It remained still and silent even after losing all its protections. "Let's go with the disposable army first," Noah announced as the dark world expanded around him and covered a large chunk of the plane. Noah was letting the army see the other side of the plane, but the experts couldn't understand what was happening inside the dense Black Sea. Still, 6-armed dragons soon started to fly out of the technique and amass right before the separate dimension. Noah didn't bother to fill that army with fake cores. The dragons were disposable middle-tier magical beasts that the workshop never stopped producing. They were perfect for testing the mysterious separate dimension. Noah added a few modifications to his dragons before sending them toward the separate dimension. He made his ambition flow inside their dark matter to give it an additional effect. "You can go now," Noah ordered through his mind, and the dragons gave voice to roars while flying toward the separate dimension. The workshop had made those creatures able to affect space through Noah's understanding. The dragons stabbed their long claws inside the separate dimension and opened a series of cracks through its surface. Nothing strange seemed to happen until a blinding wave of light seeped out of the cracks and engulfed the entire pack of dragons. Part of that glow tried to stretch toward the army, but Noah promptly moved the dark world forward and used it as a shield for his allies. The dark world and the army of dragons shattered when they touched the light, but Noah and the others remained safe behind those techniques. The weaker asset even had the time to retreat in front of such a massive discharge of power. "They had something else then," King Elbaz snorted. "I also have that," Noah announced before the dark world reformed and covered the entire piece of sky above the region. The plane and separate dimension went dark as the dark world expanded. Hordes of dragons quickly came out of the dense waves of dark matter and fell toward the cracked ethereal structure. The creatures spat flames that filled the area and burnt every lingering trace of light. Noah watched the scene coldly. He inspected every blinding flare that shot out of the cracked separate dimension whenever his dragons fell on its surface. Its entire structure seemed to have a few defensive layers stacked on top of the actual occupied area. How much energy does it even contain? Noah wondered before gesturing to Sword Saint to get close. "Make a hole inside the separate dimension," Noah ordered. "But not on this side. I suspect the separate dimension has enough energy to level the entire mountain chain." Sword Saint would never refuse to cut things. He directly flew to the left side of the separate dimension and pointed his silver sword toward one of the cracks. The sharpness in the area became so intense that some dragons shattered before even reaching the separate dimension. Their coreless structures were too frail for that fierce law, but Noah didn't care about those losses. Instead, he moved his offensive away from Sword Saint to hide his presence from the Crystal City. Sword Saint eventually released an incredible lunge that made the mountains around the plane shatter due to the sheer intensity of its shockwaves. Meanwhile, the actual attack dug a hole inside the separate dimension before piercing it from the other side and continuing its flight through the ground. The expert felt quite satisfied with that result, but a dangerous sensation suddenly reached his mind and forced him to perform an evasive maneuver. "It's a ball full of energy," Noah roared with cries that both humans and magical beasts could hear. "They covered themselves in power. Every damage to the structure will come back at us. Deflate it through smart openings." King Elbaz, Wilfred, Divine Demon, June, Daniel, Faith, and many other experts decided to step forward and join the offensive. The requirement for that role was to be faster than the flare, and many rank 8 experts found themselves suitable for the task. Countless attacks and a similar number of flares shone in the dark area created by Noah's dark world. Every hole that appeared on the surface of the separate dimension destabilized its overall structure and made it lose part of its light. The separate dimension soon lost its ethereal features and white light. It started to gain different shades and forms that the army couldn't help but recognize as buildings. Noah controlled the dragons to help experts in need or enhance the destruction unleashed on the separate dimension. His violent thoughts filled his mind, eyes, and actions as he waved his hands to manage his endless pack. The separate dimension slowly shrunk until its entire area completely vanished. The army remained speechless at that sight, but part of the sky on that spot twisted to give birth to a second zone hidden deeper into space. The second separate dimension was as big as the plane. It featured the buildings seen among the whiteness and many more. That relatively small region seemed to contain multiple cities inhabited by countless experts. Noah didn't need to expand his consciousness to understand that he was in front of his target. The separate dimension wasn't trying to hide anything anymore, so he could see the iconic castles of the Crystal City. He wouldn't forget their purple and white color. "It had to end with you," Noah growled, and multiple rank 8 presences in the solid stage appeared around him. "It had to begin with you," the experts repeated at the same time. 6 solid stage cultivators who wore the white robes of the Crystal City had appeared around Noah, but he only showed an insolent smirk at their power. That was the moment to attack. Noah laughed as dense waves of his sharp aura flowed out of his figure. His ambition intensified as his centers of power improved. They quickly grew until they reached the solid stage and upper tier of the 8th rank, which gave even more might to his sharp currents. The 6 cultivators remained unfazed in front of the storm, and their hands rose to prepare attacks. But Noah had already acted by then. The energy gathered by the experts suddenly vanished as a pulling force began to affect their breath. Their power literally slipped from their hands and failed to fuel spells. Multiple sharp feathers also came out of Noah's chest, and a faint shadow followed them. Snore had discharged its innate ability from inside the separate space, and Night didn't miss that chance to join the offensive. A messy array of roots even shot out of Noah's right palm and covered his figure while expanding toward the experts. The 6 solid-stage cultivators wanted to take out Noah right away, but they remained speechless in front of 4 different abilities with power in the upper tier launched in less than an instant. Noah wasn't holding anything back in that situation. His ambition wasn't sparing any aspect of his existence. It was empowering his centers of power, puppets, and techniques to bring his battle prowess to its very peak. The cultivators immediately steeled their concentration to counter Duanlong's influence and summon their energy again. But night arrived before they could complete their abilities. Hands flew as the pterodactyl severed the most exposed body parts of the experts, but it didn't manage to inflict any serious damage. However, the sudden injuries managed to disrupt the concentration of 2 cultivators, which delayed their abilities by a whole second. Only 4 experts ended up attacking the first wave of Noah's abilities, and the clash filled a large area of the battlefield with destructive energy. A wave of blue fire that seemed to contain human faces, a series of white spheres, black chains, and an invisible aura with corrosive properties fell on Noah's abilities and tried to reach for their caster. The feathers exploded as soon as they touched the first enemy ability, and waves of violent dark matter spread between the other attacks and the roots. The higher energy tried to expand forward, so it didn't hurt the parasite with its destructive power. Still, the cultivator's attacks contained too much power to lose against it. The violent dark matter quickly lost its ground, but the cultivator's abilities found a tight array of black roots after it. Moreover, a dense corrosive aura covered that defense and made their spell lose power before even attempting to reach Noah. The other 2 cultivators released their attacks at that point. A massive bird made of scarlet lightning bolts and black ice fell toward Noah and joined the experts' abilities in their offensive. The parasite's corrosive aura couldn't do much once the attacks of 6 solid-stage cultivators converged on the roots. The dense layer of deadly power crumbled after inflicting some damage, and the rest of the protection followed as the spells advanced. The entire area fell into chaos as the 6 abilities crashed in Noah's position, but the cultivators soon noticed that something was off. They didn't sense anything after their spells had pierced the roots. Their energy didn't find anything else to destroy. "Where is he?" one of the cultivators asked before a large cut opened on his throat and made him unable to talk normally. The other experts then recalled the shadow that managed to sever some hands, but they couldn't pinpoint its location. Still, they could sense that countless powerful auras had locked their attention on their figures. The real separated dimension had materialized on the region, but most of the army was already above it. The various rank 8 experts on Noah's side had turned into invaders as soon as those buildings became visible. The 6 cultivators from the Crystal City had tried to use that chance to kill Noah right away, but they had failed in their task. They were in the middle of enemy experts now, and all of them had noticed their gang up on Noah. "Quite despicable," Stephen snorted. "You didn't even bother to look at us." "Heaven and Earth's followers usually are short-sighted," Robert sighed. "They can only think about taking out the ruler's main issue instead of looking at their situation." "No one can ignore my sword," Sword Saint said in a low tone while raising his hand to amass his sharpness. "It's an all-out battle now, you idiots," King Elbaz exclaimed. "Do whatever you want, but pay attention to your companions' domains. Try not to kill those on our side." "Who's up for a challenge?" Divine Demon shouted right after King Elbaz's line. "Where did Noah go?" June asked while joining her palms to generate sparks. Noah suddenly came out of a crack high in the sky. A wave of bloodl.utstati flowed out of his figure and filled the entire region as he pointed his 2 blades toward the 6 experts under him. A black wave that took the shape of a descending blade came out of his weapons and fell toward the experts. The attack's devouring properties were so intense that they generated a pulling force with the shape of a dark trail that followed the main lunge. The experts didn't even dream about stopping the attack, especially with all the other experts around them. They immediately resorted to evasive maneuvers and escaped toward external areas of the region. The lunge destroyed a few buildings before crashing on the ground and piercing its surface. The attack continued to descend and destabilize the underground world for a while until it finally depleted its energy and allowed the region to stabilize. A long cut opened on Noah's chest, but he casually spat a fireball toward one of the buildings to fix his injury. The structure burnt without even attempting to defend against the fire, and its energy closed the wound in an instant. Noah and the other experts on his side turned toward the 6 solid-stage cultivators that had moved farther away. They didn't appear scared, but they weren't completely confident in their ability either. Instead, they seemed determined to give up on their lives if needed. "Why don't you directly take out the trap?" Noah asked. "Spare us some time. I would have to burn everything otherwise." "As if you could," one of the cultivators said before snapping his fingers. The buildings suddenly lit up, but Noah and the others didn't feel any danger coming from them. Instead, strange formations that only King Elbaz could identify appeared on their surface and illuminated the entire area. "They are covers for other separate dimensions," King Elbaz explained as multiple auras appeared under them. Each building turned ethereal as a platoon of cultivators replaced them. The same happened above the burnt and destroyed structures. Multiple experts led by a few rank 8 existences materialized on those spots and proceeded to regroup near the 6 solid stage in the distance. The separate dimension wasn't a mass of buildings anymore. It had transformed into a massive army that seemed almost able to match Noah's group. Of course, it didn't have the same number of powerful experts, but its sheer size was something that its opponents had to respect. "Our battle prowess still surpasses theirs," Noah thought while inspecting the enemy army. "The cultivation level doesn't matter when it comes to us, but they should know about it. The trap must still be somewhere. What if we have to trigger it like the last time?" King Elbaz suddenly asked. "Can you listen to my thoughts now?" Noah asked while showing honest surprise. "I don't need that to understand how your mind thinks," King Elbaz snorted before going back to the main topic. "My sensors aren't picking anything even after I added the data about these cloaking buildings. There shouldn't be anything else here. It might still arrive," Noah sighed while glancing toward the partially covered sky. His ambition seeped into the environment on its own and darkened everything. The very sky couldn't resist the temptation to mutate, but that feature wouldn't help him during the battle. The experts in the enemy army came from different organizations. Most of them wore the white robes of the Crystal City now, but Noah believed that they had changed side only recently. Still, none of them had received a law from heaven and earth, which gave no advantage to those wielding the devil's power. "Just go all out without forgetting about your surroundings," Noah eventually ordered in an aloof tone. "Leave one of the white leaders to me. I have a debt to settle." Waging wars against a massive organization that had gathered countless followers during the past years was nothing much for Noah by then. Only heaven and earth could force him to stay constantly alert, but it seemed that his army had to work a bit to make the rulers step into the battlefield. His orders marked the beginning of the war. Every member of both armies shot forward and prepared themselves for the deadly clash. Noah's army has prepared a few battle formations during the years that it had taken it to reach their destination. The experts from various organizations had tried to abandon part of the previous training to focus on common techniques that they could deploy without hurting the Allied offensive. However, battles of that size were mostly chaotic, and they rarely followed a set course. Only the weaker experts could try to stick to the plans and battle formations prepared beforehand since they fought on a lower part of the battlefield. Still, the chaos of the war would eventually win over them and create small fights handled by a limited number of experts. Noah observed as his army split to take care of the different sides of the battlefield. Divine experts instinctively knew who to fight due to the danger felt by their senses. So the many cultivators, hybrids, and magical beasts flew toward suitable opponents. Still, the experts in the enemy army could do the same and exploit that feature. They wouldn't let their opponents gain the upper hand so easily, especially in a battle that would determine their very survival. The experts on both sides performed feints, fake maneuvers, and battle formations hidden inside other battle formations to gain a slight advantage over their opponents. But the clash turned out to be a gory mess anyway. Casualties happened as soon as the two front lines crashed on each other. The sheer amount of power discharged by so many experts was enough to kill rank 8 cultivators. Some of the experts at that level suffered from that fate. Rank 7 existences fell, burnt, crumbled, and flew away as if they were nothing more than pebbles placed among a clash of mountains. The surface shattered, and the sky bent, but space remained stable enough to prevent the arrival of cracks. Noah and a few other experts didn't join the initial clash, but they remained inside its range out of respect for the lives lost during that exchange. The same happened with the other army, and a large group of powerful cultivators soon became visible among the bent whiteness. They had a few more solid-stage cultivators under their sleeve, Noah commented in his mind. 2 more solid-stage cultivators had appeared next to the 6 leaders from the Crystal City. A small group of liquid-stage existences had also joined them, but the rest of the entities in the 8th rank were in the army below. Noah's group counted more experts, but they didn't seem to match their opponents in terms of cultivation level. Yet, they were all confident enough to take care of the solid-stage experts on the other side. Just decide who you want, Noah sighed. I think one of them already has his eyes on me. An old man among the solid-stage cultivators had never taken his eyes away from Noah. He was the expert who had released the blue fire that contained human faces. He didn't have hair, beard, eyebrows, and eyelashes, and his eyes shone with the same shade as his flames. King Elbaz, Divine Demon, Robert, Stephen, Elsie, and the other experts who had remained out of the army chose their opponent in an instant. They partially relied on their instincts, but most of that decision came from the obvious necessity to occupy one of the fighting spots. The various fighters left the area to occupy different spots of the battlefield, since they didn't want their domains to clash with their allies. Only Noah and the hairless man remained there, but neither of them said anything for a while. Noah revealed a cold smile as he inspected the destruction happening under him. His army was winning even if many casualties were happening on both sides. The rats soon joined the fight, and the event moved the scales of the battle even more in Noah's favor. You enjoy destruction, the hairless man eventually exclaimed. But you aren't stupid. Can you understand why heaven and earth need to kill you? I enjoy watching my enemies die, Noah replied without moving his eyes from the battlefield. Death itself has no meaning for me, and heaven and earth's needs do not weigh my mind. How can an existence grow without understanding the world? The cultivator asked. I do understand them, Noah added. I just don't value them enough to bother thinking about their intentions. What are you for them then? The cultivator continued. Can you answer this simple question? I'm one of the laws that they need to absorb, Noah laughed. They will never achieve true perfection with a being like me sowing chaos through his mere existence. They still don't understand that no amount of absorption can lead them to the 10th rank. Your arrogance is stunning, the cultivator announced. But not wrong, Noah continued to laugh. What did they tell you? Am I a necessary curse? Was I an inevitable mistake that the world has placed between them and perfection? The cultivator remained silent, but his eyes inevitably flickered. He had actually heard one of those definitions, but Noah only laughed at that. Open your eyes, old law, Noah shouted. Look at me. What do you think I am? What do you think I was on the day I was born? Noah's aura exploded outward. His ambition was still empowering every piece of his arsenal. He was the strongest he could ever be at his current level and with his potential. You were a monster, the cultivator shouted. I was a man, Noah laughed, and the world seemed to laugh with him since his ambition had taken control of most of the area. The monster you see now is my creation. I built myself to seek and amass power. That's why you must die, the man replied while taking out a long brown stick that had multiple inscriptions and drawings on its surface. You corrupted yourself way too much. The world can't tolerate your stench. Isaac, will take care of cleaning it. The world doesn't give a fuck. Noah continued to laugh, but he prepared himself for the imminent battle. Also, I've never corrupted the world. I've only removed heaven and earth's control over pieces of it. You should be grateful to me if you really cared about the various planes. Isaac couldn't handle Noah's sharp words anymore. He shot ahead and thrust his stick forward. The weapon created afterimages before materializing its tip in front of Noah. The attack had been almost instantaneous. Isaac had moved, and the stick had reached Noah. Less than an instant had passed between the two events. Yet, Noah had managed to follow the movements of the weapon due to his instincts. He performed a sidestep to dodge the incoming attack, and his demonic sword descended to cut the stick. His sword didn't manage to hit anything. The stick had vanished before his weapon could cut it. It was back inside Isaac's grasp. I have something similar. Noah laughed, and Isaac's eyes widened. Countless instabilities had materialized inside his body, but a wave of blue fire instantly swept him and burned all of them before they could explode. Isaac revealed a smile when he saw that his counter had worked, but a massive power suddenly flung him toward the ground. Isaac's consciousness went dark for an instant, but he soon recovered his vision. He was on the ground, and a blue environment was surrounding him. His life-saving technique had activated, but he didn't recall why. They always get distracted when they counter the shadow domain. Noah snorted in his mind while descending through the battlefield. Noah had attacked as soon as the blue fire swept Isaac's insides. He had expected the expert to have a counter ready for his shadow domain, so he had charged ahead to finish him in a single attack. However, Isaac's life-saving spell had activated as soon as the demonic sword hit his head. Noah's sharpness didn't manage to pierce the explosion of blue flames, especially since it propelled his opponent toward the ground. Noah descended through the weaker troops, who stopped fighting and let him pass when they noticed his arrival. It didn't matter if they were allies or enemies. They halted their abilities and performed respectful bows until he was outside their range. A blue dome surrounded Isaac. Raging flames that featured human faces covered a large area on the surface and created a defensive shield that even Noah's instincts feared. Can that thing hurt me? Noah wondered. He could sense that the power of the flames could pierce his skin even after the empowerment generated by the unstable substance. Yet there seemed to be more behind them. The various faces carried a strange presence that Noah couldn't completely identify. I'll just pretend to be Sword Saint. Noah snorted while drawing the cursed sword from his AST. A wave of bloodl.u.s.t flowed out of his figure and covered the entire battlefield. His violent thoughts inevitably affected the weaker experts and made them engage in reckless assaults. They stopped caring about their safety and only aimed to destroy their opponents. The bloodl.u.s.t also affected the swarm of rats coming out of the ground to jump on their flying opponents. They became even more selfless in their assault, and the deaths on both sides inevitably increased. Noah completely disregarded the effects of his influence on the weaker troops. They were fighting among existences who were almost ready to step on the last part of the cultivation journey. Those risks were necessary. Noah pointed both his swords toward the blue fire and unleashed a powerful lunge. Darkness took control of the area as a sword-shaped slash fell toward the flames while devouring everything on its path and surroundings. The attack clashed with the life-saving spell and caused an explosion that spread black and blue shades through the entire surface. Some of the faces even followed the fiery tongues before dispersing in the air. Noah teleported toward one of the dispersing faces and contained it with his dark world. A few fireballs flew out of his mouth and crashed on the surface to restore part of the damage suffered by his body while he studied the strange spell. They feel like different existences, Noah thought while information flowed inside his mind. It almost resembles Kirk's law, but it doesn't steal others' abilities. The faces become part of the flames and empower them, but there still is something strange about them. Do you understand who they are? Isaac asked while walking out of the hole that had appeared among his flames. The blue fire followed Isaac as he flew higher in the sky. He still made sure to remain outside of the weaker cultivator's range. The flames stayed under him to avoid spreading their deadly influence upward. The attack with the cursed sword didn't do anything to him, Noah commented in his mind. The cursed sword could force his attacks to surpass their limits. The weapon was still in the middle tier, so it could only reach the upper tier. It could release slashes far stronger than his demonic sword, but their power wasn't enough to hurt Isaac under the protection of the blue flames. "I'll give you a hint," Isaac continued while waving his hand to morph the flames. "They were like you. Did you hunt those who oppose heaven and earth?" Noah asked. "Is this the power of your flames? Did you found your fire on such a frail belief? How can it be frail when even the world allows it to exist?" Isaac laughed. "Heaven and earth didn't even send tribulations against me anymore at some point. I'm a defender of the order in the immortal lands. I will shatter it then." Noah sighed before a deafening roar came out of his mouth. His cry generated sound waves that spread through the entire battlefield and affected the various fights. But Noah had unleashed it only to create more chaos. The blue flames protected Isaac from the sound waves, but a dangerous sensation suddenly appeared above him. The expert didn't hesitate to divert his fire toward the threat, but instabilities reappeared inside him during the attack. The counter to the shadow domain activated and took care of the instabilities, but that action affected Isaac's awareness for an instant. Meanwhile, the blue flames continued to surge upward, but they missed their target. Noah reappeared next to Isaac, and the expert promptly opened his mouth to breathe a wave of flames. Multiple faces came out of his head during the process, and they hit Noah at the center of his chest. Blood gathered in Noah's throat as the flames ravaged his armor of dark matter and pierced the black roots that had covered his figure. They would soon reach his chest and dig his skin, but Noah only needed an instant to create an opening. The demonic sword and the cursed sword cut the air as they converged toward Isaac, but more flames appeared on their path. Yet they couldn't stop the attack completely. They could only protect their caster. Heaven and earth's laws screamed in pain as time stopped in the small area occupied by the two experts. An azure light shone from behind Noah's eyes as the cursed sword returned inside his chest, and he stretched his hand toward his opponent. Isaac had barely begun to regain control of his body when Noah's hand touched his forehead and made his mind experience an ethereal pulling force. His thoughts slowly slid toward the mental walls and tried to exit their edges. They wanted to flow toward Noah's palm and fuse with his existence. Human faces suddenly appeared on Isaac's mental walls and forced the mental energy to remain inside its ethereal center of power. Noah continued to pull through Supreme Thief's technique, but he only managed to steal small lumps of thoughts that had nothing to do with the expert's law. Chandle's technique ended at that point, and Isaac exploded into a wave of blue flames that sent everything away. Even Noah couldn't remain attached to the expert anymore, and the separation brought Supreme Thief's technique to an end. Noah quickly stabilized himself and inspected his body. He had suffered a few burns, and the injuries caused by the cursed sword still lingered on his chest. His resilience made him virtually at his peak, but it was clear that Isaac could damage him often. "He is good," Noah thought as greed flowed out of his figure. "What were you trying to do?" Isaac's angry voice resounded from the blue hell that had spread in the distance. The expert had initially been wary of the weaker troops in the sky, but he wasn't paying attention to them anymore. His flames spread through the surface and gave birth to tall pillars that pierced the battlefield above. He was livid, but Noah only looked at him with deep interest. He had found the next addition to his arsenal. Supreme Thief's technique was working, Noah thought while deploying his defenses again, but I need to damage him a bit before using it again. I've already wasted Chandle's law for today. I can't risk exposing more of my intentions. The surface had transformed into a raging blue hell. Fiery pillars and tongues escaped from the array of flames flickered among the incessant noise of the battlefield. The faces on their structure added a gruesome touch to the scene, but Noah couldn't stop smiling. It was rare for Noah to find a suitable ability. He wasn't like Supreme Thief, who stole everything that stirred his interest. Noah was a perfectionist when it came to his battle prowess, and he accepted only techniques that could make him stronger. Noah didn't exactly know how Isaac's fire worked. Still, he had only needed to learn that it grew stronger by killing enemies to become interested. That ability seemed perfect for him, but he had to overcome Isaac's defenses to obtain it. Noah shot ahead as his companions dispersed through the environment. Isaac waved one arm to launch a massive fiery pillar toward him, But Duanlong materialized on its path and opened its monstrous mouth to absorb its power. Isaac poured more energy into the pillar, and Duanlong soon became unable to endure that output of power. However, Noah spread the dark world and used the dark matter to enhance the dragon's innate ability. Duanlong managed to stand its ground for a few more seconds, which give Noah the time to change direction and leave the pillar's trajectory. Part of the flames quickly invaded the dark world to destroy its structure, but Noah and the dragon had left their previous position by then. The flames only found an army of 6-armed dragons waiting for them in the back of the destroyed dark world. A fight immediately happened, and many of the disposable puppets detonated themselves to destroy part of the fire. The explosions didn't happen randomly. The dragons had orders to detonate whenever they entered the range of a human face. Noah had seen them vanishing in the air when the flames left the main source of power, so he believed that he could weaken Isaac with that approach. "You can't hide," Isaac shouted while waving both his arms toward his right. "My law is your enemy. I live to hunt you down. I can sense the corruption that you are bringing to the world. Why do they never shut up?" Noah wondered while flying inside the shadow domain and leaking puddles of dark matter whenever Isaac seemed about to pinpoint his position. The dark matter took the shape of clawed fiendish armors that shot forward and launched black slashes. Isaac's attention went on them as soon as they appeared, but he only found detonations waiting for him. Noah couldn't help but feel surprised by the sheer amount of power that Isaac could discharge. He could overpower most solid-stage cultivators because his attacks were the result of multiple perfected abilities enhanced through his ambition, but Isaac was different. His flames were a single technique with a very specific fuel that made their potential nearly unlimited. They were different from the flames inherited from the light-devouring dragons. They also had unlimited potential, but empowering them through light was tiresome, especially after he had fused them with the Eternal Snake's innate ability. His body advanced faster than his lungs, so specific exercises had become pointless at his level. Instead, the power of Isaac's flames came from his kills, which seemed to give a significant boost. They appeared similar to the cursed sword, which needed to defeat powerful enemies to grow. Those requirements were perfect for Noah. After all, he was always at war or immersed in some battles. Noah inspected the flames while remaining inside the shadow domain. The barriers between the dimensions made his senses clouded, but he could still keep track of the variations in the fire's level. He wanted to understand if the destruction of the human faces could lower the power of the flames. Still, nothing seemed to change even after many of them had vanished into the air. "I don't know what you were trying to do," Isaac shouted while continuing to counter the fiendish armors that appeared among his blue flames. "But my fire isn't something that you can study or counter. These faces only mark the number of rebels that I have taken care of during my life. Destroying them has no meaning either." Noah suddenly stopped his inspection. He had no reason to believe Isaac, but the latter didn't need to lie either. His words were probably true, which left Noah with a troublesome issue that had only a straightforward solution. "I need to overpower his flames," Noah sighed in his mind before coming out of the shadow domain and drawing the cursed sword again. Isaac smiled at that scene, but his expression froze when he sensed the amount of sharpness ACCU.mulat around Noah's figure. He had joined his two swords and placed them on his forehead while a series of black roots covered his weapons. The armor of dark matter almost crumbled when the power ACCU.mulat on Noah's forehead shot forward and covered the entire region. His sharpness fused with the parasite's corrosive aura and created black slashes that spread through the surface while ACCU mulating all the energy they found. The slashes gave birth to an expanding sea that the blue flames couldn't oppose. The fire slowed down the attack, but the energy released during its destruction fueled Noah's technique and made it pick up speed. Isaac felt the need to escape, but a massive snake suddenly materialized behind him. Snore had taken that chance to surprise its opponent and spread its wings to unleash a storm of feathers. Isaac found himself between threatening explosions and a wave of slashes. He summoned the entirety of his energy to generate enough flames to save his life, but energy inevitably seeped past his defenses. His body began to shatter as the attack converged on his figure, but a hand appeared from a crack next to him before the entire area fell into complete chaos. Noah dragged Isaac inside the shadow domain and shot out of the area. The clash between his two abilities created shockwaves capable of seeping through the layers that divided dimensions, so he couldn't deploy his plan there. Isaac tried to struggle, but sword-shaped dots made of dark matter entered his body and suppressed his centers of power. He had become a prisoner now, and his injuries didn't allow him to muster enough energy to free himself from Noah's restrictions. Time to see your core, Noah thought once he reached a safe area inside the shadow domain. An azure glow filled his eyes as his hand went on Isaac's forehead. Faces appeared on his mental walls again as his mental energy tried to leave his mind. But Noah wasn't in a hurry at that time. Noah slowly went past the many mental defenses before gaining access to the entirety of Isaac's mind. His thoughts and emotions burnt under the effects of Supreme Thief's technique, and part of Isaac's existence also suffered the same consequences. Then, Noah saw a blue lump of light seeping out of the mental walls and entering his palm. That energy wanted to go directly toward his mind, but the black hole activated its pulling force and dragged it inside its dense waves of dark matter. Noah could sense the black hole dissecting and studying the blue core. Understanding about Isaac's law flowed toward his mind as his organ kept unraveling that foreign existence. It soon became clear to him that he couldn't use Isaac's law in its true form. The ability might end up hurting Noah since he was one of the existences who opposed heaven and earth. Noah had to transform the law by reaching its core idea and build an ability around it. The process had to go deeper than his previous modifications. Chandal's existence had only needed a few patches to grow into a proper technique, but Isaac's skill required far more. Isaac and Noah exited the shadow domain after Supreme Thief's technique ended. The light generated by the various battles shone in their vision, but both of them were too busy on other matters to enjoy that spectacle. Noah kept his eyes closed while understanding flowed inside his mind. His sea of consciousness joined the black hole in the study and transformation of Isaac's law, and the demonic deduction technique also activated to help in the process. The final technique would end up having destructive purposes, but Noah was okay with that. He had DSIR'd another powerful attack for a while by then, and he had finally gotten the chance to develop it. Instead, Isaac was on the verge of falling apart. His centers of power were still under the threat of Noah's restrictions, but they didn't have much energy left anyway. His mind was empty after the effects of Supreme Thief's technique. Thoughts and emotions had burnt when Noah had taken away the core of his existence. That center of power couldn't help him during that desperate situation. His dantian was basically powerless. Isaac had lost the core of his existence, so his breath didn't have a purpose anymore. The energy grew unstable since it lacked a proper form, but the walls of the organs managed to keep it at bay. Only his body remained somewhat stable, but tremors ran through his flesh as the instabilities intensified. Isaac was about to fall apart, and nothing seemed able to stop the process. However, heaven and earth were keeping an eye on the battle. After all, the Crystal City was the last force that carried their name on that side of the immortal lands. Losing it would force the rulers to rely on the troops in the sky, who required a massive amount of energy to reach the surface. A small mass of black clouds gathered high in the sky before a single white lightning bolt fell toward the surface. The attack curved and avoided the battlefield before changing direction again and falling right at the center of Isaac's chest. Isaac also started going through a transformation as heaven and earth's energy spread through his figure. Noah's swords shattered under the power sweeping the expert's insides, and his organs began to work again. A new purpose filled Isaac. The expert didn't give up his law to heaven and earth, but he had already established a tight connection with the rulers. They knew him thoroughly, so they had a new existence ready for him. The battles continued to rage, but a few experts had noticed that both Noah and Isaac weren't moving. Noah was standing with his eyes closed while Isaac was on the ground, shaking. They were among the strongest existences on the entire battlefield, but they appeared completely defenseless in that situation. A few experts believed that to be their chance to earn some glory or benefit for their force had arrived. Taking out one of those existences could tilt the scales of the battles in their favor, and they didn't hesitate to shoot downward. Two cultivators in the 8th rank from both sides left the massive battlefield and flew downward. The 4 of them were in the liquid stage, but they were strong enough to threaten solid-stage existences who didn't deploy any defense. The two groups noticed each other, but they silently decided not to interfere. The cultivators from Noah's army believed in his power, and the same went for the experts in Isaac's group. The two cultivators that aimed to take Noah down were the first to enter his range, but a massive black figure filled their vision as soon as they tried to prepare spells. Snore gave voice to a loud hiss before releasing a sea of violent dark matter that forced the experts to deploy defensive abilities. The experts had to use their life-saving abilities and other techniques to fend off the Snore's dark matter. However, the process left them exhausted and allowed the snake to eat them in a single bite. The other two cultivators laughed when they saw Snore eating the experts, but their expressions froze when a pulling force took control of their actions. They had only neared Isaac, but a power similar to a domain suppressed their laws and brought them closer to the expert. The two cultivators couldn't do anything to oppose that pulling force. Their life-saving techniques activated, but the pressure in the area shattered them in an instant. The experts continued to descend toward Isaac, and painful cries soon escaped from their mouths when their faces began to separate from their skulls. The pulling force tore the experts' faces apart and brought them closer to Isaac. Those gory body parts disappeared when they touched his skin. It seemed that his new existence could feed on those materials. The two experts fell on the ground after the process. Their eyes were empty, and their centers of power soon started to disperse their energy. It had only taken one attack to kill both of them. Isaac stopped trembling at that point. Sparks ran through his body as he straightened his position and began to inspect the changes in his existence. Heaven and earth didn't only improve his cultivation level. They had also expanded his existence and added features meant to counter his opponent. Moreover, sparks still ran through his body. It seemed that his element had changed after that transformation. Isaac soon moved his gaze on Noah, who was still busy taking care of his new ability. Snore, Duanlong, Night, and Black Roots appeared in front of him when they sensed the experts' dangerous attention. They were ready to protect their master even if their power alone clearly weren't enough to fend him off. "It's okay," Noah suddenly said as he made his way through his companions. His cultivation level fell and returned to its normal state. Even the companion's power went back to the middle tier. Noah had deactivated the effects of his ambition to suffer lighter drawbacks, but Isaac could only smile at that sight. "Are you crazy?" Isaac laughed while raising his hand to materialize his stick. "Heaven and earth have given me a stronger law that doesn't suffer from your power. You will have no advantage over me, but you still decided to withdraw your law. What's the point of a law when you have given me the most powerful weapon in the world?" Noah scoffed before exploding into a crazy laugh. "You have founded an ability on your kills, and you even let me steal it. Do you have any idea of how many experts I've killed?" The entire surface of the region shattered after Noah finished his line. A massive pressure had suddenly come out of his figure, and Isaac's expression froze at that sight. Noah had to transform Isaac's law, but he didn't want to remove the reason that made it interesting. At the same time, he had to give it a different purpose, something that matched his existence. The kills were a feature that Noah wanted to keep. They matched his existence perfectly, but he couldn't make that requirement too general. The ability would lose power otherwise. Noah didn't have something as specific as Isaac. He didn't have a specific enemy to target when rebuilding the ability. However, he could pick something that he had done often and respected his ambition. Noah had spent his entire life fighting and defeating opponents that had a higher cultivation level. The potential of his ambition depended on his logic-defying achievements, so he could do something similar for his new ability. The building of the ability became far easier after deciding its new foundation. Noah only had to call upon his memories and review all the times when he had defeated stronger opponents to complete the transformation. The process had taken longer than he expected, but that was a good thing due to the obvious connections with the final result. Noah's hair fluttered as the power generated by his figure gave birth to raging winds. His cultivation level had fallen, but he appeared stronger than ever. Even Isaac with his new law didn't feel to have many chances against him. "It's hilarious," Noah roared as he passed his hands through his hair while he experienced the wave of power that was filling his existence. "One of the most devoted followers of heaven and earth has given me the most fitting ability for my existence. Don't you dare insult the rulers," Isaac shouted. "I will defeat you with the new power that they have given me." "Shut up," Noah laughed before waving his hand toward the expert. A single black slash came out of his fingers. The curved attack covered the distance that separated the two experts in an instant, but the debris and boulders that made the surface disappeared during that short period. The energy contained on the shattered plane had flowed inside the slash in an instant, and peculiar marks had appeared on its structure before it could clash with the expert. Isaac's eyes widened when he saw that the attack now featured countless faces. The faces didn't only belong to humans. Many magical beasts' heads also appeared on the slash before the impact. Roars and cries came out of them and spread their nefarious noise through the entire battlefield. Isaac almost lost his concentration when those sounds reached his ears. Still, Isaac was an experienced warrior. He could sense that there was something off with Noah's slash, but its power remained at the peak of the liquid stage. After all, Noah had deactivated his ambition and was using his base power to fight. Isaac's hand created afterimages as he waved his stick and hit the slash in multiple spots in the span of an instant. The attack seemed to slow down, but the faces suddenly screamed again and pushed it forward. The expert could only let his stick endure the power of the blow and run away. Lightning bolts came out of his feet as he shot backward, but the explosion that followed the clash took him by surprise. The stick shattered when the slash hit it, but it managed to serve its purpose and made the entirety of the attack's power converge on its structure. Noah's attack discharged its power on that spot, but an explosion followed that event. Countless smaller slashes flew everywhere through the plane, and all of them carried faces that released a disturbing noise. Some of the experts on the battlefield above ended up clashing with the slashes, and the result was quite gruesome. Those attacks pierced them from side to side and absorbed their energy to continue flying through the area. A few stronger existences even had to join their forces to stop that reckless destruction. Most of the slashes still tried to converge toward Isaac, but his new movement technique made him too fast. The lightning bolts that he released were even the perfect bait for Noah's abilities since they carried heaven and earth's power. He could free himself from that chase after a few leaps, but his expression remained grim. The attack of a liquid stage hybrid had forced Isaac to escape. That event led to unbelievable conclusions. It seemed that Noah's base power could actually match solid stage cultivators now. "What have you done to my law?" Isaac couldn't help to ask when he saw Noah charging ahead. "You took pride in killing those who defied heaven and earth," Noah explained. "I gain power by defeating those stronger than me. Your technique has given me the chance to express it without relying on my law." Isaac's eyes widened in disbelief. The entire world knew about Noah's abilities, his most iconic ones at least. Everyone was aware that the empowerment given by the ambition led to drawbacks, but the situation seemed to have changed now. Meanwhile, he could feel the power generated by Isaac's law filling his body with the same might that his ambition would provide. The technique had taken the shape of a blue orb floating among his mental sea. It had become a spell that could activate his memories and draw energy from them. "I must destroy you," Isaac whispered as a terrible realization dawned upon his mind. "You might actually." Isaac went silent and materialized another stick before stretching his arms forward. He joined his hands and kept his weapon among them as he pointed at the incoming Noah. Sparks ran through his arms, and an array of lightning bolts soon covered his whole figure. That raging energy took the form of human faces that howled their pain as they flowed toward his hands and converged in his stick. Noah didn't stop. He was ecstatic. He wanted to feel everything that his new ability was capable of offering, and the demonic sword roared when it understood his desire. The demonic sword and the cursed sword quickly appeared in his hands while Noah raised his arms above his head. He would face the incoming attack head-on, but his face didn't show the slightest trace of worry. Darkness gathered around the two joined swords. Dark matter also gathered around the weapon and created a churning pillar that expanded toward the sky. Multiple human and animal faces appeared on the structure, and the wicked noises resounded on in the area again. Isaacs discharged his attack when Noah was about to reach him. A lightning bolt that took the shape of a massive human face shot forward and tried to envelop Noah with its raging energy. On the other hand, Noah slashed downward, and his black pillar fell. Energy from the plane flowed toward his attack and increased its power right before the clash with the face, and an explosion happened once the two techniques met. Heaven and Earth's light tried to fill that area after the explosion, but a black membrane suddenly appeared and prevented it from expanding. Many experts noticed that scene and inspected the dispersion of the last strand of energy to see the outcome of the clash. The area eventually became clear, and everyone could see an injured Noah standing above Isaac's lifeless body. "Don't even try that," Noah thought while covering Isaac's corpse with dark matter and glancing at the sky. Whiteness had started to condense in the sky since Heaven and Earth wanted to resurrect their follower. But Noah wouldn't just stand by. He had found too many experts of that kind to let the rulers bring them back to life. A sense of weakness filled his body when he deactivated Isaac's ability. His new spell didn't carry any drawback, but it depleted an immense amount of energy. Moreover, Noah was already suffering from his previous activation of the ambition, so his overall situation worsened. A deep cut that reached his internal organs had also appeared on his torso. His body wasn't in the upper tier anymore, so he had a harder time enduring the drawbacks of the cursed sword. Still, that damage was nothing when he had many sources of power around him. Isaac's body provided an intense wave of nutrients that the black hole didn't hesitate to purify and send to the rest of his body. Noah instantly felt better, but his condition remained far from optimal. However, his innate resilience allowed him to express his peak power anyway. "What should I do now?" Noah wondered as his gaze fell on the battlefield. Every powerful cultivator on the Crystal City side had a matching opponent, and the same went for the experts fighting among the army. The situation even seemed in favor of Noah's group, so he didn't find anything that required his immediate assistance. Noah felt that the battlefield still hid something. Heaven and Earth had been willing to give another law to Isaac, which revealed their intention to spend energy on the fight. He even guessed that the rulers had already planted something in the region, but everything was still unclear for now. "I guess I can hunt for now," Noah thought as a cold smile appeared on his face and his weapons returned inside the separate space. His figure disappeared as he shot toward the two clashing armies. The battlefield had many weaker rank 8 experts busy against existences at a similar level, but Noah didn't care about respecting their fights. He only made sure to avoid his companions during his hunt. Noah reappeared behind a rank 8 cultivator in the liquid stage covered in a thick layer of water. Her technique seemed able to protect her from all the incoming attacks, but it couldn't do anything when black roots pierced it and entangled her body. The cultivator struggled to free herself of the roots, destroying her skin, but Noah's hand arrived and put an end to her sufferings. Her head fell, and a wave of dark matter covered her body to devour her. The experts that were fighting the woman wanted to complain, but their words remained stuck in their throats when they sensed Noah's coldness. His aura radiated a chilling, killing intent that couldn't possibly belong to a human. He was a beast unleashed in a field full of targets. Noah disappeared again and materialized above another rank 8 expert. The cultivator used his flames to create multiple fiery flowers that rotated around him, but the technique dispersed as soon as Noah waved his hand. The black slash that came out of Noah's fingers severed the expert in half, and dark matter soon covered those parts. Energy flowed inside his body as the higher energy turned the cultivator into nothing more than nutrients, but they barely managed to satisfy Noah's hunger. Noah repeated the process multiple times. The battlefield was his hunting ground, and the experts inside it were too busy with their opponents to deploy any defense at his arrival. Those who managed to launch something saw their spells falling apart in front of his slashes before darkness filled their vision. Liquid and gaseous stage cultivators couldn't do much to satisfy Noah's hunger, but the additional energy gathered during the hunt helped the black hole disperse the drawbacks of his ambition. His condition constantly improved and slowly returned to its peak. Noah felt surprised that heaven and earth didn't activate anything even after 10 rank 8 experts had died by his hand. The rulers seemed to have gone silent, but that only made him more reckless in his hunt. The battle wouldn't take much to end if the world didn't start opposing him soon. Still, heaven and earth continued to remain silent, and Noah kept gathering energy. The battlefield soon started to fall apart due to the lack of powerful experts on the Crystal City side. Noah's weaker troops took over the fight and began to overwhelm their opponents. Only the battles high in the sky remained even, but they had also started to show signs of ending. They revealed mixed outcomes, but most of Noah's friends seemed to have the upper hand. Only Jordan was struggling a bit, but Noah didn't feel the need to intervene just yet. Fine, Noah eventually sighed in his mind. Let everything crumble since you aren't able to put up a decent challenge. Noah flew back toward the surface and placed his hand on the shattered ground. His influence expanded and spread through the region, and cracks inevitably opened on the already broken terrain. His destruction forced most of the region to continue to fall apart, but his ambition transformed the debris and boulders as they crumbled. The color of the surface changed, and dark shades spread everywhere around him. Noah wanted to force heaven and earth's hand, but even the transformation of the plane didn't seem to trigger their reaction. A few doubts began to form in his mind at that point. He started to wonder whether the rulers were waiting on purpose to raise the stakes of their punishment. Do they want to sacrifice the entire army to send something powerful? Noah wondered. Why help Isaac then? Noah remained confused. Part of him even thought about retreating for a moment to stop heaven and earth's plan, but he quickly suppressed that idea. Making heaven and earth waste energy was the original plan. The war would only hurt their troops, but it wouldn't do anything to their actual power. Noah wanted to weaken the rulers, so he had to let the war continue even if his instincts were telling him that something was off. Something spectacular happened while Noah was in the middle of transforming the area. The battles higher in the sky were still raging, but one of them reached its end faster than the others. Divine Demon was against one of the solid-stage cultivators from the Crystal City. His opponent seemed to use his voice to create quick and powerful figures capable of unleashing sound waves. That ability appeared quite threatening, especially since the expert didn't need much to cast it. A simple whistle was enough to create multiple creatures that ran through the sky and exploded next to his opponent. Divine Demon had turned that fight into a whistling challenge. His sounds were able to destabilize the cultivator's creatures and make them explode next to him. He had become so good at it that some of them had ended up detonating inside the expert's mouth. The cultivator couldn't do much with his offensive completely countered. Launching attacks ended up hurting him, so he remained silent and began to look for another opponent. However, Divine Demon started to use his whistles offensively at that point, which inevitably brought the expert closer to his death. Divine Demon gave voice to a laugh once the expert died. He had suffered many injuries during the initial stages of the fight, but he didn't seem to care about them. Instead, the world suddenly released a humming noise and started generating energy for him. Waves of azure energy began to converge toward Divine Demon and fuse with his body. His cultivation level rose as his influence expanded, and the world released another humming sound when he crossed the limits of the liquid stage. The world seemed to chant during Divine Demon's breakthrough. The event didn't happen during a long training session. One last victory had been enough to push his level into the solid stage. Many experts among the armies stopped to admire the azure spectacle. The world transformed on its own to pour energy inside Divine Demon and fuel his breakthrough. His body, mind, and Danteon were in harmony and advanced together as his existence grew and his influence intensified. The cultivators on heaven and earth's side inevitably lost hope at that sight. Noah had just killed most of their weaker rank 8 experts, and their leaders were also failing to win their battles. The experts on Noah's side were also experiencing breakthroughs in the middle of the battle. The enemy army was losing in every aspect. It was failing to seize even the easiest victories, and the outcome of the war soon became evident. Faith vanished in the experts' eyes. Their belief disappeared in front of the clear superiority shown by Noah's army. A mixed group of cultivators, hybrids, and magical beasts had achieved what an organization that had been in power for eras couldn't. The Legion and Noah's nameless organization could achieve miracles. They had gone from being a mere mass of wandering hybrids to the overlords of that side of the immortal lands. Defeating the Crystal City was only the last step before the complete control of all the areas outside of the magical beast's domain. The higher planes still had the windy regions, but they belonged to no one. Only existences that were about to approach the last stage of their journey would venture there to benefit from the chaotic laws. Most peak rank 8 experts and rank 9 monsters would go there to complete their growth. Divine Demon laughed as his power increased. He could sense the world bending to his desire to win challenges, and his influence began to attract other opponents. Noah couldn't help but laugh when he saw a mass of weaker cultivators hoovering toward Divine Demon with the desire to challenge him. He couldn't even begin to imagine how troublesome it would be to fly with his friend now, but pure happiness still filled his mind. Divine Demon's breakthrough could only make Noah happy. The cultivator's inheritance was one of the main reasons behind his many achievements in the mortal lands, so he still felt somewhat indebted. Seeing him progressing past Wilfred could only prove his talent and mindset to the world. Come on, heaven and earth. Noah thought as his laugh stopped and his gaze returned on the sky. I know you are about to do something. Don't make me wait so long. Heaven and earth disregarded Noah's feelings and continued to remain silent. The rulers didn't care that their last army on the surface was falling apart. Noah's side was even growing stronger under their gaze. But they didn't do anything. Clean it up? Noah growled while keeping his voice down. But the meaning behind his cry spread through the entire battlefield. I'm tired of this. A series of snorts, complaints, and angry reprimands reached his ears. But Noah didn't care. His friends high in the sky didn't like his aloof tone. But their battles soon forced them to ignore that previous event. Noah sat on the ground and crossed his legs. The demonic sword came out of his waist and activated his cultivation technique on its own. The battlefield didn't interest him anymore. Training was a better use of his time. Heaven and Earth's followers saw that gesture as the ultimate offense, but their leaders didn't do anything about the matter. The sky remained silent, and the solid stage cultivators on their side continued to fight their opponents. The situation up there had even worsened for them after Divine Demon's breakthrough. The cultivators' approach grew reckless due to the severity of their situation. They began to abandon the most troublesome opponents to move toward those that felt easier to fight. Wilfred was powerful, but he was still in the liquid stage, so he was a viable target. Jordan had just reached the liquid stage, so she also fell into that list. The cultivators wanted to add King Elbas to their targets, but the experts' army of inscribed items was too troublesome. They aimed to reduce the power of Noah's elite group in a few exchanges, and defeating the crowned existence would take far too long. However, Jordan was in her dragon form, which allowed her to express far more power than normal hybrids. Wilfred had also managed to keep up with Divine Demon's growth until then, so his cultivation level was at the peak of the stage. They were tough opponents even with their apparent weakness, and they had friends that didn't let the sudden assault surprise them. A few cultivators disregarded Stephen, Robert, Elsie, and the other powerful opponents to turn toward the two hybrids. Yet, a series of attacks arrived on their position before they could release their techniques. The experts found themselves exposed at that point. They had sacrificed their position in an attempt to seize small victories, but they had failed, and that left them surrounded by their enemies. Noah opened his eyes as soon as he sensed a considerable shift in the power contained in the sky. Half of the solid-stage experts had died after failing their plan, and dark matter promptly gathered in Noah's palm. He was ready to interrupt heaven and earth's attempt to resurrect those experts, but the rulers didn't react to those deaths. The cultivators died, and Noah's friends stored their corpses for their own purposes. Everything ended quickly afterward. The sheer number of troops on the Crystal City side was too little to even dream of stopping their opponents. Noah's army had only lost many rank 7 experts and some weaker rank 8 existences, so taking over the battle wasn't an issue. Heaven and Earth's followers began to ask for mercy and beg for their lives. They called for the ruler's help and tried to save their lives through quick escapes. However, everything failed in front of the bloodthirsty army. The war ended in an anticlimactic tone. The last defense on the surface died in a swift and clean final assault. The surviving experts couldn't help but give voice to happy cries and chant the names of the existences who had performed exceptional deeds. But the leaders didn't celebrate. Noah watched the sky and felt that the whiteness was staring back at him. Something was coming. He could feel it in his bones. But the region remained silent. Are they trying to trick me? Noah eventually wondered. What's the point? We have already won. Are you enjoying your victory, my unruly children? Earth's androgynous voice suddenly resounded through the area. The voice didn't seem to have a clear source. The mountain chain and the sky, unaffected by Noah's ambition, trembled and echoed those sounds. Earth spoke through the world, but the matter didn't seem to carry her power. Why don't you come out? Noah promptly replied. You have just lost your last army on this side of the surface. What will you send now? Are you planning to use another rank 9 punishment? You still see death as a mortal, my unruly child, Earth announced. We can waste a few eras on rebuilding everything. All the life forms born from us are nothing more than pawns in our grand plan. Is your grand plan losing everything you have? Noah laughed. Arrogant as always, Earth replied. We heard that you wanted to shatter the world. Don't worry. We'll do that for you. Noah's eyes widened at that announcement and cracks suddenly spread through the mountain chain. They expanded until they reached the tainted region, and Noah felt the need to shoot in the sky. His new point of view allowed him to see that those events didn't only happen in the surrounding regions. Cracks were opening in every land that his consciousness could touch. It seemed that the entire surface was falling apart. Thank you, my unruly child, Earth continued. It's hard to find flaws in such a vast system, even for us. You have our gratitude. We wouldn't have chosen to start again without your help. The entire surface was falling apart. Cracks stretched as far as Noah could see, and they spread deeper into the underground world to reach hidden areas of the higher plane. The world was crumbling right in front of the army's eyes. Noah and the others couldn't do anything to stop that event. Most of the regions weren't under their control, so they could only stare helplessly as the apocalypse unfolded. We must return to the Legion's domain, Noah roared in a low tone before shouting, Now! A wave of dark matter enveloped all the weaker experts and forced them to gather into a dense black sea. The dark world then took the shape of a massive 6-armed dragon that shot forward as soon as its structure stabilized. King Elbaz and the other powerful experts sat on the dragon's back while the creature speeded forward. Noah activated Isaac's ability and made the dark matter gain a suction force that gathered the energy in the environment. The surface was crumbling, and the ground was releasing massive waves of breath into the sky. So Noah could gain a lot from deploying a suction force with the entire dragon-shaped dark world. Noah needed that suction force to keep the dragon-shaped dark world and Isaac's ability active. He was carrying thousands of divine experts and empowering his power at the same time. His consumption of darkness and mental energy was massive. The world continued to shatter while the massive dragon flew across the sky, but something slowly changed in its behavior. The largest boulders escaped the pulling force and gathered in multiple spots to give birth to giants that started to fight each other. It seemed that heaven and earth weren't happy with simple destruction. They wanted to be thorough, even if they had to force their very world to fight against itself. This is crazy, King Elbaz commented while studying the environment under the dragon. Boulders flew everywhere as the giants fought against each other. The ground that made them shattered and released its energy back into the sky before flying higher. Heaven and earth were trying to get rid of the entire higher plane, and the sight was breathtaking. Confused packs of magical beasts appeared from time to time. The creatures that couldn't fly fell endlessly toward the depths of the shattering higher plane and disappeared from Noah's vision. But the other remained afloat while trying to avoid the dangerous giants. Most of those giants radiated peak rank 8 power. Some of them even touched the limits of the 9th rank, but their level quickly fell as they kept clashing with their peers. Heaven and earth didn't care about creating powerful puppets. They only wanted to make that energy disperse. Come with us, Noah roared when he saw a group of flying wolves led by a middle-tier specimen. The creatures hesitated for an instant, but Noah's pride soon took control of their actions. The wolves timidly flew toward the massive dragon and pierced its dark matter after Noah roared a few reminders. Still, Noah's condition continued to worsen as the journey continued. He kept taking every pack of magical beasts on his path inside the dragon, and he even flew to save some of the falling creatures that had managed to remain attached to the giants. King Elbaz and the others shot worried glances toward him when they saw sweat falling from his forehead. They had seen Noah in worse conditions, but that situation was different from a battle. "You don't have to save everyone," the Rat King announced while adjusting its crown and stabbing its short nails on the dragon's back to endure the high speed. "A true leader knows when to sacrifice troops." "I'm not saving anyone," Noah snorted. "Heaven and Earth want to get rid of the products of a flawed system. Ensuring their survival is only a method to make the ruler's plan fail." "But you can't burn yourself just to insult them," Wilfred commented. "True leaders do whatever they want." Noah laughed as calculations happened in his mind. Noah believed that the Legion's domain was still in one piece since it was too big to fall from the cracks opening in its surrounding areas. The transformation had also been more thorough there, and the many dispensers placed by King Elbaz had made his influence nourish the surface for a long time. The Legion's domain probably had the toughest terrain of the entire higher plane. Its depths still belonged to heaven and earth since Noah had preferred to move most of his influence toward his troops on the surface. But there was a high chance that the mutated landmass was surviving the apocalypse. The demonic deduction technique couldn't help Noah with those calculations. He wanted to understand if his power would last long enough to reach the Legion's domain, and his conclusions didn't seem to give positive answers. Yet Noah could still push his speed forward. He didn't initially activate his ambition due to the poor duration of its effects. Still, that feature wouldn't be a problem if he reached his destination before his potential depleted its power. "I'm still looking at months of travel," Noah cursed in his mind. "I can't keep my ambition up for so long. I need to wait as much as I can." The shockwaves released by the clashes of the giants tried to land on the dragon, but Noah's companions took care of fending them off. They couldn't help Noah with his technique, but they didn't hesitate to use everything they had to improve his situation. Noah's mind grew heavy even if the black hole was diverting most of its energy toward that center of power. It was hard to manage the dragon, keep Isaac's ability active, and recruit the sparse packs of magical beasts on the road at the same time. He was reaching his limits, but his eyes never stopped looking ahead. The suction force flowing out of the dragon gave Noah the entirety of the gathered energy, but his centers of power kept on growing empty. Even the massive waves of energy taken from the environment weren't enough for that feat. Noah was depleting too much power too quickly, but he didn't have other options. The black hole couldn't do miracles. It tried to increase the efficiency between the output and consumption of power, but Noah's situation remained grim. Still, his calculations told him that everything would improve soon. He only had to cover enough distance. "Now!" Noah shouted in his mind at some point during the flight, and his aura intensified. His ambition skyrocketed and gave the entirety of its potential to the techniques involved with his journey. The dragon accelerated, the amount of energy generated by Isaac's ability increased, and the condition of his centers of power improved. The ambition was taking the weight of part of that insane quest, and Noah would have to pay the price later on. Yet he didn't care for now. His mind could only think about returning to the Legion's domain. Noah gave voice to roars from time to submit the trapped magical beasts, and the dragon inevitably grew crowded even if he kept enlarging its size. Then, a black landmass covered by a blue halo eventually unfolded in his vision. Noah mustered his strength to cross the last kilometers that separated him from the Legion's domain. He almost fainted during the process, but he remained in control of the dragon until it reached its destination. The creature of dark matter shattered at that point, and Noah's vision went dark. Everyone fell from the sky, and the various experts ensured that the non-flying magical beasts landed safely. As for Noah, Snore materialized among the sky and let him lie on its back before reaching the black ground. The army gathered around Snore, which was protecting Noah with its massive body. Most of the magical beasts recruited during the flight salivated when they looked at the blue environment, but Snore promptly hissed to force them to behave. Duanlong and Night also came out of Noah's body and started giving voice to cries to handle the new troops. They knew Noah well enough to understand how he would manage them. Yet, it soon became clear that they didn't need to work so hard, since a heavy aura fell on the region and suppressed all the new magical beasts. Alexander, the Foolery, and the other rank 8 existences that had remained behind appeared in the sky and inspected the mess on the black surface. "What did you even do out there?" Alexander asked while descending toward his companions. "You have been away for mere decades. How did you even break the entire world?" "Heaven and Earth have decided to reset the world," Wilfred explained. "I believed this is the only surviving landmass in the entire higher plane." "Didn't you transform many regions on the other side too?" Alexander asked, but Wilfred pointed his fingers at the giants fighting right outside the black landmass. "You can look for them if you want," Wilfred scoffed. A tense atmosphere had fallen on the entire army. The experts had won the last battle for the higher plane, but Heaven and Earth had decided to sacrifice the world. Their victory had lost every meaning. The Legion and Noah's nameless organization didn't gain anything. "Where are you going?" King Elbaz asked when he saw Wilfred leaving the area. "The idiot advanced to the solid stage," Wilfred snorted. "I can't fall behind. We can't help defying demon in this state anyway. It's better to grow stronger until he wakes up." "Why do you have so much faith in him anyway?" Stephen asked in an angry tone. "You have heard Heaven and Earth. The destruction of the world is his fault." Stephen's cells were in the outer lands when the apocalypse happened. There was a high chance that he had lost the entirety of his force during the crisis. He couldn't even contact his underlings at that distance, and trying to travel across the giants on his own was pure madness. "I'd be careful of how you talk about my heir," Divine Demon threatened as his aura unfolded in the environment. "It's not his fault if Heaven and Earth are so powerful. Blaming him for their actions is even worse than serving them." Stephen wanted to complain, but he quickly understood that his anger was misplaced. Still, that feeling remained, and he didn't know how to get rid of it. "When did the idiot become so smart?" the Foolery asked. "This isn't the time to crack jokes," King Elbaz lectured the pig. "The situation is serious. We should gather up and create a few plans." "I actually agree with Stephen," Elsie suddenly joined the conversation. "We were fine in the outer lands. We weren't safe, but we had a home and the power to defend it." "It didn't seem so," June commented. "The Crystal City has stolen your troops right under your nose." "You are lucky that you are defying demons, woman," Elsie snorted. "Why would gaseous stage cultivators even be so arrogant otherwise?" "You dash." June was about to snap, but Dreaming Demon promptly placed a hand under her shoulder to calm her down. More experts joined those complaints. They started to argue with each other, and their discussions mostly involved Noah's behavior. None of them tried to disregard his achievements. Still, many believed that he had gone too far in his taunts toward Heaven and Earth. Those complaints mostly came from the cultivators belonging to the human organizations, but a few new magical beasts even added their roars to those voices. "Can you all shut up?" Noah's weak roar suddenly came out from the center of Snore's coiled body. "You should say this stuff to my face. Don't say it at all otherwise." The entire army fell silent. The complainers couldn't sense Noah's aura nor see his condition, but he was awake, and that was enough to make them fear for their life. Everyone had seen how Noah had taken care of Isaac. His efforts were also the reason behind their safe location. No one dared to be so ungrateful out of fear of eventual repercussions. "Good," Noah growled. "I expect never to hear this stuff again. I can't deal with traitors either, so throw yourselves outside my domain if you feel like betraying me in the future. I'll leave a few orders before going back to sleep," Noah continued after a few seconds of silence. "Sword Saint, take someone and fly past the previous outer lands. See if the windy regions still exist. Robert, see if you can gather some boulders from around the landmass and transform them. We need to save as much ground as we can. Also, try to deepen our domain." I've seen a few pieces of normal terrain underground on the way here. Alexander, handle the magical beasts. They will listen to you. Just eat those that don't comply. Pig, you must accelerate the creation of blue bushes. I don't care about the stench. Just create enough nutrients for the new troops. Divine Demon, don't create a mess. Elbas, learn as much as you can about this situation. I think that heaven and earth only want to make us starve, but try to discover if they have other plans in motion. Also, lay protections all around the landmass. I bet something will come once they realize that the last rebels are here. The others must focus on getting stronger. I want to see a few breakthroughs by the time I wake up, or I'll kick you out of the landmass myself. Everyone was speechless. The experts didn't know how to react to those sudden orders, but they all made sense, especially those concerning the windy regions. None of the experts had thought about the chaotic laws after witnessing the apocalypse. I'll sleep now, Noah continued. Don't worry about the world. I'll rebuild it after I handle some matters. The various experts exchanged awkward gazes. They had discussed only a few seconds ago, but now they had to work together under the same banner. King Elbas, Wilfred, Jordan, Alexander, Dreaming Demon, and the experts who knew how to manage large organizations silently gathered to converse in private. The fate of the Legion had inevitably fallen on their shoulder, and they had to make sure that the newcomers didn't cause any problem. Most of the other troops dispersed after the orders. Many wanted to explore the Black Landmass before choosing a place where to cultivate, while others were simply curious about Noah's domain. Meanwhile, a lone figure neared Snore without causing any adverse reaction in the snake. Actually, the blood companion unraveled part of its body to let that cultivator inside. You really had to save everyone? June sighed when she saw Noah sleeping inside a layer of fiendish armor. June sat on the ground, and Snore placed its body behind her to make her position more comfortable. She began to cultivate at that point, and no one dared to disturb her for decades. The noise of lightning bolts crashing on a metal wall welcomed Noah when he opened his eyes. Complete darkness filled his vision, but that energy felt too familiar to leave him confused. Thanks, Snore. Noah transmitted through the mental connection, and the snake gave voice to a happy hiss before flowing back inside the black hole. Night and Duanlong also went back inside his body. The dragon even rubbed its head on his side before flowing into him. You took your time, June exclaimed when the whiteness of the world fell on her face and interrupted her training. Everyone has come back. I'll start the gathering. June picked her inscribed notebook, but Noah bent toward her and moved her arm away before making her lie on the black ground. Their lips touched before she could say anything and send the mental message. So no one inside the Legion learnt about Noah's awakening for a whole week. We need a meeting now, June whispered while snuggling closer to Noah's NAKAST. The world is a mess right now, and the newcomers need a plan to see that you didn't lose your way. My only regret is not destroying the immortal lands myself. Noah sighed while caressing June's hair and staring at the golden dome that covered the entire black landmass. June had described part of the key changes and discoveries that had happened during his sleep when the two weren't busy enjoying each other. Some of Noah's fears had come true, but the situation had yet to become completely helpless. Heaven and earth had sent a massive tribulation once they discovered that the Legion's domain had survived the apocalypse. Yet, King Elbas had completed the second array of defenses by then, and he had spent the following years improving his formation. The heaven tribulation was relentless. Its lightning bolts never stopped falling toward the black landmass. So King Elbas had devised a method to channel part of their energy and turn it into fuel for the formation. Heaven and earth changed the composition of their lightning bolts every now and then to get past that feature, but King Elbas also adjusted the formation to keep its consumption of energy to the minimum. Yet, his efforts never managed to solve the issue. His inscription would always draw a bit of power from the landmass. Destroying the tribulation was also out of the question. Some experts had dispersed the black clouds high in the sky once, but heaven and earth had created a new one, making the whole effort pointless. Alexander and the other experts who managed the whole organization had decreed to remain inside the Golden Dome after that event. No existence had to waste energy to pursue pointless tasks since that topic had become a major issue. Some giants were still fighting in the vast nothingness of the space inside the white sky. Most of them had successfully turned their bodies into dust and dispersed the entirety of their energy, but others were too tough to die in the span of a few hundreds of years. The materials that made them were simply too resilient. The energy dispersed by the giant flew toward the sky instead of lingering among the currents of debris. Heaven and earth were calling it back into the white layer covering the entire immortal lands, so its insides lost most of its power. The experts needed energy to cultivate. The immortal lands had never lacked fuel for their bodies and dantions, but heaven and earth had changed that situation. The energy contained in the black landmass would eventually end since the world didn't offer ways to replenish it. Even the mutated regions would crumble at that point, and the experts would find themselves unable to improve. King Elbaz had tried to take care of that matter by creating multiple devices that generated a pulling force and placing them all around the black landmass, but his efforts had clear limits. The Legion's domain was immense, but it didn't cover the entire space inside the sky. Most energy still flowed toward the whiteness and escaped its reach. The situation was stable now since the giants were still busy fighting, but everything would end once King Elbaz's devices and the Golden Dome stopped obtaining energy. The black landmass would start losing power at that point, leaving the experts living on it without any nutrients. Still, there had been some good developments in that seemingly catastrophic situation, which were the very reason why Noah didn't fall into despair. Sword Saint had traveled with a small group of experts toward the windy regions and had discovered that the storms of chaotic laws still lingered in those areas. Heaven and Earth's decision to make the world crumble didn't affect their state. Even the lands inside them had remained intact. In theory, the storms could offer an immense source of energy that could refill the black landmass for eras. After all, they were an environment meant for rank 9 existences and carried the power to rebuild the world. However, the very nature of those lands explained why the experts didn't try to steal their energy. Sword Saint and the others didn't want to anger the rank 9 beings living there since they didn't respect the limits of heaven and earth's fairness. The overall situation was grim. The Legion's domain was moving toward certain doom, and rank 9 existences guarded the only solution to that issue. Heaven and earth were even accelerating energy consumption with their tribulation, so there didn't seem to be a proper way out. Noah had a different view about the matter, but he wanted to wait for everyone to gather in his region before revealing his grand plan. He spent the period waiting for the others, enjoying his time with his lover and admiring the broken spectacle past the black edges. Another positive event that made his mood improve concerned the various breakthrough experienced by his troops. Those who had been close to the peak of their stage had advanced, and June had been among them. Seeing his lover catching up with his cultivation level put a smile on Noah's face. The requirements of their laws were on completely different realms. However, Noah still felt happy that June was showing her talent after bathing in his ambition for centuries and gaining experience in crazy battles. The various leaders eventually began to arrive, and they found a peaceful scene in that region at the edges of the black landmass. June was resting in Noah's arms, and the two exchanged many silent gazes and understanding smiles as they enjoyed each other's warmth. The arrival of the various higher-ups allowed Noah to understand the new level of his force. His friends from the lower plane were still in the gaseous stage, but Wilfred had successfully stepped into the solid stage in those years. Fergie had also experienced a breakthrough and had reached Noah's cultivation level. Only existences with power in the 8th rank or above could join that meeting, but the region became crowded anyway. The Legion and Noah's nameless organization counted hundreds of experts at that level, and many of them were even in the higher stages and tiers of the rank. The only exception among that powerful group was Kirk. The expert had reached the solid stage of the 7th rank, but his presence in the gathering didn't depend on his cultivation level. His status as Noah's heir made it possible for him to be there. Seeing Noah and June calmly enjoying their time together made most experts recall their anger and annoyance about the whole situation. The couple wasn't even cultivating. They felt happy even if the world had fallen apart. A storm of questions flew toward Noah. Angry, tired, and curious experts gathered around him to probe his intentions, and the chaos forced him to release a deafening roar that silenced everyone. "I'll make it short," Noah explained once everyone fell silent. We won't steal from the storms, but we won't let our home die either. Our target lives outside the sky. Do you really want to do that? King Elbaz asked without specifying the nature of the mission. Noah and King Elbaz had gone over the possibility of harnessing energy from the worlds connected to heaven and earth system. The outsides of the sky had many mortal lands and other structures that gave power to the rulers. Gaining access to that fuel was only a matter of reaching them. The conversation between the two didn't reach exact conclusions. Noah's plan was rough and lacked many details, but King Elbaz felt confident in covering them if he had enough time to prepare. Still, they didn't decide anything yet. Going past the sky was a crazy plan that King Elbaz wanted to consider only as a last approach, but Noah seemed inclined to deploy it now. What can we even do? Noah laughed as the group of experts moved their eyes between King Elbaz and him. The lands inside the sky are doomed. We can capture the surviving giants, but we'll gain an era at best, and we would have to live it here even. The time to be daring has arrived. The experts had clearly heard Noah talking about the outsides of the sky, but they all hoped to have misheard him. Those areas had always been the last danger zone in the entire world, according to common knowledge. Adventures past the white layer never led to anything, and they often killed those who dared to approach them. We need a long time to prepare, King Elbaz exclaimed while faint random words escaped his mouth. We also need proper targets. Assaulting weak worlds is pointless for our cause. We must aim for large and rich lands that can fuel our home for a long time while hurting heaven and earth at the same time. We can't find them from here, Noah replied. I suggest we start a systematic exploration and see what works. When can you start working on this? The dome and generators of suction force can almost adjust themselves on their own by now, King Elbaz revealed while continuing to talk with himself whenever he paused. I don't need to wait. I can dive into this new quest immediately. Still, it will take a long time just to be ready for the first phases. It's fine, Noah laughed. I have other matters to attend in the meantime. They might take a while, so don't rush anything. I never rush anything, King Elbaz snorted. My creations are never hurried. They are as perfect as they can be when they leave my hands. We need more than perfect here, Noah continued. We are about to venture through uncharted territory. There is almost no record at all of those areas. Because no one ever goes too far, King Elbaz added. The entire matter about the void and the different dimensions is still unclear since heaven and earth make sure to cover their tracks. Or kill those who go too far, Noah sighed. Do you want to include us at some point? Wilfred snorted when his curiosity was about to explode. I thought this was a gathering, not a private conversation. He is right, King Elbaz commented. Even you can't do this on your own. Noah sighed as his mind sorted different thoughts. He had understood the issue, and he had even found a solution. The problem was convincing his troops to support him. If only I could generate energy like heaven and earth. Noah sighed in his mind as Snore materialized under his feet and made him rise higher in the air. Noah sat on Snore's head as the experts followed him in the air. They didn't know the meaning behind that gesture, and Noah knew that he had done that for no special reason. He was only following his instincts before announcing his craziest plan yet. We aren't rank 9 existences, Noah eventually announced. Our laws can't generate energy from nothing, and the storms are too dangerous. We must accept that our power can't make us save ourselves if we only keep our eyes in the world under the sky. How would going outside even help? We can indict a selection and limit the consumption of energy. Some of us have already calculated how many would have to immolate to stabilize the decline of the black landmass. The experts from the human organizations immediately gave voice to a series of ideas, but Snore hissed in anger after they interrupted its master and made them go silent. Noah didn't like their proposal either. They were suggesting a systematic sacrifice of the troops on the black landmass to find an equilibrium between the absorption and consumption of energy. However, that plan would fail once King Elbaz's devices couldn't find more energy around the landmass. The experts could still move the black lands deeper near other giants at that point, but the approach would eventually lead to a complete failure. Noah wanted a solution, not a slow defeat. Surviving wasn't enough when the opponents were heaven and earth. His organization had to strike back and carve its place into the world. Moreover, Noah felt a bit disgusted at the idea that those cultivators preferred to sacrifice their companions rather than challenge heaven and earth. His feeling didn't come from morals or ethics. He felt weak when he thought that his organization had gained such weak-willed experts, and a mental note slowly formed inside his mind. He had to remove that dirt sooner or later. Heaven and Earth's system has many worlds connected to the whiteness of the sky, Noah explained. We know them as sources of new existences and laws, but some of them are only useful for their energy. I want to take them and use their power to fuel our survival. Are you crazy? One of the cultivators who had proposed the sacrifice shouted. The void is outside of our reach. That's heaven and Earth's territory. Who said that? Noah asked. Who decided that the void belonged to the rulers? The natural order of things. A second cultivator supported his companion's argument. We can't absorb energy inside the void. I don't know where you heard these things about the other worlds, but I'm not sure you can rely on that information. We gained that knowledge when we resurrected a rank 9 cultivator, Alexander announced. Do you remember Radiant Eyes, the expert who forced you all to abandon your homes? We defeated her through this dead existence and learnt about the structure of the world as a reward. No one could speak after those lines. The cultivators knew that Alexander wasn't lying and contradicting the knowledge of a rank 9 cultivator who had managed to come back to life would destroy the very foundation of their beliefs. Rank 9 existences were the peak. They didn't have to be entirely correct, but their words had to be pretty close to the truth, close enough to found a crazy plan on them. It doesn't matter what you think is better, Noah continued as growls mixed with his voice. You have opted to turn on yourselves rather than finding a path that hurt heaven and earth. I would normally consider you as failures, but our situation forces me to give you a second chance. A series of gazes landed on the 3 cultivators who had tried to propose the sacrifice. The trio suddenly felt out of place, and worry even built in their minds. I need to fly across the immortal lands again, Noah announced while deploying the dark world and activating the workshop to create something worthy of his task. A small team can follow me. The others have to remain here and help King Elbaz with the preparations for the mission. He is in charge while I'm away. Wait! Alexander stepped forward. What about the Legion? Do you have other orders for us? Noah had basically forgotten about the matter of the 2 organizations. He already considered everyone part of his force, but that seemed the right moment to clear everyone's doubts. The Legion will stop existing right away, Noah ordered. We are the last stand in a broken world, and we plan to become parasites in a realm that doesn't belong to us. We are heaven and earth's cancer, and that will be our new name. The order left many experts unsatisfied and irritated. Noah wasn't only forcing them to become a single organization. He was even ignoring the various factions and ideas that the other experts could offer. His behavior didn't reflect a wise leader. Noah was acting like a tyrant when his cultivation level had yet to reach the last stage of the 8th rank. The other experts knew that Noah's current cultivation level wasn't even close to his actual battle prowess, but many still didn't feel too good about the recent events. Everything was changing quickly, and their fates were in the hands of a madman who seemed to have little to no care for the rulers of the world. However, his closest friends and the experts who had followed him for a long time could quickly make up their minds about those changes. Noah had always been in charge of both Legion and nameless organizations in the last period, so gaining a new banner and layout didn't affect them in the slightest. The same didn't go for the experts recently obtained from the Outer Lands. Their organizations had traditions and histories almost as long as the higher plane, and abandoning them in favor of a madman seemed utterly inconceivable. I can smell your anger, Noah exclaimed while moving his eyes among the various higher-ups. You give value to names, but they mean nothing to me. I live for the cultivation journey. Everything else is a pointless remainder of how weaker existences have to band together to have a chance at opposing the world. But you still decide to throw them away on your own, Elsie complained. I'm not asking you to care. I only want respect. Respect. Noah asked as chilling growls came out of his mouth. I had to fight the Crystal City right after ascending. Most organizations chose to side with that eternal force and cast me out. The world has tried to capture, kill, and torture me since I stepped on the higher plane. But I'm here, and you are everything that remains of that old system. Elsie didn't know what to say at those words. The situation angered her to no end. But Noah was right. He was the very reason why the Immortal lands had survivors. Your system reeked of corruption and laziness, Noah continued. You have nurtured useless experts and showed them to the world as if fame could win wars. Heaven and earth did us all a favor when they destroyed everything. They removed their old farm to create a new one that didn't include me. But I'm still here, and I won't stick to their game. Noah's pride intensified during his speech. His aura was calm, but the air inside the region became heavy. He was expressing the core of his existence, and those who had known him for a long time could see how he had grown. Heaven and earth's cancer won't become your shield, Noah roared. Organizations should launch experts toward the higher ranks, not give them the chance to laze around and gloat over flimsy achievements. There are only two sides now. You can become part of the world or fight it. Needless to say, some of the experts from the human organizations who had initially felt distrust and anger toward Noah began to calm down. That speech was more than inspiring. It seemed to explain the nature of the cultivation journey in words that they had never found. Don't delude yourselves, Noah eventually announced. I can't make miracles. Every piece of me is a gear that I had to develop through countless battles and crazy plans. I want you to do the same, even if many will die in the process. Who are you to say that your path is correct? Elsie continued, but her voice didn't carry any anger at that time. There are only two paths left, Noah scoffed. Heaven and earth can offer you a law from their system and keep you alive until I destroy them. The other road will force you to suffer, but it will also grant you the power to oppose the world. The doubtful experts remained silent. They had always known that their anger toward Noah was misplaced, but they still wanted to avoid an all-out war against heaven and earth in that condition. It was clear that they couldn't win. You shouldn't look at me for answers, Noah laughed. I'm a mistake. My law forces you to ignore your natural limits because heaven and earth system isn't perfect. Still, my existence is only a trigger. All of you can reach the same achievements without my help. Noah Bulvin, commonly known as Defying Demon, had just announced that his whole existence was a mistake. But his law didn't crumble. Instead, his pride shone stronger than ever and generated an even stronger pressure. Some of you might think that my departure will be the right moment for a rebellion. Noah continued to laugh. You are right, but you'll fail anyway. Existences who can only see their survival can't match those who look toward the higher stages. The value of their laws is completely different since only growth can lead to something worthy of the name life. Noah turned toward the dark world at that point. His speech was over. He had already uncovered the entirety of his belief in front of those underlings. Everything else had to come from inside them. Their power would always lack some important feature otherwise. How could you survive with this mindset? Stephen asked. The expert was one of the cultivators who had accepted the change in the organization quickly. His cells and the secret organization as a whole were no more anyway. Following Noah was his only option. I didn't, Noah replied without turning toward the expert. I died to come here, I died to turn myself into a hybrid. I died a few times to force my centers of power to advance, and something inside me has died on multiple occasions too. Surviving is easy when you are ready to give up on yourself. But can you even call that life? Where are you going anyway? Jordan asked while she memorized all the faces that seemed unaffected by Noah's speech. Why do you need to fly across the higher plane again? Most of the old immortal lands were part of the magical beast's domain, Noah explained. The other side must have many survivors. I want to make them part of the cancer. Do you want to add even more expenses to these lands? One of the cultivators that didn't feel anything during the speech asked. It's not want, Noah replied without turning. I'm doing it. The magical beasts are heaven and earth's punishment for their desire to take control of the world. They are vital to our quest. The Rat King showed a proud expression that even humans could recognize. Noah had publicly acknowledged its kind. No other organization had ever given it that amount of recognition. "How do you plan to make all those survivors fit here?" Stephen asked. "I trust that Elbaz will have everything ready by the time I come back," Noah explained before glancing behind him. "Don't involve him if you want to rebel. Die without creating problems." The speech left most experts with doubts and worries, but the situation didn't give them much flexibility. Noah was tyrannical and rude, but he had always spoken the truth. The world had only two available factions now. Some of the experts from the human organizations remained set on their idea to sacrifice existences and lower the consumption of energy. However, that plan required them to be in control of cancer, and their power definitely wasn't enough to seize that position. Noah ignored almost everything after his speech. Many experts remained and hoped to go over their possibilities, but he had already moved past that matter. The plan was in place now. It only lacked all the necessary preparations and the polishing of the various details. The dark world eventually expanded until it enveloped Noah. The experts couldn't see nor contact him anymore at that point, which forced them to abandon their hopes of changing his mind. Heaven and Earth's cancer would venture through the void past the white sky and try to steal the ruler's energy. Nothing could change that anymore. The experts could only prepare for Noah's craziest plan yet. Noah could vaguely trick his creation to use the demonic deduction technique when building a proper version of the massive six-armed dragons. He could invent a weapon meant to destroy that featured a device similar to the separate space. The blueprint was already in his mind, so the workshop moved at full speed to turn it into a real item. The experience amassed throughout his life made Noah invent a new life form in a matter of seconds, but he still had to spend the following weeks and months solving various flaws. The decision to build a living being rather than a weapon came from his expertise and the final product's durability. Inscription masters could fix items, but existences could heal by themselves. Moreover, they could work on their own and evolve with time. The world lacked materials, but Noah had everything he needed inside the dark world. The dark world could replicate every resource in the world, and his ambition could fix eventual issues with the power level. Noah was basically creating a massive life form by fusing Great Builder's teachings and his experience with living weapons. He built multiple unique fake cores that suited his creature perfectly, and filled its body with abilities that didn't create instabilities in the overall structure. Noah hadn't performed such a thorough and intricate creation since building Snor's body. His expertise had always allowed him to approach those projects differently, and he had never needed a second massive snake anyway. However, he had finally required something that could go past his current arsenal and that had to go beyond the disposable creations of the workshop. Noah needed a trustworthy and efficient companion for his task, and only creating it could ensure that the being met his requirements. Another important matter required Noah's attention, but he purposely chose to let the others handle it. He needed a team for the journey across the broken higher plane, but handpicking its members was a bother since his organization had too many valuable options by now. Noah eventually opted to let his companions handle that part of the mission. They knew that he had to fly across the higher plane to gather magical beasts, which was enough to define all the requirements for the task. The massive creature slowly took form, and Noah tested the various complete parts each time before moving to the next ones. The dense dark sea expanded as his project continued, and it soon spread past the region. The creature's size wasn't necessarily important, but Noah wanted to make sure that its separate space would have enough room for all the surviving packs in the old magical beast's domain. Moreover, the mission was bound to take centuries, which forced Noah to improve the initial raw idea of the separate space. A mere empty area that could fit an army of magical beasts wouldn't be enough for those creatures if he had to keep them inside it for a long period. He needed to create a proper environment that would allow them to thrive. The dark world on its own could create that, but Noah didn't want an entire domain to feed on his energy. Even the nigh-infinite power of his black hole couldn't provide enough nutrients. The solution had to come from outside his centers of power, but the world had almost nothing to offer. Sacrificing part of the black landmass was out of the question, so only the giants could provide what Noah needed. Of course, Noah couldn't waste time collecting giants to harness the power contained in their insides. He even wanted to leave those outside the black landmass alive for the sake of his organization. The only viable solution was a device that could progressively build a world inside the separate space while Noah collected giants and energy in general. That device had to be a core organ of his dragon-shaped creation due to its necessary connection to the separate space in its insides. Noah was building a living being with a separate dimension as one of its innate abilities, but his task required him to go beyond those simple notions. The separate dimension couldn't depend on the dragon's energy. Noah's black hole would become empty in no time after he started gathering magical beasts otherwise. The separate space had to take its power from the energy absorbed from the outside world. It even had to build a suitable environment at the same time, and making the process efficient required a lot of time, especially since Noah couldn't rely on the demonic deduction technique there. Noah did everything slowly and with utmost care. His new creature had to be perfect. It didn't matter if its overall battle prowess wouldn't end up matching Snore. He only needed it to be the best possible helper for his mission. Noah's companions felt slightly threatened in front of that massive creature. Even Snore was only as big as the dragon's forehead, and the peak upper-tier power radiated by its fabric placed it one step above them. "You know why I built you," Noah thought while placing his hand on the massive forehead. "I don't need to give you orders or a personality. Just listen to the wills that have fused with the different parts of your body and take life." Noah's ambition intensified and flowed inside the giant six-armed dragon. This fabric didn't improve since Noah wasn't trying to push its level toward the 9th rank. He only wanted to awaken the desire for life that every living being had. The dragon was technically alive already, but the lack of will made it nothing more than a massive mountain with wings, scales, and claws. Yet, that feature started to change as the ambition flowed inside its structure and forced the different meanings left behind to fuse. The creature's eyes slowly focused, and its reptilian eyes began to radiate an azure light. Noah even smiled when he sensed the weight of the dragon's mind pushing on the walls of his mental sphere. A deep growl resounded in Noah's mind after the mental connection formed. The dragon didn't give voice to the usual shrill cry of a newborn. Its tone sounded deep and ancient, as if the creature had taken a nap that had lasted for eras. A torrent of emotions flowed inside Noah's mind and made his mental walls shake. Those feelings felt familiar and synchronized with his existence after they filled the insides of his ethereal center of power. Noah knew those emotions. They carried the entirety of his cultivation journey and desires. The massive six-armed dragon was an embodiment of his existence, just like the demonic sword, but its character was developing past its sources to generate something completely separate. The intensity of the internal pressure decreased as the dragon's personality took form. Random flares of hunger, confusion, astonishment, happiness, and pride surged in Noah's mind, but they quickly waned when they found similar feelings inside the center of power. The dragon had yet to acquire complete clarity, but its instincts knew that Noah wasn't an enemy. He was more than a father. He was the very reason behind its existence. "Welcome to the immortal lands," Noah transmitted through the mental connection as he quickly came up with a name. "Your name shall be Shafu, devourer and creator of worlds." Sharafu. The dragon transmitted inside Noah's mind through a growl that made his entire mental sea shake. Noah's sea of consciousness slowly adapted to the echo of Shafu's deep voice and grew immune to their dangerous properties. The creature's mental pressure soon became nothing more than a heavy weight placed inside his mind that pushed his mental walls to expand. The dragon retracted its massive head and pointed its reptilian eyes at Noah. Its eyelids were bigger than him, but it could still see the stark resemblance of their vertical pupils. Shafu had inherited a lot from Noah's existence, but its separate personality was transforming those feelings, and D.E.S.I.es into something unique. Yet their eyes were identical. "You are going to roar, aren't you?" Noah laughed through his mental connection when the dragon raised its head toward the sky and opened its huge mouth. Cracks opened on the black landmass as the dragon gave voice to a deafening roar that spread sound waves everywhere in the environment. The sheer power contained in that simple cry could generate catastrophic events, but Noah only laughed when that noise made his whole body tremble. Snore, Duanlong, night, and the demonic sword instinctively came out of Noah's body and gave voice to different roars to announce the arrival of a new companion. Even Noah lifted his head and joined that event. The sky had to know that he had developed a new weapon. The event scared the existences who had lived near the region in the last years. King Elbaz had warned everyone about the dangerousness of Noah's experiments, so no one had dared to be too close to the immense dark world. Yet, the threatening sound waves and the massive cracks that spread through the landmass forced them to intervene. A few rank 8 cultivators flew toward Noah's position, but their expressions froze when they understood that the source of the destruction was a huge winged mountain with 6 arms. The sheer power generated by that creature didn't help their determination either. The dragon stood at the very peak of the 8th rank. It was a monster only one step away from the apex of the cultivation journey. Noah had to go all out to achieve that result, and the outcome didn't disappoint him. His ambition was already able to bring him to the peak of the 8th rank if he focused it on a single feature. The dragon had simply managed to benefit from that ability since Noah had taken his time to empower the entirety of its structure piece by piece. The dragon, Noah, and the other companions continued to roar their happiness, and the landmass kept falling apart. The cultivators in the distance couldn't do anything about that situation, so they contacted the existence temporarily in charge of Cancer to understand what to do. A series of golden runes lit up on the cracked ground near Shafu, and shining lines grew from them to create a circular formation. Noah stopped roaring when he sensed familiar auras appearing above those inscriptions. Some of his friends had teleported there. "Calm down now," Noah transmitted through the mental connection. "You'll have the chance to go all out very soon. Let's try not to destroy our only home for now." "I am Holmes," Shafu replied, and Noah couldn't help but pat its head. The dragon's personality was still adapting to its massive form and multiple influences. It would take a few weeks before it fully developed into a mature character with precise features, and Noah didn't mind that. Shafu had expressed one of its core features. It lived to create worlds which it described as homes. "Betraying you doesn't sound so bad now," King Elbaz snorted while remaining inside the golden formation. "I understand that you don't care about this mess because you won't be here to hear those annoying complainers, but try to make things easier for me at least." The formation shielded King Elbaz and his group from the sound waves. Those inscriptions weren't a teleport built at the last second. They seemed older and connected to the ground. Shafu eventually stopped roaring, and the other companions imitated it before flowing inside Noah's body. That small demonstration was over. "The pig is right," Noah laughed. "You complain even if you already have a solution. You must really like it." "I do, as a matter of fact." King Elbaz wanted to sound annoyed at that remark, but the voice that came out of his mouth was proud and arrogant. King Elbaz snapped his fingers, and a series of golden lines materialized above all the areas destroyed by the sound waves. A net of inscription covered the cracks and forced them to close before restoring the ground to its previous state. "I am almost ready to depart," Noah announced after the golden lines vanished. "I bet you are here to join the mission." Noah's eyes moved among the experts who had teleported with King Elbaz. He saw Fergie, Stephen, Jordan, June, and Daniel. The sight of his old acquaintance surprised him, especially due to Faith's absence, but he didn't bother to probe too deeply into his reasons. "Divine Demon didn't want to come when he recalled that your targets were magical beasts," June explained. "They are boring challengers, according to him. I thought you needed a hybrid like me to give a better impression to those beasts," Jordan added before glancing at the massive dragon. "I see now that you won't have a problem there." "I'm your first underling," Fergie exclaimed before recalling the various companions inside Noah's body. "First human underling. It's my job to follow you. You are going to explore the immortal lands," Stephen continued. "My cells might have some survivors. I can't miss this chance to come with you." Noah glanced toward Daniel at that point. The expert wore an aloof expression, but there was a clear interest in his eyes. He seemed to look forward to the incoming mission. "Heaven and earth are aiming to purify the world," Daniel said in a firm tone. I know you don't approve, but I might learn something from the process. Noah felt honestly happy that Daniel had decided to step up and do everything in his power to advance through the cultivation journey. The cultivator's light shared some common ground with heaven and earth, but it was also different. Daniel only wanted to learn from heaven and earth's idea of purity to improve. Noah had studied the world in the past to grow, so he couldn't say much about the matter. His hate toward the rulers didn't make him deny that chance to his friend. The mission didn't require other preparations after Shafu's birth. Noah only had to wait for the dragon to stabilize its character before departing, and his teammates didn't mind spending a few weeks cultivating in the area. The group departed after Shafu developed a fully fledged personality that didn't carry unstable features. The experts jumped on its back and flew high in the sky as they left the black landmass. Shafu's power didn't hurt the weaker experts on its back, but its innate suction force made them almost unable to cultivate. The energy in the environment flowed toward the creature, so the team needed to steal from those thin currents. Of course, that was barely enough to activate their centers of power. The world was basically devoid of energy since most of it was inside the few remaining giants or had already fused with the sky. Shafu's suction force only worsened the situation since it had priority over that power. Noah could take Shafu's energy and make it flow toward his centers of powers, but he found no reason to do so. The dragon wasn't absorbing much, and it needed that fuel to shape the separate dimension inside its body. Shafu had a separate space, but it was a mere empty area covered by dark matter now. The creature needed a lot of energy to turn it into a proper dimension that could suit armies of magical beasts, and the only source of fuel was in the giants. Noah waited for a few years before allowing Shafu to attack the rare giants on the path. Their new position wouldn't affect the black landmass even if King Elbaz decided to move it, so the dragon could go all out and show its true potential. The scene ended up being quite anticlimactic. Shafu was immense, and the level of most of the giants had already fallen under the middle tier of the 8th rank. The dragon only needed to open and close its mouth to eat those whole structures in one bite. Noah kept track of Shafu's organs the first times it ate giants. He had tested its innate ability already, but everything could take a wrong turn since the ruler's laws filled those structures. Shafu's stomach could contain entire giants, and they didn't take much to transform into waves of energy once they reached that organ. Then, the fuel would flow toward the separate space inside the dragon and force it to develop lands according to a specific pattern that Noah had decided beforehand. Those patterns were mostly generic now since the separate dimension lacked magical beasts. Barren plains and mountains made by the reassembled energy obtained from the giants began to appear in the separate space and created a close environment where the fuel couldn't escape. Those features would change once the first magical beasts settled in the environment. Shafu's separate space would adapt to those creatures and develop lands that better suited their species. Shafu had to keep part of that energy for itself, but its consumption wasn't high since the dark matter that made its fabric stored a lot of power. The dragon wasn't even fighting, so its requirements were even lower. The team marveled at how easily Shafu ate the giants. They even felt slightly envious of the creature since it had priority over those sources of energy. Still, they didn't complain due to the obvious necessity of feeding the dragon first. The magical beast's domain had been the largest windless part of the immortal lands. Noah would take centuries to cross all of it even when relying on Shafu's high speed, and he even failed to find packs of magical beasts during the initial period. It wasn't hard to keep track of space, especially for Noah. He could sense when his group entered the previous magical beast's domain, but the initial years of exploration didn't show any survivor. Yet, it seemed that the magical beast's domain had generated more giants with its regions, and Shafu never spared them. The separate dimension inside its body developed quickly during the travel, and it soon reached a size that left Noah reasonably satisfied. A peculiar sight eventually unfolded in the group's eyes. Shafu had dived toward a giant to eat it, and a black region appeared in the distance right under the structure. Noah felt a familiar feeling when that region entered the range of his consciousness. He knew exactly what that land was. He had created it when he was on the other side of the immortal lands. Shafu took care of the giant before absorbing that region into its body. The dragon didn't eat the land. It only moved it in a space not connected with the developing separate dimension. More black regions or shattered environments that Noah, Robert, and the foolery had tainted during the mission on the other side of the immortal lands appeared on the path as the group dived deeper into the old magical beast's domain. Most of them were mere chunks of the regions that Noah had transformed in the past, but he couldn't do much about the matter. It was clear that his work on the other side had been far from perfect, which had led to the shattering of many mutated lands. Those chunks were still valuable, so Noah made Shafu store them as the exploration progressed. The entire group even began to lose hope as the first centuries passed without finding any trace of magical beasts, but Noah kept going. A single pack would make the entire journey worth it. Noah's companions struggled to understand his dedication to that task, but they didn't think too much about it since his reasons often had crazy plans behind them. However, he wasn't hiding much at that time. He only wanted to gather troops that couldn't possibly side with heaven and earth. His senses eventually picked up something. Traces of life hidden among fighting giants entered the range of Noah's consciousness and made Shafu take a sharp turn in that direction. A peculiar scene soon unfolded in the group's vision. Two giants at the peak of the middle tier were fighting to shatter themselves, but their energy flowed into a black land hovering nearby. The black region had a large group of familiar figures resting on both sides of its surface. A layer of silver ice even reinforced that land and encircled most of it. Their name is definitely fitting. Noah laughed in his mind when he inspected the pack of eternal snakes. The creatures were living near the two giants to create an environment that could provide some energy. The pack had shrunk after the apocalypse, but it still featured many powerful specimens. The eternal snakes couldn't fail to sense Noah's arrival. He was standing on a massive black dragon that was bigger than the giants. Shafu basically was an immense source of energy for every starving creature. The leader of the eternal snakes woke up and unfolded its upper-tier aura, but anger soon flowed into its power when it recognized Noah. A shrill hiss came out of its mouth at that point, and Noah's mind quickly translated that cry into the word, traitor. "I'll handle this on my own," Noah announced while stepping off Shafu's back. "It's personal." The group behind him couldn't say much after those words. They watched Noah leave the massive dragon and fly around the two giants and near the black region while the leader of the eternal snakes lifted its body and revealed its immense size. Noah could immediately understand the layout of that lair. He had seen something similar with Snore when it was still an albino snake. Most of the creatures were hibernating to preserve their energy. They were limiting their absorption of breath to the minimum due to the severe conditions of the environment. Their behavior came from their instincts. The eternal snakes had understood that the world would soon stop to provide enough energy, so they resorted to hibernation to delay the inevitable doom. Noah could already imagine them resorting to cannibalism once the immortal lands became empty. Only a few millennia divided the pack from that solution, but his arrival there could prevent that outcome. "Can we ignore our past?" Noah asked through a low growl. "Many years have passed since we fought against the Crystal City together. I believe we both have benefited from that." "Your voice is noise," the upper-tier eternal snake hissed. "You are a traitor and a liar." The snake snapped and used its huge body as a spring to shoot toward Noah. Silver ice even accu.mulat in its mouth as it opened it during the charge. The sight of the traitor had made it forsake its situation. The snake didn't care that its attack could quicken the giant's destruction. It only wanted to kill the existence that had dared to trick it. A loud clanging noise and a series of shockwaves spread through the area when the snake slammed on Noah. However, the attack didn't even manage to make him take a single step back. He had only needed to raise his hand to stop the threatening charge. The snake could barely believe its eyes and senses. Noah's pride inevitably seeped out of his figure after that feat. He had stopped the physical attack of an upper-tier magical beast with his BRE hands without resorting to his ambition. His action had expressed his position in the food chain, and the creature struggled to accept it. Cracks opened on the giants nearby. The shockwaves came from the clash of two existences who wielded upper-tier physical strength. The middle-tier materials that made them could barely endure the power released in the impact. "I understand your anger," Noah growled, "but fighting here will only destroy your home." I swear I'll follow you to a remote location if you listen to me for a bit. Why would I even listen to your lies? The snake hissed before spitting silver liquid and covering the entire area with ice. Part of the giants also froze. The snake's attack had an immense range and seemed able to freeze everything, but Noah had gone past those simple abilities. The eternal snake's innate ability was far above average in the magical beast's realm, but it didn't even manage to touch Noah's requirements. He was beyond the silver ice. It was nothing more than a small piece of his arsenal. The ice continued to spread until a black spot appeared near the snake's mouth. The blackness expanded before creating a small black flame that started to burn on top of the frozen landmass. The flame didn't appear special, but a dense substance suddenly covered it and imitated its features. The fire expanded at that point, and the whole frozen landmass soon ended up burning in Noah's ability. Noah and the eternal snakes had a long relationship. He had learnt how their innate ability worked millennia ago, so he could instantly devise a method to counter it. He had only needed to make the dark world gain his flames features and add a few unique aspects. The ice melted, but Noah spared the frozen pieces of the giants. The upper-tier eternal snake stared at him in astonishment as he turned toward one of those big structures and kicked it toward Shafu. The dragon opened its mouth and ate the giant. That massive puppet was nothing compared to the immense companion. It was even too little to fill the entirety of its throat. I've just halved your remaining time, Noah growled. Do you want to eat your kind so soon? I just asked to exchange words. The eternal snake was going through countless emotions. Noah had barely wielded a rank 8 battle prowess during their last encounter, but he could treat upper-tier abilities as jokes now. The intense pride seeping out of his figure could make every magical beast bow. Noah embodied the peak of every species, and his cultivation level had yet to reach the peak of the 8th rank. The snake could resist Noah's pride only due to the similar feeling that burnt inside its mind, but the reality of the situation was evident. Noah had grown beyond every prediction, and that improvement went past the mere rise of the cultivation level. He had become a true leader in those years, maybe even better than the creature. You are a liar, the snake said, but its hiss had lost volume at that time. I had to trick you back then. Noah snorted while speaking through roars and growls. You would have eaten me. Still, I don't need to do that now. I have no reason to deploy those cheap tactics. The snake remained silent for a while before a hiss came out of its mouth. Talk then. Noah couldn't help but smile at that point. He had finally forced the stubborn leader of the eternal snakes to resort to words instead of battles. His confidence in his task increased a lot after that achievement. I have a plan to recreate the immortal lands, Noah explained. Heaven and earth are the opponents, so I need to gather a powerful army. I can offer your pack a place where to stay in the meantime. I would gladly fight heaven and earth after eating you, the eternal snake commented. Why don't you change your priorities then? Noah suggested. Take care of heaven and earth before coming after me. How do I know this isn't another trick? The eternal snake asked. I have nothing to gain from it. Noah laughed while spreading his arms. Look at the world. Everything is in ruins, and we are some of the few survivors of the catastrophe. What can I even get from betraying you? The snake didn't manage to sense Noah's honesty, but his words were on point. The small black region was its entire wealth, but it wasn't too valuable. Its pack couldn't even absorb its energy since the mutated terrain couldn't handle so many suction forces. I want the first bite at heaven and earth, the eternal snake announced after remaining in silence for a while. I can give you that, Noah replied as his face turned serious. What about the thief? The snake eventually asked. I want his head. That's impossible, Noah explained while opening his palm and creating a sphere of azure energy that carried a copy of Chandle's power. I have already eaten him. The upper-tier eternal snake didn't know what to say anymore. Noah appeared all-powerful. He had a massive and threatening creature behind him. He had stolen one of the giants, and he had even eaten the thief. Moreover, he was offering something that everyone in the world needed right now. Noah was willing to give a place to stay to the eternal snake, which silently implied the presence of energy in that location. His offer didn't end there. Noah wanted to fight heaven and earth. which were the magical beast's natural enemies. Even the stubborn eternal snakes would consider that chance. The possibility to strike back on the existences that had destroyed the world sounded too good to be true. One last thing, the eternal snake eventually exclaimed after remaining silent for a while. I get the chance to eat you after dealing with heaven and earth. Only the chance? Noah laughed before pointing at Shafu. Enter my companion. It has a lair that I'm sure you'll enjoy. Our pact said nothing about allowing your pet to eat us. The snake complained, but Shafu released a threatening growl when it heard the creature comparing it to a pet. It's not eating, you stupid beast. Noah shook his head. Give me one of your underlings. I'll let it tell you how things are on the inside. The eternal snake remained confused, but it still gave voice to a hiss to summon one of its underlings. A creature in the 7th rank awakened and created a path with its ice to slither toward its leader. Noah withdrew his flame at that point and led the creature toward Shafu. The snake clearly feared the dragon, but it couldn't do much in that situation. It had two threatening existences telling it what to do already. The dark matter that made Shafu welcomed Noah and the weak snake in its insides. Noah could lead the creature directly into the separate dimension, which adapted to the beast species and generated ice with the giant's energy. Noah didn't need to affect the separate dimension in the slightest. Shafu did everything on its own. It inspected the eternal snake's features and generated the environment that would make its species thrive. The snake was ecstatic at the sight of the expanding frozen landmass. It wanted to live there already, but Noah dragged it out of Shafu and threw it back in front of its leader. The two snakes exchanged a few hisses, and the leader soon showed a surprised expression. The underling had described everything in detail. Shafu was the key to safety. I should probably warn you, Noah announced after the leader gave voice to a loud hiss that awakened all the underlings. Other packs will live inside Shafu once I find them. I don't want to see any battle for the territory. There's enough space for everyone. We shall get the largest piece, the upper-tier eternal snake announced, and Noah cursed in his mind. Noah didn't know how to explain that the separate dimension experienced a constant expansion. The snake would probably never believe him, but he couldn't allow fights inside Shafu. No, Noah replied as his growls started to generate a chilling aura that expressed his real power. You go there, take what you need, and behave until I drop you all in my home. I don't want fights, cannibalism, or random acts of destruction. Just roar to the black sky if you want something. I'll hear it. The upper-tier eternal snake could only go along with Noah's requests. It had already accepted everything in the end. That small limit on its behavior wasn't a problem when the environment could offer enough energy. The pack of snakes slowly entered Shafu, and Noah kicked the second giant on the dragon's mouth once that migration was over. He even picked the black region and stored it inside his companion's separate space before resuming the travel. The group met many giants busy fighting to deplete their energy, and Shafu didn't spare any of them. Small and broken pieces of the lands that Noah had transformed on the other side of the Immortal lands also appeared from time to time, and the dragon took them too. Finding survivors turned out to be complicated. The flying magical beasts had no reason to remain among the almost complete nothingness, so they migrated toward the only place that still contained enough energy. Noah could sense faint traces of the migrations of the various packs toward the stormy regions during the travel. The ground of the giants carried hints of life before and during the apocalypse, so they became his only source of information. Rare didn't mean impossible. The magical beast's survival instincts had made most surviving packs migrate, but the same was true for the opposite approach. Some of the smartest creatures knew that the windy regions were too dangerous for the entities under the 9th rank. The magical beasts had to decide between risking to become food or underlings for stronger existences or try to survive in the almost complete nothingness, and some chose the latter. The packs that had decided to roam from giant to harness their energy became Noah's targets. His journey followed a precise path that would eventually make him cover the entirety of the area before the stormy regions, so he didn't miss anything. The group met multiple packs during the mission. Their rarity didn't matter much when the experts were willing to invest years in the exploration, and fights inevitably happened from time to time. Noah rarely felt the need to intervene. He limited himself to expand his pride whenever the battles reached a critical situation. But that seldom happened since his companions managed to seize control often. The mission asked Noah to submit those creatures, but he also wanted his companions to benefit from the journey. Shafu even took all the giants, so the only available gains consisted of improving the battle experience or special features. Jordan could work on her pride during her fights. June was a battle maniac that didn't mind testing herself against stronger opponents, even if they were simple magical beasts. Fergie only wanted to gather experience, and Stephen desired to take care of everything quickly to continue searching for eventual surviving cells. The battles against the packs of magical beasts weren't exciting and didn't provide much to the experts' laws, but they could still improve their overall state and mindset. They were survivors fighting against other survivors, and the whole experience eventually led to benefits for their existence. Leaving the comfort zone was always one of the best approaches to the cultivation journey. Having to deal with magical beasts in that post-apocalyptic world forced the experts to broaden their mindset and consider one of the most important aspects of their laws. The 9th rank required the ability to generate energy from nothing, and the scarcity of breath in the environment naturally pushed their existences toward that power. It was nothing more than an instinctive reaction of their centers of power. They needed fuel to work, so they had to push their owners toward realms where they could remain unaffected by their surroundings. Noah also managed to close his distance with the solid stage in that period. His body brimmed with energy, but he would still grow weaker if he didn't absorb anything from the outside world. His ambition forced him to fix that flaw, which only brought Noah closer to the breakthrough. The same happened to his companions since they benefited from his ambition. They were evolving toward the right direction thanks to the peculiar features of the world, and Noah could only rejoice at that sight. However, Daniel struggled to seize real benefits. He appeared stuck, and even Noah's ambition failed to help him crossing his bottleneck. Who would have thought that knowing you could have led to these spectacles? Daniel laughed when he sensed Noah nearing him. The group had stopped at the edges of the stormy regions. It was time to turn back in a different direction and repeat the process. They had already done that multiple times, and they had to continue until they covered the entirety of the old magical beast's domain. Daniel was admiring the stark separation between the emptiness of the area illuminated by the sky and the thick currents of chaotic laws. The edges of the windy region were quite clear in that spot. It was as if two different worlds were meeting on a line that stretched for thousands of kilometers. "You have arrived here with your own strength," Noah replied in a plain tone while floating next to him. "I can't generate talent. Not yet, at least." "Did I?" Daniel asked as his voice gained a tinge of desperation. "I feel that I've spent the past millennia chasing you. My path should represent complete purity, but I keep seeing your darkness ahead. I don't know how June handles this." "She doesn't handle it," Noah continued. "Her path requires an opponent. I'm her endless battle. And my undying curse apparently," Daniel scoffed. "I don't know how useful I'll be in the final battle, but you'll probably be fine anyway. You always are." Noah couldn't help but feel sad seeing his old friend in that state. Daniel was near the peak of the gaseous stage, but he was failing to approach the breakthrough. His cultivation level was on point, but he required more time. Daniel embodied one of the most tragic aspects of the cultivation journey in Noah's eyes. Every expert had a different training speed. It was only normal for some to grow faster than others, but that inevitably led to separations. Daniel wasn't alone in his situation. Dreaming Demon, Flying Demon, and Faith were in the same condition. They were falling behind while Noah was pushing his power toward the end of the cultivation journey. They were even among the experts who had performed better among Noah's old friends. Others like Elder Julia had never reached the Immortal lands according to their knowledge, and June and the others rarely talked about her anymore. Too many millennia had passed. There was a chance that she had died in the lower plane. "Comparing yourself to others blinds you," Noah sighed. "I know my flaws," Daniel revealed. "I'm not a lost kid anymore, Noah. I'm just contemplating the inevitable consequences that my pace will create." The situation wouldn't have been harsh on Daniel if the final battle against heaven and earth didn't feel so close. Everyone close to Noah knew that something massive was about to happen, but only a few chosen would have the chance to take part in it. That slower growth speed had become a fixation after accepting that knowledge. Daniel knew that he would probably miss important events, which would increase the distance between Noah and him even further. Improvements usually took longer to arrive in the higher stages, but that feature didn't seem to apply to Noah. The cultivation journey is solitary, Noah sighed. We have always known that. We are already lucky enough to have someone able to stand by our side and travel similar paths. A path that forces us to leave most of our long life behind. Daniel shook his head. We are gods, but we struggle to keep friends. One step toward the higher stages makes us forget about thousands of acquaintances. Are you regretting it? Noah asked. I won't patch your law together if you fall apart. I'm not sure I can, Daniel laughed. Is it me in control of my law? Or is this power that rules my existence? Where does Daniel Yudi end and purity begins? Can you even separate your mind from your ambition? My ambition is the result of Noah Bulvin's evolution, Noah exclaimed. I don't think human words can fully express this change. We have long since stopped being humans in the end. It would have been easier if we couldn't catch up at all, Daniel sighed. You are the constant reminder of perfection shining above us. Our power can only hope to remain under your light. You are one of the few existences in the entire world who has seen my flaws since the beginning of my cultivation journey. Noah laughed. Perfection doesn't exist in this world. I'm better at something, worse at others. Nothing more than that. The great defying demon is trying to be humble for the sake of his old friend. Daniel scoffed. I would almost believe you if I didn't see you taming an upper-tier magical beast by raising your hand. You forgot about its pack, Noah pointed out. Those winged turtles are cowards. I'll probably put them in the front lines in the next war if they don't improve. Daniel laughed, and the two experts fell silent at that point. They enjoyed the sound of the raging currents in front of them while nostalgia and other emotions surged in their minds. The cultivation journey is wrong, Daniel eventually exclaimed. This version at least. The separate planes, the tribulations, the forced fairness, everything makes experts divide themselves due to a mere difference of power. Noah remained silent since Daniel seemed about to get somewhere. The best he could offer to his friend was an attentive ear. Look at this purity instead, Daniel continued while waving his arms and pointing at the emptiness behind him. You are the leader of the last organization in the world, but magical beasts, hybrids, and humans at every level can speak to you. Everyone can touch your existence. This is how the world should be. Noah glanced at the emptiness behind him before focusing on the chaotic laws again. He disagreed with Daniel, but that was fine. Different existences had to have various beliefs at their core. They wouldn't even reach the divine ranks otherwise. I will create it, Noah, Daniel said after taking a deep breath. I will create a world where the cultivation journey doesn't have to respect such stupid rules. Do you want to become heaven and earth? Noah asked. Heaven and earth have seized the world for their own benefits, Daniel snorted. I want to make things right. This light should unite, not divide, and I'll prove it. I can't wait to see it. Noah laughed, but Daniel lowered his head at those words. You won't? Daniel eventually said as his eyes fell on Noah and a sad smile appeared on his face. You probably won't be here by the time I reach that level. You can always find me, Noah replied. That's June's path, not mine, Daniel commented. You won't come back, and I won't look for you. It seems that our existences exist to have many opposites. Daniel turned to return toward Shafu, but Noah interrupted him with a question. Will you take care of the others once I'm away? Of course, Daniel announced while shooting a wide smile toward Noah. I'll take care of everyone. Daniel turned again at that point, and Shafu soon welcomed him back. Noah inspected his figure jumping on the dragon and becoming faint among the darkness. His words still resounded in his mind, and he knew why they were so heavy to hear. Noah was a harsh leader, but he was good, and he forced his underlings to grow. However, Daniel was beyond him in that field. The cultivator took care of the experts' minds before attempting to increase their level. Moreover, his actions were selfless. Daniel truly wanted the best for his peers. They will be in good hands, Noah sighed in his mind before glancing at the chaotic laws again. We should return in only a few more centuries, a millennium at max, Noah thought as destructive plans formed in his mind. The attack on heaven and earth system should begin right after. The group explored every inch of the empty area contained inside the stormy regions. Shafu ate all the giants on the path and used their energy to fuel the creation of perfect layers inside its separate dimension. Noah met and subdued many different magical beasts packs. They were rare in that environment, but their previous domain was so vast that enough of them had survived the apocalypse and remained in those areas. Shafu's separate dimension grew crowded as Noah kept promising salvation and food to the various packs on his way. His companions even limited themselves during eventual battles to make sure that he gathered enough specimens. The high consumption of energy of the magical beasts inside Shafu forced the group to move quickly. The giants were a limited resource that would soon vanish, so Noah had to bring everyone back to the black landmass before the creatures inside the separate dimensions started requiring the dragon's power. That hurry didn't make Noah grow careless or superficial. He made Shafu explore everything thoroughly. His approach even led the group in areas that would have marked the entrance to the other side of the immortal lands before the apocalypse. The long journey forced Stephen to accept that the members of his cells had disappeared. Noah couldn't find any trace of those cultivators. They had probably died during the catastrophe, but the old leader wanted to believe that some had survived by escaping toward the stormy regions. It didn't matter if the group explored the depths of the emptiness or its vastity. The environment remained virtually the same. They found giants, pieces of black ground, a few packs of magical beasts, and unexpected sources of energy that had managed to survive the apocalypse. A white river would appear every once in a while. Noah even found a giant that contained a lake, but those strange scenes were rarer than the pack of magical beasts. Still, he threw them inside Shafu anyway since he prioritized the creature's state. Noah didn't find any trace of the human organizations on the other side of the immortal lands. His group had escaped back then, so that area had theoretically fallen in the hands of heaven and earth's followers. However, the rulers didn't spare those areas with their destruction, and Noah could only guess that the cultivators had found their way toward the sky. The actual size of that structure's insides was unclear, but he felt pretty sure that heaven and earth had enough space for all those experts. A doubt that Noah didn't consider before appeared in his mind during the exploration. The higher plane would take all the existences ascended from the mortal lands, but it didn't have ground anymore now. Noah wondered how the Ascension worked now that heaven and earth had destroyed the destination, and he could only find a reasonable answer. The rulers were probably forcing those new divine existences to live inside the sky. The mission ended after the group flew across the entirety of that empty space. Their travel quickened the dispersion of energy, but Noah didn't mind that since the fuel didn't go to heaven and earth. Moreover, he planned to solve the issue with the next mission. The very survival of those who opposed heaven and earth depended on the success of that journey. Noah and the others decided to return to their home once the mission was over. Shafu was full, and countless magical beasts filled its insides. Yet, the outside world didn't have available energy sources anymore, so the dragon had to free itself of its heavy load as soon as possible. Returning to the black landmass didn't take much. The experts on Shafu's back barely felt the passage of the years required for the travel after they spent centuries exploring the destroyed higher plane. Noah made sure to send a few mental messages as soon as the black landmass appeared in his vision. He needed Robert and the foolery to make sure that the release of the magical beasts happened properly. Golden lights lit up on the regions at the edges of the landmass right before Shafu could fly over them. King Elbaz, Robert, the foolery, and a few other experts materialized there and glanced at the giant dragon halting its body above them. "I'll send them in batches," Noah announced while peeking from the dragon's back. "Make sure to fuse the new lands to the landmass quickly. They are getting excited." King Elbaz promptly snapped his fingers, and another layer of golden lines materialized above the regions. Defenses and other mechanisms activated while he modified some of those inscriptions to prepare everything for the arrival of the new creatures. Robert and the foolery moved to the edges of the landmass and expanded their aura. The ground began to mutate, but their power didn't do much there. Yet, they had understood that their role was to create harmony between the original regions and the other incoming territories. Noah nodded at that sight before patting Shafu's back. A wave of dark matter expanded from its belly at that point, and a dense sea soon covered a large area next to the landmass edges. The Black Sea suddenly retracted and revealed that a new large area had appeared where there was only a void before. A huge frozen region began to float next to the landmass and clashed with its edges while trying to fuse with its fabric. King Elba's inscriptions immediately covered the region and reduced the clashes caused by its unstable state. Then, Robert and the Foolery focused their auras on those spots, and huge mountains appeared on the landmass edges as the two lands fused. The process didn't take much, but Noah had yet to complete the migration. He patted Shafu's back again, and its dark matter expanded to send all the eternal snakes into that frozen lair. Multiple rank 8 auras spread through the environment as the snakes occupied the frozen region and raised their massive bodies to inspect their new home. The immense landmass made their instincts tingle in hunger, but the many rank 8 experts watching the scene reminded them about their situation. Next, Noah shouted while Shafu sent another wave of dark matter to teleport a large bushland next to the frozen region. King Elbaz, the Foolery, and Robert immediately activated their abilities to fuse that new area to the landmass and the frozen region. New mountains appeared as their mutations forced the cracked and frail edges to evolve, but the second layer successfully joined their home at some point. Noah sent a pack of flying hyenas into the bushland before moving to the next layer. Shafu contained hundreds of different environments in his body, so the migration would still take a long time. King Elbaz and the others worked together with Noah to quicken the whole process, but they still ended up remaining at it for entire days. There didn't seem to be an end to the packs gathered during the mission, and the black landmass eventually gained enough new lands to become twice as big. Countless roars, cries, and different noises resounded from the side of the black landmass divided by mountains. The different packs announced their happiness at the sight of the new home. They weren't in a hopeless environment anymore, and their feelings inevitably burst out of their figures. The black landmass even benefited from the addition of so many regions. The various packs involved a higher consumption of energy. Still, the layers contained all the power gathered from the remaining giants, and part of it flowed into the original domain after the fusion. The addition of layers full of energy benefited the landmass, and the high stability of the black domain did the same for those different regions. The whole structure slowly stabilized and began spreading its various features throughout the entire continent. The area's quality had clearly increased, but the same was true for the number of beings feeding on it. The benefits were only temporary. The energy gathered from the giants across the broken higher plane would eventually end, and the ground would start to crumble as the many existences living on it began to affect the power in its fabric. Still, King Elbaz and the others felt astonished by the magnitude of Noah's feat. The Cancer's power had multiplied after the addition of so many powerful magical beasts. The organizations now had countless rank 8 entities, which a significant number of them in the upper tier. "How did it go on your end?" Noah asked as he jumped off Shafu and landed on the black ground. "I have a plan and the tools to deploy it," King Elbaz explained. "But the issues mentioned back then are still here. We don't have clear targets. We'll have to explore blindly for a while." "That's fine too," Noah exclaimed. "It wouldn't be a crazy plan otherwise. How is the situation with the cultivators instead?" Noah was obviously asking about the potential rebels in his organization, and King Elbaz immediately understood him. "They are quiet," King Elbaz revealed before glancing at the countless new regions that Noah had added to the domain. "They won't like what you did here. You could have bought millennia to the landmass if you didn't bring the magical beasts with you." "Pleasing them isn't on my list," Noah snorted. "These magical beasts will be more useful than them in the incoming mission anyway. Also, the newly appointed ruler will need their help if a rebellion breaks out." "Do you have someone in mind already?" King Elbaz asked when he heard Noah mentioning that topic. "Jordan," Noah roared toward Shafu. "You'll take care of everything once we are gone." "What?" Jordan promptly asked while peeking from the dragon. "I want to come with you." How can I lose the chance to be part of the mission outside the sky? You will lose it, Noah replied in a plain tone. Only the strongest will go there. The mission requires solid stage battle prowess this time. Jordan couldn't help but feel disappointed about that announcement, and the same went for some other experts still sitting on the dragon. Fergie and June immediately peeked from Shafu's back. Evident anger and annoyance filled their faces. I will follow you, Fergie shouted. I'm not spending millennia waiting for you to come back, June snorted. What can you even do there? Noah shouted. There won't be strong opponents. We are going after worlds that heaven and earth have already broken. The worst we can expect is a powerful punishment. There was another reason behind his decision to include only the most powerful experts in his organization. The void completely lacked sources of energy. It wasn't a broken plane that still had random currents of breath or waves of dust that carried some power. Picking existences who had more energy inside their centers of power was only logical. There was a high chance that weaker experts would only exhaust themselves during the travel outside the sky due to that feature, and Noah couldn't allow it. Fergie and June weren't stupid. They had already understood why Noah wanted to keep them out of the mission, but the news felt disappointing nonetheless. The main issue was the complete absence of attractions in the broken environment. The higher plane didn't offer lands to explore or enemies anymore. It was a dead world that was only waiting for its energy to vanish. We'll be in the same situation, Noah continued. The void might even be worse. Don't worry. We'll take back what we can and restore the higher plane. Fergie and June couldn't say anything at those words. Noah had already decided, so they limited themselves to jump off Shafu and admire the new scenery. The giant heaven tribulation that covered the entire black landmass had expanded after the various layers obtained part of its features. However, King Elba's protections were already in place. The Golden Dome had stretched over the new lands as they fused with the main domain, so the lightning bolts didn't manage to do anything. Instead, the sudden expansion of the heaven tribulation ended up benefiting Noah's domain. Heaven and earth didn't adjust their punishment to the new size of the landmass, so the Golden Dome managed to seize far more energy than usual without wasting nearly as much. The absorption actually ended up surpassing the consumption after the expansion of the tribulation. That feature was only temporary since heaven and earth would soon adjust the nature of the energy carried by the lightning bolts. But King Elbaz didn't dare to waste that fortuitous chance. Stephen and Daniel also jumped off Shafu, and the dragon flowed inside Noah's CHST to immerse itself into the black hole. The creature had returned to its natural habitat, and the organ didn't fail to replace the stressed and damaged pieces of its body. You might even fight more than us, Noah announced when June shot an angry glance toward him. Suppressing rebellions will be up to you all. A few battles might occur while we are away. It still feels depressing to lose this chance, June eventually sighed. But I won't put the mission at risk because of my stubbornness. Make sure to warn me when you are about to leave. June set off toward a distant region after that announcement, and Daniel did the same even if he went in a different direction. Jordan remained in the area since she had to exchange a few words with Noah and King Elbaz in private to define her time as a ruler, while Fergie and Stephen didn't move for different reasons. Fergie was also disappointed, but he wouldn't leave Noah's side anyway. He could still learn and improve by seeing him preparing the crazy plan. Instead, Stephen already saw himself as one of the core members of the mission, so he wanted to review the various features of the task. I have already created something that can work in the void and keep track of the whole, King Elbaz announced once everyone gathered around Noah and him. I must admit that this is my greatest work yet. King Elbaz took a series of flags from his space ring. They had a series of inscriptions that created the shape of a horned human head on the fabric. Those designs were for Noah since they depicted the old symbol of the hive, but he barely managed to notice it due to the breathtaking aura seeping out of the items. The flags were quasi-rank 9 items. They weren't disposable either, which made them more valuable. Noah couldn't even begin to imagine how King Elbaz had managed to build something so powerful while his cultivation level remained in the liquid stage. That was an incredible feat that went beyond logic. The expert had managed to avoid the limits applied by his higher energy and had created something incredibly powerful.